Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And today we are back for day 6. Woo! I got those good yawns. Oh my goodness. It is we are back for day 6 of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. And oh my hair is being weird. I have no idea what to do. It needs a cut, man. I need to get in and get it cut, but we are streaming all of these streams. These streams go on when I close my eyes. But yeah, we are here. We are here for Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. I will not be joined by that umbrella guy today. He is doing his own thing on his own channel, which is cool. And I hope he has a great stream over there. I have sent out invites to various attorneys, and we will see if they have time and inclination to join me. They certainly can. Otherwise, if we need to, it'll be just me and you. Just me and you and me. And that'll be fine too. Either way, I'm good. I'm good with whatever we end up with. That is, let's see, hold on. Oh my goodness. I'm good with whatever we end up with. And I think we'll have a great time either way. We have Johnny Depp back on the stand today. He will likely be on the stand for a couple more days, right? Like he's going to be there for a bit. This is not some short endeavor. As we found out yesterday, his just manner of speaking is going to carry him through quite some time by itself. So here, 1 second. I'm gonna get the old live stream ready so that we're ready once everything kicks off. And here we go. As soon as the court is in session, I will switch over to that, and that'll be good. I need to send one more invite out. See, there it is. There we go. There we go. Forgot to send one of the invites this morning. So many different invites to so many different people on so many different platforms. 1 second. Brain only work in one direction. Woo! Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. I think I'm about ready. I think I'm about ready to do a show. But all right, we've got everything set up. So, how are you guys doing this morning? Are you enjoying this trial? Are you finding this trial to be enlightening, interesting, terrifying, terrible, boring? What is it? What's the verdict on the trial itself? I am finding it quite interesting. There are some times where it can be a little bit of a slog, and I have a fear that Johnny's testimony, the way he talks, might make today run a little bit long, since he's going to be doing it for 8 hours. 8 hours of very sort of deliberate discussion around certain aspects of life with Amber. I think that might get a little tiring after a while. That could be a little bit. It's like, man, you have so much to say, and I would just like you to kick it into 1.75, man. Just get it out there. Start talking to me. We're right here. This is a conversation, Johnny. We can do it. We can do it. But we'll see. I'm hoping he gets into a flow today. And once he gets into these things that have been on his mind for the past, what, 6 years, to, really, that he kind of gets going, as he gets the ability to talk about them. We have not made it to any of the critical incidents. We haven't made it to much of anything yet. We've been establishing his background, his life growing up, through how he met Amber Heard. And so, man, sorry, I do a nighttime show as well, if you don't know. And that show runs until at least 2 a.m. And so these mornings are always like, it's like, gosh, I need like a calisthenic routine or something to get the blood flow going. But yeah. So we did get through the beginning, which is Johnny meeting Amber Heard. Yesterday, of course, it started off with his childhood, in which he detailed pretty horrific sounding abuse by his mother, and at best, passive. What? Okay. Sorry. Someone entered my office for just a second. At best, passive abuse by his father. And I'll say it. I mean, he said his father was a good man, is a good man, and is still alive. And that may kind of be true, but his father bears a significant amount of culpability in what was going on in that house. And you can apologize for it all day, but the reality is the man stood there while that lady abused them, and the man allowed himself to be the tool of abuse for her. And that is just not you don't get an automatic pass on that. You gotta have some accountability and responsibility for your actions. And then when he left the children, he didn't seem to do anything to try and liberate them from the situation at all. He left the wife and he left the children. It sounded like that lady needed all of them everybody needed to be out of her house. She sounded like a monster. But it started there. Yesterday's testimony started there, and then moved into his movie career, basically, starting with Nightmare on Elm Street, and then shortly thereafter, 21 Jump Street. Lots of streets in Johnny Depp's movie life, career life, I guess. Things he didn't talk about were Benny and June. Oh my goodness. What's eating Gilbert Grape? Was that him? Seeing that as well? With Leo DiCaprio. He didn't talk about Crybaby because apparently he's a hater of Crybaby. I don't know. That's just what I've heard. But no, he talked about getting into movies. It was never really his lot in life to be in movies. He was supposed to be in he was supposed to be into music. And why do I have a chat over there that's not over there? That's really weird. I'll figure that out in a second. Inaka, let me read this one because I don't know why it didn't show up. Why didn't it translate over there? Maybe it's just in the pre-show chats. Let me see what's... sorry, I'm now bewildered. I've never seen this. It's over here. So it must have just been the timing of it. All right, I'll read it in just a second. But he wanted to be a musician, but he just got a little acting job to pay the bills while he became a musician. The acting job was, of course, Nightmare on Elm Street, and that catapulted him into some level of consistent acting. And then he would eventually, in 2002, have his breakout performance as Captain Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean. Probably his most memorable performance on a global level. And once that happened, his world changed. That's when he moved to A-list actor. That's when he became in demand. That's when he had millions of dollars coming in. Was this Jack Sparrow character? The interesting part of that for me was that he explained that Jack Sparrow was really his creation. It was not just it was not the writers of the movie. He said they had written the character a completely different way, and he didn't want to do it the way they did. He had a different vision. He had a more cartoony character in mind. It sounded like maybe Disney had a more serious character in mind. And if you think about Pirates of the Caribbean, I can't imagine it being done differently. I can't imagine it being done in a way that was like not cheeky. I think it would have been a fucking disaster. That would have been terrible. Like, yes, the serious Jack Sparrow. Like, just put a different actor in for Jack instead of Johnny Depp. I don't know. Who would you put in there? Tom Cruise as Captain Jack Sparrow. That would have been great. That's the only other way you could do it. You have to have an absolute manlet. Not enough sprinting on the deck of the Johnny Roger, though. Steven Seagal. Oh, that would have been good. Nick Cage, Bruce Willis. Steven Seagal. Can you imagine? We're going to go find Davy Jones. I'm going to break his arms. What about like Michael Madsen as Jack Sparrow? Oh, that would be. Yeah, those movies though, they would have tanked. They would have been worthless without Johnny Depp's performances. So it's kind of interesting to think about that. And then he, of course, carries that character through 5 films, at least I think 3 of which are probably agonizing to watch. Viggo Mortensen. Yes, the Bizarro World where Viggo Mortensen played Jack Sparrow and Johnny Depp played the Viggo's character in Hidalgo. Oh, what a mess that would be. Maybe they should have cast Heath Ledger and he'd still be with us. That could have been it. I mean, who says? Who? But anyway, we found out that he rewrote the character. Disney was not happy about that. And then in the subsequent movies, I mean, he had to be involved in any rewrites. They had to edit, or not edit. They had to modify the performance to suit the role he had created, which is great. Um, all right, we got a super chat I want to hit here from Inaka Adventure. It says, well, lost my job, but I'm celebrating since I just released my first independent documentary about Japanese giant salamanders, enjoying some Lafroig 10 for that mermaid bathwater taste. Hope it lasts the day. Oh, Inaka, it's bittersweet, man. Losing a job is never fun, but if you're moving on into independence, and it sounds like you've got some creation going on below the belt. If you're moving on into that independent stuff, I wish you the best, man. I hope it works out for you. Okay. Oh, I gotta. Let's see. I'm trying to sweet talk another attorney into coming on this show. Someone who's never been on, but he's got to hit me back before that'll happen. I don't know if they've done anything like this, but they're an attorney in Fairfax County who has practiced in front of this judge. I would love to take some insight and information from them. But okay. Carol Clark says, loved yesterday. I'm a 50-year-old man who doesn't need to be told when to go to bed. One more example, she's a serious control freak. Carol, in some ways I agree, but it was a ways into my marriage before, like the idea of going to bed like not at the same time became not as big of a deal. it was a while into it, but nowadays it's like I couldn't do my show. If that were the case. Lady Rackets is not on the same sleep schedule that I am, and it wouldn't work out. We have Johnny here in the building. There's his counsel, his myriad counsel. Looks like there's some people behind him who may be are in suits there, so they may be involved in something as well. But we'll see Miss Heard enter the building at some point, I assume. But yeah, but that's the age difference, right? 50-year-old man doesn't need to be told when to go to bed. Yeah, but she's a young woman and may have different ideas about that. That's always, I think, one of the struggles with trading in for a new model, so to speak, is they have a different notion, a different life stage idea about what their marriage looks like. Oh no, there's Amber. She's right over there. She's got her hair down. Wait, is she listening to me? I said I think it worked out for her having her hair down long on the one side, kind of shielding her from the jury, and she's got it again. Because if you can't get rid of the resting bitch face, you gotta cover it up. You gotta cover it up. Amy Matura, hey, welcome back, says old people get tired. Yeah, exactly. That's the story of my life. Miku Huntu says each minute you're late is +1 herd log in your bed. Oh no, disgusting. Thank you. Yashimi's Corner says he forgot his Amica cream. That's why he's late. Also, doesn't Amber look like she hasn't slept? Her eyes look puffy. Cough, cough, guilt. Yes, her eyes do look kind of puffy. I'm not sure if it's her makeup style or whatever, but of course, my eyes look puffy probably most of these days too. But that's because I actually haven't really slept anywhere near enough. I woke up this morning and just went, maybe court will be canceled today. I could sleep for the next year. It'd be so nice. Oh my goodness. No laws with White Claws says peanut butter for your dog or no. No. Tentacles out of the mouth or no? No. What are you talking about? And thoughts on horse riding? It's fine, I guess. I'm not super flexible, so horse riding always makes me a little sore. I only, ride a horse like once every 2 years at camp or something.
All right. Are there any preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
2 days in a row. I like that. That's a good idea.
It's quiet
Mr.
today.
Depp, you can take your place in the stand, please.
Boost his volume up here.
All right. You're ready for the jury? Yes. Okay.
Timothy Reaper says late and lacking Amica cream. Johnny Stoffel says forget jury, forget bench trial. Let's go cage match. Yeah, I think they should just mud wrestle. Let's see. Almost there. Ty Fuzzle says we always see you drinking some pretty expensive whiskeys. Do you have any favorites under $100? I have a favorite that's right around $100. It depends on the taxation in your area, but it's Angel's Envy Caribbean Cask Finished Rye is phenomenal. It's right around $100. But yes, I have some favorites under $100. Lagavulin 16 is just shy of it. Bowmore 15 Darkest, I think, runs around 80. Talisker Storm is a fantastic not Storm, sorry, Talisker 10-year, not the Storm.
Ladies and gentlemen, all right, you can have a seat.
It's fantastic scotch.
So just a reminder that you're still under oath, Mr. Depp, okay? All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, here we go. Let's stop talking about liquor.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about the beginning of your relationship with Miss Heard. When did Miss Heard's behavior towards you begin to change?
Oh, they're going right into it this morning.
I believe, as I said yesterday, there was a hint of something with the having to do with the boots coming off and breaking routine. Her attitude, or the way that she would begin to speak to me. Things started coming up, and I was suddenly just wrong about everything. If I made a statement about something that I had been familiar with, for example, in my work that I'd been chopping away at for a good 30-something years, I was suddenly wrong. And then beyond that, if you tried to explain yourself and correct the problem, the misunderstanding, it would then begin to heighten as Ms. Heard was unable to be wrong. It just didn't happen.
They are listening. They are listening, by the way.
So
she looks much better today.
Digs, and it would commence with sort of demeaning, name calling, berated, sort of to be made a fool of, and those would escalate into a full-scale argument. And in the beginning, as one does, one sticks up for oneself in a debate, as it were, or an argument over something to try to prove the point. But when it escalates, and then it's hard to explain, but the argument would start here, and then it would roll around and become this circular thing of its own. So you get back to the beginning, essentially, of the argument. Now it's heightened even more, but it's still circular, and there's no way in or out. You, if
It's not hard to explain for anybody in a marriage.
Two people, both people need to speak, but there was no way to fit a word in. It was a sort of a rapid fire, sort of endless parade of insults and you know, looking at me like I was a fool, and I just couldn't. I was having difficulty in my mind, of course, and in my heart, dealing with that sort of barrage. And part of that is I was confused as to the fact that whatever her age was at the time of these various arguments, she was mid-20s to late 20s and into 30s. I couldn't understand how I had somehow arrived at where I'd arrived from where I came from in the beginning of my life, and worked for 30 plus years doing these things. It was astounding how wrong I was about everything that I'd experienced within the movie and within the film industry, or in just life itself. No, I was sort of not allowed to be right, not allowed to have a voice. So at a certain point, when what enters your mind is, you start to slowly realize that you are in a relationship with your mother, in a sense. And I know that sounds perverse and obtuse, but the fact is that some people search for weaknesses in people. That is to say, sensitivities. And when you've told that person your life and what you've lived through, what you've been through, just as happens in relationships, the more that became ammunition for Miss Heard to either verbally decimate me or to
that hurt him to say,
send me into a kind of tailspin of confusion and depression and well, it's not a happy day. It's not a happy week. It's not a happy month when you're constantly being told how wrong you are about this or that, what an idiot you are, or anything. It just then it increased, and it became an endless. It became that endless circle. Like, so as it escalated and continued to escalate, I went straight to what I had learned as a youth, which was to remove myself from the situation so that it couldn't continue, because there's only so much your ears can hear and never forget. So I would remove myself from the situation, as I'd done as a youth, as much as possible. Because I certainly didn't believe that there was any need for these various subjects or arguments to come up and travel the distance that they did so very quickly, to ramp up so fast. It was like you were pinned to a wall and had to just listen to it and take it. So I found the only way to find any sort of peace was to try to walk away. If she didn't allow me to walk away, there were times when I would just go and lock myself in, the bathroom or anywhere that she couldn't get into.
You reverted back
And
to his
that
escape.
happened constantly over the years.
What would happen when the fights would escalate, other than going and hiding in the bathroom?
I'm sorry, what would happen? Well, if they continue to escalate, if I continued to try to present my version or my side of the story, when you're approached in a kind of when you're approached with such anger and hatred, it seemed like pure hatred for me. If I stayed to argue that, eventually I was sure that it was going to escalate into violence, and oftentimes it did. Many times it did.
Whoa.
And when you say violence, what are you referring to specifically?
Miss Heard, in her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would. It could begin with a slap. It could begin with a shove. It could begin with throwing a TV remote at my head. It could be
Calling
throwing a glass of wine in my face.
Calling back to the ashtray to his head from his mom.
All in all, it was just it was a constant. There was a built-in list of as I said, my personal experiences, which I gave to Miss Heard, those things were those facts were used against me as weapons, especially when it came to my kids. So yeah, I did. There was no need for it. There was no need for it. Too many lines were crossed. You couldn't see the lines anymore.
You mentioned that Ms. Heard would use information you gave her against you like a weapon. Can you explain that a little bit?
I mean, I've said this before in various interviews, but certainly in life. If I have one ambition, and ambition for me, when you equate it with Hollywood, has become a very has become an ugly word in a sense, because ambition means I want to be famous at any cost. I don't care what for. I just want to be famous. That's one thing. That's one part of it. If you have a hunger or a need or a drive to present your work, that to me is the way to go about it. Fame has nothing to do with it. So I was more, I mean, basically the only ambition that I've ever had in my life arrived the second that my first child arrived. And in the instant, which was to be a good parent, to be a great father, to be the best father I could. And there were several occasions where Miss Heard would tell me what a bad father I was, and that
she hits
had
where it
no
hurts.
idea how to parent. And again, it falls into the same category as before.
Very charming.
I couldn't understand how in 52 years or however old I was at the time, how I could be so wrong about everything. I mean, one learns along the road. The result of the road is not important. It's the road that's important, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen in 10 years. We don't know.
I mean, the result kind of matters
I
too.
pay attention to, and paying attention to, trying to spend as much time with my children as possible. Even that would that could send Miss Heard into a monumental tailspin, where I could hardly ever go and see my kids and spend time with my kids, because she had to have me there at all times for her own needs.
That is a horrific type of emotional abuse.
Something that,
no, I need you with me. I need you with me. I need you with me.
Once you realize that that's happening, and then there are hassles between the children and her, the situation starts to get a little more grim and a little more dire. And that I was not prepared to take. I would not hear the words, "You're a bad father, you're a terrible father, you're an awful father." So one can only take so much of that before bits of your brain start to bits of your heart begin to, the valve gets shut off, because you can't hear it anymore. And you know that it's not true. And you know that it's meant as a weapon. It's to slice you up. It's to bring you down. It's to demean you. It's to bring you into a place where you start to believe that there's something wrong with you. And there's plenty wrong with me. There's plenty wrong with a lot of people. But in all of these situations, my main goal was to retreat, because I think in life, most important is pick your battles. If there's a battle to be fought that is grave and important, then that must be dealt with. But small insults and kind of teenage sort of high school tactics, this bullying, if you will. It was becoming too much to take.
So why did you stay with Miss Heard given this type of behavior?
That's a very complicated answer. I would.
How many years of therapy do we need to sit here for to answer that
I
question?
can only say that
It's always the question.
Stayed through all that. I'm sure that it's somehow related to my father remaining stoic as my mother would beat him to death. I'm sure it had a lot to do with having been in a beautiful, wonderful 14, 15-year relationship with Vanessa, the mother of my children. Raising those kids was, there was, I had no interest in being the words that they use that I dislike very much, a celebrity or an entertainer, or fame is a strange word because I could never equate it with myself. I pumped gas, I worked construction, I printed T-shirts, I dug in, I had many, many jobs before any of this happened to me. So I've been able to live both sides of that life, of life. I know the very lows, and I know the very highs of where my life has gone. And it's not, I don't, again, it would be pure idiocy for me to sit up here as an actor who's been very, very fortunate over the years. And I can only say
Depp seems
it's
humble
luck
as
in the
hell.
sense that someone hands you the ball in the beginning and you run with it, and you run as far as you can before you get tackled. So that's what I've always done. But what happens is when the word celebrity or when you are what do they call it, a public figure, that's what it is, a celebrity or a public figure. Again, not complaining, but there are things that are very uncomfortable, and that is to say that at that point anybody can say anything they want to about you, and that's happened to me over 36 years or more, that things can be printed in the newspaper that are utterly false. This is even early on. So this is where that privilege, I suppose, that they call the privilege of celebrity, that's where that sticks a knife in you.
Yep.
Because
Speaking
it's one of those,
specifically to defamation,
it's one of those
here.
situations where your arms are too short to box with God. There are too many of them coming at you.
You also just don't get the legal privilege to sue them.
I don't know what her motivations were, if there was some species of jealousy, or there was some species of maybe just hatred. I don't know. But in any case, the elevation and the escalation of these day-to-day arguments were simply unnecessary. It was not to help the relationship. It did not help the relationship. It wasn't meant to help the relationship. It was meant to feed her need for conflict She has a need for conflict. She has a need for violence.
Mm.
It erupts out of nowhere, and what I learned, the only thing I learned to do with it is exactly what I did as a child. Retreat. Just take a step back, which I told her we need to remove ourselves from each other, even for an hour, a day, anything. Because this can't go on. No one can live like this, you know. But why did I stay? I stayed, I suppose, because my father stayed. I suppose because I had been in that relationship with Vanessa, and that was lost, and I didn't want to fail. I wanted to try to make it work. I thought maybe I could help her. I thought maybe I could bring her around, because the Amber Heard that I knew for the first year and a half was not this suddenly this
Monster. Just say it. Just say monster.
opponent. It wasn't my girl. It was she had become my opponent, and everything that I did just didn't fit her. It wasn't. She didn't accept it. So I stayed because, of course, I didn't want to fail. I didn't want to hurt anyone, especially Miss Heard. I didn't want to break her heart. I remember very well that when my father left and my mother, Betty Sue, had that first attempt at suicide that I woke up to, and that visual in my head, and that was a direct result of my father's leaving.
His failure.
Ms. Heard had spoken of suicide on a couple of occasions, so that also becomes a factor. That's also something that always lives in the back of your brain, and that you fear. Because when I would leave, sometimes, many times when I would try to leave, she would, stop me at the elevator with the security guards, crying, screaming, I can't live without you. I'm gonna die. But you had to get out. There were even a couple of times when I did escape and I got to my house, arrived at my house in Sweetser, and then 5 minutes later she would arrive in the I don't know what car she was driving at the time, but she would arrive in her nightgown, screaming in the parking lot in front of my house, screaming to high heavens. It'd be 4 a.m, 3 a.m. It was ludicrous.
She wasn't done fighting.
It was out of control. It was uncontrollable.
Did there come a time when you and Miss Heard started recording your arguments?
Yes, in fact, it was I was the first person of the two of us to record conversations, and it was for this reason. We would have been talking the night before or arguing the night before, and she would say something. There would be these demeaning, berating insults. There would be these jabs. There would be anything to make me feel small and like nothing. So what I thought was, I'm going to record the conversation, and I told her this. I'm going to record. I'm going to get my phone and I'm going to record our conversation because I want you to hear what
Did you hear what a
you've
colossal
said to me
bitch you
tomorrow.
sound like?
So that because she would deny having said those things. What are you talking about? You know, it was surreal. She had completely denied things she'd said directly to my face in a heated and volatile way. And she denied it. So I went to her and I said, I'm going to record us. And I did. And we recorded the conversation, which when she was on tape, the first time it escalated a bit, but she was, well, it was clear that she was performing for the tape because it was being recorded. So that was another clue that something was slightly rotten in the state of Denmark, as it were.
What did Ms. Heard say to you about you recording the conversations between you and her?
I mean, initially she said, sure, go ahead.
Did that
I
ever
hope they have
change?
some tape.
No, then then she started recording, but surreptitious, without telling me that she was recording something, which is fine, but not so fine, if you know what I mean. Even in those tapes, it never took me to a place where I would go switch into some other entity, which is, as she has used the term, monster. Never switched to violence. Violence was unnecessary.
JS, I hope they play some tape for the court.
Why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? I don't think it works.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned the term monster, and I think we heard about that in the opening statements. What does the term monster mean to you?
Well, the term monster means to me, you know, in the beginning, she had used a different word to explain the same thing, and she would use the word demons, that my demons were coming out.
It's weird. A lot of
But she had
people refer to
noticed that
her as a demon.
There was a great
Here in the
change
chat.
in my attitude or my aggressive nature, or she would say that the demons had come out and they had control of me and that sort of thing. I don't remember exactly how monster came out, but that word stuck and it stayed, well, until this day. What I believe the monster was in Ms. Heard's mind was her intense,
Objection, Your Honor.
intense.
His belief about what monster meant in Miss Heard's mind is
All
not
right.
relevant to the
Let me ask a
All
different
right,
question.
I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
When you use the term monster, what were you referring
It
to
begins.
in your conversations with
They're
Ms.
getting
Heard?
tired of it.
When
It
I used the
begins
term
now.
monster with Ms. Heard, I was placating. If she had referred to me as being a monster, there was no way that I was going to sit there and go through a 45-minute argument about, you're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. It was an impossibility. So what do? You accept her vernacular. You accept what the word that she uses, and then you use that word to placate her, so that it would at least calm part of the aggression. It would lessen the attacks. So explaining the monster was for me, I mean, she had told me many times that the monster
That's the
was
gaslighting, right? You're a monster.
was
You're this. You're that. Well, okay.
only me
I am.
when I was
okay. Here's why. Here's
using
why I'm the monster.
drugs and alcohol. But even when I was stone cold sober off of alcohol and substances aside from my meds, the term the monster was still there. When she accused me of being high on cocaine or drinking like some sort of drinking like I was some kind of 19th century sailor. It's that was the word she clung to describe, but it was in her mind, not mine.
How did your relationship with Miss Heard affect your substance use?
Drove him straight to the liquor store every day,
Well,
I bet.
For example, when we were on the road, when you're traveling from, if you're on a press tour, or if you're making a film and you're staying in hotels or this or that, I would always have to get a different, or we would always have to book an extra room that I was able to escape to, so I didn't have to lock myself in another bathroom. It breaks you down. The constant haranguing breaks you down. And, there's a part of you that says, listen, if I'm going to be accused of this, might as well just do it. But it never exceeded, it never, my substance abuse or use, the alcohol that I used or drank was, again, purely, it's that little boy who didn't want to hear or didn't want to feel the pain of his mother turning him into some kind of ball of insecurity and pain. So, yes, I was more inspired by Miss Heard to reach out for a numbing agent because of the constant clashes, because of I mean, maybe a few days here and there, but there wasn't a day that you'd wake up and you'd expect something was going to hit the fan, and pretty much like clockwork, it did. So yes, I had to have something
They're giving
to
him a little
distance me.
too much leeway. When he has these pauses, they
and
should
distance my
you should follow up with a
my
question, in my opinion.
heart from those verbal attacks. I had to have something to
This will eventually get
be
way
able to
tiring for the jury.
maintain me, and I'm afraid for a while because of placation, because I didn't want to rock the boat, as it were. Again, you pick your battles. So placation seemed the best route if I was unable to escape her clutches.
How, if at all, did Ms. Heard try to support you in abstaining from the drugs and alcohol as she requested?
She didn't.
Well, I mean, verbally, and she had been quite clear verbally and pretty bullish and brutish about wanting me to, telling me that I needed to stop drinking. But drinking was basically drinking wine with her. And
You need to stop drinking. Glug, 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 glug.
I suppose maybe from youth, I don't know, but I've always had a pretty high tolerance for alcohol, and especially it's not spirits, you know. I had a pretty good tolerance for alcohol, substances, and things of that nature, but there was no. I had no. I've worked with therapists, drug counselors who have actually said the words to me because I wanted to know. I wanted to know, am I an alcoholic? Am I an alcoholic? Or is this just the same thing that I did as a kid when I took my mom's nerve pill? Do I have a drinking problem? And it essentially came down to this. Do you have a drinking problem, Johnny?
Objection, calls for hearsay. What the doctors told him.
I'm not sure he's saying what the doctors told him.
Yeah,
I
he's,
think that's what's about to be testified to.
I don't know. If you can.
you
make that
can't
clear, I guess.
you can't call for hearsay unless there's a
Let
question.
me ask you a different question, Mr. Depp.
Yes. Let's
he
let
was-
him object to another one.
How often would Ms. Heard drink in your presence while you were in a relationship?
Always. Well, yeah. Ms. Heard drank, she took a shine to a very nice Spanish wine called Vega Sicilia. She and all her friends did. Yeah, the wine would come out, and Ms. Heard could very easily drink 2 bottles of wine per night.
Holy shit.
Not a problem. What I found strange was when I did get sober from the I was off the opiates that I had been addicted to prior to a year or so before, a couple of years before. She asked me if I would stop drinking to save the relationship, of course. And I stopped drinking, and I always found it odd that in support of me not drinking, that she might stop drinking. But she did not. She continued. And I didn't make a big deal about it. In fact, I would open her wine, I would pour her a glass, and that went on for many, many months, you know, in my sobriety. Like I said, I think I was sober for around 18 months. Then there was a time when I was asked to, and I'd been off of alcohol, I'd been off of drugs.
Man, if your spouse is in recovery, you need to
except for
not.
the medication
You need to not.
that I'm prescribed. I had to go to London to give a Lifetime Achievement Award to a dear old friend who was an elderly man, great actor called, his name's Christopher Lee, and he was a dear friend. And I was surprised, he was being surprised by my showing up on stage. I'd just flown in from the States, and he was surprised by me arriving to give him this award. And Christopher came up and accepted the award. And we walked, they brought us backstage to this beautiful library where I was with Christopher and his wife, and a waiter came up and had 3 glasses of champagne. And Christopher handed one to his wife, he handed one to me, and then he had the other. And there was a photographer there. And the glass came up to toast. And I just, in my head, I thought, it's just champagne, you know, a little bit tink to toast Christopher and his Lifetime Achievement Award. And so I'd had
Not a drop, buddy.
Of champagne with
You can't
Christopher
do it.
Lee and his wife. After that, immediately after that award ceremony, I went to pick up Miss Heard and take her to dinner at a restaurant. And I told her that I'd had a half a glass of champagne with Christopher. And I thought, listen, it's not like, you know, you're sitting in a pub guzzling pints of snake bites or Guinness or doing shots of Jägermeister, or it wasn't even.
When are you in college?
At that point, it wasn't even for need to bury feelings or emotions. It was literally a joyous occasion for Christopher. And I said to her, I enjoyed it, you know. It gave me the opportunity to enjoy the actual champagne, the drink, and my appreciation for wine and winemaking, and that I've been fascinated with for years and years. And I saw nothing wrong in it. And I said, I'd like to have a glass of champagne. As she was sitting there with a glass of wine.
Chugging down wine by the bottle. You can't drink.
We were in the restaurant,
Prick.
and she absolutely
Alcoholic.
lost it and got up and stormed to the ladies' room.
Piece of shit.
And I told my security and driver, I said, I think we have to go. We're going to have to leave. So we left the restaurant and went home. And the mere suggestion of me sipping a glass of champagne or having 1 glass or 2 glasses of wine, she went apoplectic.
Well, if you are an alcoholic, you can't do it, buddy. But also,
weak.
She can't be chugging down bottles of wine.
I was a complete mess. I was an alcoholic. I was, you know, I was going to ruin everything. Your kids are not proud of you. They can't stand what you're doing to yourself. So at that point, I said to her, okay, listen, how about this? You want to support me not drinking? I've never asked you this before. How about you stop drinking?
Uh-oh.
How about you get sobriety and share this sobriety with me
Don't tell an
to
alcoholic to
support
get
me and help
sober.
me through this?
What did she say to that?
No. No. She said no. She said she didn't have a problem. But I've never had a physical addiction to alcohol. I don't.
And maybe if he's
How
if
often
he's
have
not
you
an
seen Ms.
alcoholic,
Heard use other illicit drugs in your presence?
Several.
Hard to say.
Several times.
And
hard to
what
say
drugs
what
were
is an
those?
alcoholic.
Well,
What drug?
she was
Maybe a
always
shorter
quite
list is
fond
what-
of MDMA.
What drugs they weren't.
which is ecstasy. And mushrooms. And she had some medications that she was on already that were, well, one in particular was quite a high velocity speed, if you will,
Ritalin, sort of.
called, I don't know if I can say the name. Am I allowed to say the name? It doesn't matter.
That's not necessary.
Oh, you should have just
what,
said it.
How often did you see Ms. Heard take MDMA?
Weekly.
A dozen times, 20 times, over the course of the years, during the course of the years.
And what about mushrooms?
Mushrooms a little less. Mushrooms probably 6, 7 times.
I mean, that's it. I would think it'd be
Mr.
way
Depp, do you
more. They were
recall at the
married a long
beginning of
time.
her opening, Ms. Heard's counsel mentioned that the first time you supposedly struck Ms. Heard was in response to
together
a
a long
comment
time,
about
I
one
should
of your
say.
tattoos.
Yes, I remember.
And what is your response to that?
It didn't happen. I've never struck Miss Heard. As I said yesterday, I've never struck Miss Heard. I've never struck a woman in my life. I'm certainly not going to strike a woman
Misogynist.
if she decides to make fun of a tattoo that I have on my body. That's like going into someone's journal and picking out things you don't like. She had made mention. There was no incident of argument when the tattoo thing had been brought up many times, and I mean, there's really nothing I can do. I've always thought of my body as a journal, if you will, to mark experiences, to mark life experiences. For example, when my first child was born, I had her name tattooed over my heart, which is where her little head used to be when I rock her to sleep. I marked my boy's birth by tattooing myself for him. So
And for Amber Heard's
no
birthday,
one
I
can go
tattooed her
back, or
face
no one
with my
should go
fist.
back and rewrite their journals. Why would I take such great offense to someone making fun of a tattoo on my body? that allegation never made any sense to me whatsoever.
Are there any tattoos that you had that Miss Heard had an issue with, to your understanding?
Well, what a tattoo that I believe is up here, which used to say Winona Forever, who was a former girlfriend, and we'd been together for a few years. Winona Ryder, and when we broke up, how do you fix that? I did go back and rewrite my journal to some degree. I took off the last two letters and had it say Wino Forever, just because I thought it was again,
Funny. Just say funny.
Through
it's okay. You can think it's funny.
pain comes humor. Humor has to come in there at some point into the pain, and that's how you play it out in your mind. So I have, I think
Winona Ryder
sometimes
stole his heart. you could say.
abstractly in that sense. So I changed it to Wino Forever. Any other tattoos? Well, she was very encouraging in me getting a tattoo of her name or whatever, and I waited a while, and then I did it. I got a full tattoo of her, and it ironically wasn't long after that that everything started going sideways. I was doing anything I could to bring a smile to her face, as opposed to the frown and then the onslaught of whatever problems she was seeing or experiencing. I would try to wake her up with laughter, singing stupid songs in her ear while she, I generally just tried to keep bringing her mood up. Sometimes it worked, many times it didn't. But I tried, and I wanted to try, because, as I said, I didn't want to fail. And at the time, not knowing fully, not understanding fully what I was, if you'll excuse the term.
Chris Ellis, yeah, she had a little
up
crack,
against.
little smile.
I kept trying. I kept trying, but to no avail whatsoever. Okay, it just got worse.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to fast forward a little bit to May of 2014. Could you please tell the jury what project you were working on in May of 2014?
May of 2014. May of 2014. There were a number of films that I made in succession. I can't remember if that might have been Pirates. No, I can't. Mordecai, or May of, I don't remember what can you remind me what May of 2014 film was?
Were you filming Black Mass in Boston of May of
Yes.
2014?
Objection leading.
Yes, excuse me. Yes. Oh yes, I was filming a film called Black Mass in Boston, and Miss Hurt had come with me. Um, um, and I had to, for the film, I had to. There were very early calls to work because I had a number of prosthetics glued to my face and uh, blue contacts, um, so that I could resemble the actual. It's based on the true story of James Whitey Bulger, and so I had to go in quite early to get the prosthetics glued to my face and all that, and work. Then you'd work, the whole day, and then at the end of the night, uh, they uh, they would remove the prosthetics, which takes if it took 3 hours to put them on, it took about an hour to take them off. So on top of what could be anywhere between a 14, 16, 17-hour day of work, what with the application of the makeup and then the taking off of the applications.
Was Miss Heard staying with you in Boston during the entire time that you were making that film?
Yes. Yes, she was.
And who from your staff was in Boston with you during that time?
Why is Johnny Depp's lawyer letting all this blabber?
Jerry Judge.
She's asking the questions. They want him to talk. They want him to talk as much as possible. This is his chance.
Keenan Wyatt, Stephen Duders. Nathan Holmes, I believe. And I believe Malcolm Connolly was there as well. So I would have assistants, sound technician.
Only the defense is going to stop
Security.
him.
I believe that was it.
Mr. Depp, we heard yesterday from Mr. Wyatt about a flight that you and Mr. Wyatt and Ms.
Pei-Tong,
Heard
if you
were
don't
on from Boston to
see how this
LA
helps with
in
his defamation lawsuit.
May 2014. Do
He
you
has
remember
to get
that?
the jury to
Yes.
understand
And
where he was.
Could you please tell the jury what you remember about
Who
that
he is.
specific flight?
He has to sell him.
I remember that as I was still shooting, filming Black Mass, before I did Black Mass, the film, my sister Christy and I were talking about
What's up, Joe?
Hey.
The roxycodones that I had been.
Not bad.
Again, that was the monkey on my back. That she came to me. She told me she had read this book of Dr. Kipper's book, and I
His
read.
credibility is so high.
Yeah.
Dr. Kipper's
He's an open book.
a good majority of it.
But that's the
And
impression.
I
That's the
agreed
impression.
that I
Yeah.
would.
Like I'm team
Steve
Johnny.
Would
I'm like,
pick the.
this is just too perfect almost. You know what I'm
opiate.
saying? That's the only reason I'm cynical. Is
There's
he
no time to
seems
do it
so
for a
believable.
film.
I'm like, wow.
So when the nurse, which was Nurse Debbie Lloyd, when she came to Boston, she had asked me, "What is your dosage? How many of these are you taking per day?" And someone who had been under under the kind of lock and key of a prescription drug that is highly addictive. I mean, with built-in barbs, this drug does not want you to stop taking it. she asked me how many I took per day or my dosage. And of course, as any
How many are you taking? One pill?
person who is
Bottle?
addicted and essentially a fool to the drug, and you know how important it is because you have felt the sting when you don't have it. So I'd agreed to the detox, and she asked me how many I took. I told her, obviously, more than I was taking, purely because when you're in that frame of mind, the one thing that you do not want to, a situation you don't want to find yourself in, is having no access to the thing that will make you not high. It will make you, it gets you, you only get better from it. If you start to get the shakes and the tremors and
It'll give you release.
you could feel this traveling
Yeah.
into your system. Your receptors are out in mass, and your receptors are demanding that drug. If you don't give the drug to the receptors, you will start going into a pretty nasty withdrawal, and it could
That's a freaking cool tie.
could
All of its
and
ties.
has
So
ended
good.
in sort of seizures. You can go into pretty nasty seizures. So I had told Debbie Lloyd more than was necessary, so that I could always have one or two in my pocket on the just in case. So I didn't find myself, on a plane or anywhere without one in my pocket to stop the inevitable body cramps and nausea and stomach cramps and seizure of the bones and the shaking and also it's quite an emotional ride as well. So yes, before the flight, Amber and her assistant Savannah McMillan wanted to be picked up in New York and then have the plane fly to Boston to pick me up to bring us back to Los Angeles. We had spoken the night before. We had argued the night before. She was most definitely looking for
I hate whoever is typing on the source
was
feed constantly
looking for
through
a
all
fight,
of these things.
actively searching for a way to instigate a fight.
Wow. She looks
with
much
these,
less like someone
and
who
I had
every
taken
man on the
2
planet would want to strangle today.
of these
Oh yeah, she
um,
softened up a lot
opiates,
today.
these roxycodone.
That's why I said that she should have had from day one.
And I can
Yep.
tell you now, some of you may be very, very well aware of this. Opiates are extreme downers. So if you have enough opiates in you, you will essentially go on what's called the nod. You'll just drop into sleep. So I've heard the words blackout used, and there's a grave difference between a blackout from alcohol abuse, because that is a person who has ingested enough alcohol to render them
Unconscious.
they can still behave and they can still stand.
Oh, okay. This is
Talk
when
and
you lose your
scream and
short-term
yell and
memory.
cry
is
and
what
do
he's
Yeah.
talking
whatever they
about.
do, and never remember a thing. And generally, they're always embarrassed by it. A blackout is a very, very different animal to the opiate taking you into dreamland. So when I arrived on the plane, I was not feeling any pain, and I knew that she was ready for some kind of brawl, and I sat on the plane drawing. I was drawing in my notebook.
Why did
She
you
would-
she was ready for brawl?
Verbally heckle, hassle, accuse, poke, prod physically, poke and prod psychologically, emotionally, and finally, as was my the one thing I learned, if you're gonna hide someplace from somebody, go straight
up,
into
Andrew?
the bathroom.
Not much.
So I walked back into the back.
He
of
said
the
bathroom, so it
plane.
summoned me.
Nice.
I grabbed a pillow and I went into the bathroom, locked the door, and lay down on the bathroom floor and went to sleep. And that's where I remained for the rest of the flight.
How much, if any, alcohol had you had before you got on the flight?
I honestly don't recall having any alcohol. I mean, maybe there was the sort of glass of champagne when you got on the plane or something like that. The initial thing, people order glasses of wine. People also tend to have a few drinks before a plane takes off because some people don't like the turbulence and the this and the
Yeah,
that.
It's
So
you.
a
That's the
little bit of
question.
a liquid courage.
It's just a good time.
I certainly, after ingesting 2 of the roxycodones, alcohol was not necessary. So I can tell you now that I was not drinking to excess, certainly not. I mean, if I had, I'd probably been in the bathroom hugging porcelain as opposed to
Ugh.
sleeping on a pillow.
Yeah.
The porcelain
Yeah.
throne.
Who else was on that flight?
Driving
that
the
you can
bus.
recall?
I remember Jerry Judge was on the flight. Savannah was on the flight. Ms. Hurd. Keenan. Wyatt. Stephen Duders. I believe that's it.
What do you recall happening after you arrived back in LA?
They killed the fucking audio?
Why? Is he saying something private? Like, what? Have they done this before?
No. I just heard the audio cut out, and suddenly we got the pill rattling of whoever's running the fucking switchboard. Hold on, let
Hopefully
me
somebody
see.
smacks them.
No, the pill rattling was me, but
Oh. Let me see if I can
That was
find
just
a-
the old man Joe.
Keenan had his
Okay, I've got another feed. Just a second.
Or go back to the same home together after that flight?
Oh,
Oh, her hair's looking bombastic today.
Uh,
Okay.
they fixed it now.
No, I
Yeah.
don't believe. No, we didn't. I don't believe we did. I think she had decided if this is the time. Pretty sure. I believe she had decided to check herself into the Chateau Marmont. There's so many of these.
Is that a rehab
like
facility or a French
that
villa?
keep you all straight.
I have
Who
no
would have paid
idea.
for Miss Hurd to stay at the Chateau Marmont?
Um,
Me?
I would have paid for it.
What is that?
She
Those
wanted to go to
pills.
Chateau Marmont. I wasn't going to let her
Nicorette.
pay for it, no matter the circumstances. I wasn't going to let her pay for it because I knew that might
So you're just imitating Ethan
get
Ralph.
expensive for her. So
He doesn't have the gun.
generally, I would take care of things of that nature.
And why, did Miss Heard tell you why she was staying at the Chateau Marmont?
Because
No.
there she could go to 3 bottles of wine a day.
Well, I mean, she was clearly upset, and she was irate, and I can't say that it was a bad idea for her to stay at the Chateau Marmont at that time. I don't know why she went to the chateau, since she still had
Did he
Apparently
explain
the-
why she was mad?
apartment on Orange, I believe.
Might have missed it while the
And the
audio was
penthouse.
out.
Because I could have gone to Sweetser, but she went to the Chateau Marmont.
Chateau
Do you
Marmont's
recall why you were
exclusive
flying from
LA
Boston to
hotel,
LA in May
apparently.
of 2014?
I can't remember if it was a break from the film or if I had finished the film. And that was before we went, before I was supposed to go to the island to detox from the opiates.
I think
Is that
I'm about to switch gears, so
Okay,
if this is a
that's-
good time for a break.
All right.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and have our morning recess. Please do not do any outside
Okay.
research and don't talk to anybody about the case, and we'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Defense letting him get away with a lot of narration.
Yeah, I think they're.
This
think
is
they're
still direct,
afraid to-
right?
Yeah.
This is
Oh, yeah.
what I would still say, by the way, as far as her look, she shouldn't be wearing a suit. She should be wearing a dress.
Yeah.
But
She needs to drop the Hillary Clinton.
That
outfit.
yellow is like Easter Sunday yellow. That's some.
yeah, especially with
Sir,
the walls in
again,
the
you're still on
background.
the stand and not discuss your testimony with anybody, including your attorneys, okay? All right, we'll come back at 11:35, all right?
Okay. Welcome. Good Logic and Legal Mindset. Nice to have you guys here.
I don't know if the three of us have ever been on a stream together before. So this is
No,
this novel thing.
the unbreadedness
I
don't remember
combined
that
is going to
ever
be too much
happening.
for YouTube.
I blacked out any incidents that ever happened before. The three of us being.
Never heard of it.
No, never. It's not
Never
a clip on my
once.
channel or anything. No. By the way, the clip that's coming out this Friday is Good Logic Simps for Attorney Tom. So you're going to want to catch that one. That's going to be a good clip.
Oh, here we
Oh
go.
God, that's got to be embarrassing.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
the manlet. It's the manlet of clips, but it's peak Good Logic. It's peak Good Logic.
Beautiful. I look forward to it.
Oh my gosh, how you guys doing?
I'm in Orlando.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah. So I sort of feel I don't have my regular chair. That's a little. I don't have my regular background behind me. I just feel a little bit out of sorts. But the trip down here has been great.
I feel like your camera is 90 feet away from where your normal camera is, which is in your like
Nose.
right here.
Yeah.
Like normally your camera is literally this far from.
I
you.
really just-
Normally you guys have the same size nose, but because of the camera angle, it is making it seem like Rekieta has the bigger nose. Is what he's saying here.
Yeah, but look at the size of Joe's microphone. It's massive.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Well,
my God, Joe, you're not compensating for anything. Just that microphone.
it's not just the size, but what I do with it. So
Oh
So-
my goodness.
Yeah.
So
I
what do
used
you?
to live in Orlando. Orlando's been great. Orlando is a great thing. I mean, there's lots of different food there. The stuff is good. And you know what? I believe that Ron DeSantis announced his special session to destroy the Reedy Creek Improvement District and Disney special advantages only because Good Logic is in Orlando.
I inspired him.
They're gonna try and do that, or they're going.
Yes, they're
to
going to actually try to. They should have done that years ago. Nick, they have the power to build a fucking nuclear reactor. I covered this shit on my channel. It's insane.
I know you talked about it here. It was great. but it's like I didn't think they'd do it.
But they could. It's one that, but they can.
I'll tell you, to me, it's weird how DeSantis seems to assume that he has certain powers. Like even like the whole thing that he did like what a year ago, where he was talking about how he's going to find social media companies who are off platforming people. I always thought it's really weird because like that seems to be one of the few areas that even I would concede FCC totally the domain of the federal government. And he's like, no, we're an individual state. We're going to set rules for how Twitter is going to treat people who are politicians in our state. I was like, I don't know where he has. I'm not sure he has the authority for it, but he seems to just like he'll act first and then ask questions later. And you got to love that. You got to love how he's so aggressive like that.
Joe, yeah, exactly. You've got to be, because that's what they're doing in the liberal states, and they're making them fight it in court. And if they're going to do it, then why not do it on the other side? You can't step back and let's say, oh, we're going to take the moral high ground. Well, then you're going to lose every fight.
Yeah.
Right. That's how they won the grooming fight, because even Ibram X. Kendi is using the grooming language now, which shows you they won, right? Because they're using the language. So, and with the special district, that's entirely within their power. That's like the core of their power is to form political subdivisions. And it was something that was pork barrel politics back in the 60s and never should have been allowed. It's right up their alleyway. And I think it's just setting us up for a great election and getting some good results this fall. Not to mention that we've got more good news out of Florida with the mask mandate. I am so fucking excited. I'm traveling back to the United States next week. I am ecstatic to be able to not wear my mask on flights. I am riveted.
I can't wait to fly again. Like I'm actually excited to fly again, just to not wear a mask.
My flight is on Monday. It's on Monday. So I'm like, this is just in time.
That's amazing.
Well, welcome home. Is this like, are you back for good?
No, hell no. No, I'm just visiting. I'll be right back in the land of kimchi and plastic surgery very quickly. But then I'll be back again in May and June, and then I'll be back again in later June. So I'll be in the United States quite a lot. Hopefully not this first time I'm doing a just really quick trip, but maybe the second time I can meet up with both of you, because I definitely want to make that happen.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the of Depp's testimony? I know, Joe, you were saying right when you came in that he's just oozing credibility, which I agree. His testimony seems vulnerable enough that it's and he doesn't seem to be hiding anything. The question, of course, will be how it holds up on cross. Like, what are they going to ask him?
Yeah.
But I think someone mentioned this in the chat. They asked me a question, and I've been thinking the same thing, and I agree with them. So do you think his slow response style will throw off the defense, because they like to, especially because I think Rottenborn's going to cross him, and Rottenborn has been like bam, 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 bam on the questions, but Johnny isn't a quick answerer. He's very deliberate. Yeah. And I think it'll, I think that could make it annoying for them on cross. But the other concern I have is that those delays in answering on cross might come across as hiding something.
I don't think it will, because we've watched him for like 2 days give delays in answering his own question. He seems so by setting that baseline, he basically has set himself up as someone who's, the way I address things is I listen to the question, I digest it, and then I very slowly will meander my way through an answer. So if he continues, once you set that baseline, I think he's set himself up very well to be able to walk his way through cross-examination. I expect he's going to hold up fairly well in cross.
I don't know. I'm on the other side of, he opened himself up with a lot of the questions. A lot of the questions have opened him up to talk about drugs. Nick, the quote you tweeted out about, I'm obsessed with the truth. Like, the door is wide open for a lot of really damning questions to come out. And
that's got to be intentional.
What's the problem with him saying I'm obsessed with the truth? As if
the point is, Joe just opens him up for questions. That's all.
They can impeach his character for truthfulness now. Like they can do what they couldn't do. They can try and paint him as not having lied at one particular thing or gotten one thing. They can impeach his actual person for truthfulness. And I think that's a bait. I think that that didn't seem unintentional to me. It seems like they would have coached him on that. And my thought is that Depp said to his team at some point, I don't care. I'm going to be open. I'm going to say everything. I want everything out there.
That's why
This
he
is a
brought this
strategy.
lawsuit. He has this
Yeah.
lawsuit. It's as much about getting money back out of Amber as it is about telling his story to the world. So it's more important to him to express himself and get it all out there for that. It's on the record in front of the entire world that what his position on this whole thing is than winning the money. Just
Right.
so that
The truth is
the-
more important than the verdict. Yeah.
it's the vindication. He's paying millions of dollars for this vindication. So we knew he was going to let it all hang out. And
Do
good for
Do you
him
think
on
there's
that.
any way, like, let's say there's this, the dream comes true and Johnny Depp wins. Do you think there's any chance in fucking hell he gets anywhere close to a 50 million verdict?
No.
what do you think would be reasonable? Like, I mean, I think a 50 million verdict would actually be justified based on the damage that's been done to him,
But he's
Like-
not going to get it.
but there's no way.
Why?
Uh,
Why do you think what do you think? Why do you think that that's a crazy thing to hear when you consider
One, it would be
the
like
money
the
he
highest
makes for movies?
defamation claim ever awarded.
Right. But if you consider, first of all, a lot
Well,
of it
no,
depends
I-
also
I-
on how she comes across. A lot of it depends on how she comes
I think
across.
5 million is a good guess. I think 5 million is a solid amount that would actually be awarded that wouldn't set fucking records. I think it's reasonable.
Where
I
would
think in
you
terms of the
have?
outcome.
Let me ask you this: who has been more harmed by defamatory statements as far as loss of monetary capacity than Johnny Depp? I mean, he went from a guy who was able to bring in 7 to 10, million. What was he making per film? What was he making on the Pirates film? Like 15 million each? What was he making for Grindelwald that got canceled? So think of all the movies that he hasn't been able to make for the last 3 years. You tell me what it is that, you tell me that 5 million would be a fair compensation. I know you both don't
No,
believe that.
It wouldn't be a fair
No,
compensation.
Joe, nobody is saying that. Don't put words in our mouth. I'm going to only
Okay.
put these delicious Korean sun chips in
I
our
don't know.
mouth.
You're putting nuts in
Shout
your
out to
mouth.
these Korean sun chips are fucking fire. They're literally the
Okay.
best flavor ever.
Okay.
But
All right.
that aside, it literally would be so big as to set records and precedent. There isn't precedent for that judgment. It would be set aside. I mean, you'd appeal it. It would literally be set aside.
I think.
Now, does he deserve it?
It's
Yes.
Justified. I think it's really
Yes, it's
justifiable.
justified.
Justified and realistic are two different
But
things.
that means
Joe.
not set aside. That means not set aside if it's justifiable.
Yes.
It's only if it's an
It can be
unjustifiable verdict.
reduced.
Yeah.
On
But
appeal.
what I'm saying is this: if he wins, I do think I would be very disappointed if he wins and he does not get an 8-figure verdict. I
think there's no
Joe,
way he's going to
what
get
are
an
you smoking, man? It's 420, but like, seriously, are you sparking up already, bro? Like,
I'm saying, especially here's the thing. Also, I played on on Sunday night. I went through an hour-long dialogue between Johnny and Amber, and dissected it on my stream. And when you listen to the two of them talk together, he sounds 1,000 times more rational than she does. She sounds like kind of like insane and aggressive. I really am hoping that dialogue comes out, because it seems like they were recording their own conversations for later reference as to what the problems in the relationship are. And there's a lot of relevance in that
that's what
dialogue.
they were doing. That's what he said.
Yeah.
That's what Depp testified to today, that they agreed to record those conversations.
Oh, when you hear it, you're going to see, brother. You're going to see, brother, when you hear that recording, like she goes from like this direction to that direction and screaming, I don't feel trust in this relationship. And he's like, you hit me. What do you want? You're throwing pots, or like she's like, well, you hit me back. He's like, no, I pushed you back. It's like when you're hitting me, I like pushed you back. That's not me joining the fight. Him saying directly, whenever there's physical confrontation, we need distance between us. Whenever you're getting physical, when you're throwing pots and pans or vases or anything you can throw, we need distance. And she's like, no, we don't need distance. Then we need to fight it out together. And it's like, this is not going to play well for the jury. There's no way I can see the jury sympathizing with her. And when you consider if they really get angry at her, and especially if she keeps wearing those Cruella de Vil outfits, and that tight-knit bun of her hair, I'm telling you, I think they're going to be angry at her, and they're going to say, look, this dude has lost tens of millions of dollars from her. because of these ridiculous claims that she made. The real problem he has is that there are ways for her to sneak around the issues as to whether it was technically defamatory. That's the biggest problem, the problems that he has. There's the overall tone that anyone would take reading it, but if you look at the actual statements she made, there are ways to sort of slither around it, which could lead to his being, which is why I think, I'm not saying he's going to be making tens of millions. I think that the chances, unfortunately, are that even though this guy has been destroyed by an evil woman, that the chances are, like, at best 50-50 that he's going to see any recovery. But I think if he does see recovery, I think the damages that he sees could be record-setting for defamation, because he's been defamed more than anyone, other than maybe Donald Trump. And Donald Trump has been defamed by so many people that, like, you know, and one can make a claim that because those defamations had actually helped his bottom line ultimately.
Well, it helped Donald Trump. Well, no, I was going to make a Stormy Daniels joke. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
Come on. There's
No, I
always
was
a
just-
good Avenatti in there.
I was just going to say it helped his bottom line by $350,000.
And she will never pay, so she says.
Yeah. Well, I'll send my lawyers so far up your ass you'll think I was back in there. United
You know, Trump took the back door.
Let me read some of these chats while we're at a break here. United States of Q says, I had no clue how relatable Johnny Depp was to my life. I've been clean off of heroin since 2015. I have since gotten married on July 4th, and I have a 7-month baby boy. I will never take freedom for granted ever again. Much love, bro. Hey, much love back. Congrats on getting that life turned around. Opiates are the Satan. Like it is the life destroyer and the life ender, and the opiate mill in the United States is, I mean, I know your addiction was heroin, but for so many people it's turning into fentanyl, it's turning into oxy, it's turning into the okay opiates to acquire, the justifiable ones, not the illegal drug, but the illegally obtained legal ones. And it's fucking brutal.
Can I just before you get to the next super chat, I just want to point out, I know you keep talking, and I kept laughing about Isaac Birch with his whole she has good teeth thing.
Yeah,
that was funny. And then I looked up Vanessa Paredes and I realized why Isaac was so blown away by the teeth. He's like,
she has terrible teeth. Yeah,
she that's why he saw her teeth. He's like, finally, Johnny, Jesus. I mean, you're Johnny Depp.
she had great teeth.
Why are you going for like a jack-o'-lantern, please?
By the way, are you related to Isaac?
No, but I can tell you that when
He loves his art, though. He's a fan of his art. He's a big fan of his art.
You should dress up as him for Halloween. Like walk
Nice.
around with an easel with some creepy ass drawing on it.
No. He can, but the drawing is LawTube.
But gay cock and up and yum,
Oh.
just in case you're wondering. That
Yeah,
phrase
yeah.
he said,
It's
you know
like
what that means?
take a shit in the sea or something.
Yeah,
like that.
go take.
Yeah.
Gay is in Yiddish. It means go. Kaken means take a dump. Off and yum, off in the rivers or whatever. So it means
Yeah.
It means basically go to hell, go jump in
Yeah.
the lake. So
Get the hell out of here. Lancelot 652 says, was watching the show yesterday, trying to catch up after missing Johnny and Amber. After missing Johnny, and Amber had the biggest bitch face on the whole time. Oh yeah. That's the next part of her look she's got to work on. Since Amber's team is listening to at least some of these YouTube channels and clearly taking advice, because she's been moderating her look a little bit every day.
Yep.
I don't know if it's here. Everybody's saying the same thing. You guys got to soften her face up. I don't
find a
know.
stylish mask. Find a mask. Those masks were great for Ghislaine Maxwell, and she used them to great effect. And there's no reason you can wear a mask whenever you want these days. So I would have given her a mask, because she does have resting bitch face and makes you feel like she's vile. It makes you think she's vile.
It's bad. I think she was trying yesterday. The camera would get on her face for a little bit, and I think she's trying to not look horrid, but she can't help it. She just can't help it. She needs to smile a little bit, or just not.
It's hard. It's hard because you sort of feel like
Yeah.
in a funeral you wouldn't be smiling, and this is a serious situation. She doesn't want to look like she's
Depends
taking
on
it
the
like a
funeral,
joke.
really.
Right. Okay.
Right.
But I'm saying
Depends if
she
you were
doesn't wanna-
invited or not.
she doesn't want to look like she's taking it like it's a joke.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
You know, so like she's got to be. It's a very tough thing, and I think I heard someone say, it might have even been you, Nick, that like it's
It was.
unfair, but it is reality that a
Yeah.
pretty woman is in the most challenging position imaginable because she's constantly drawing eyes. Everyone's even if she wasn't.
Come
even
on,
she
Joe.
wasn't the defendant, she'd be
simp,
drawing
let's
eyes.
not simp too hard. She's taking advantage of that when it's to her advantage, and
Yeah.
now
Oh,
it's to her
of
disadvantage.
course.
So yeah,
Of
let's
course.
not be too with pretty women having.
I'm
the
not being
hardest in the world.
sympathetic,
Okay.
but I'm saying the reality is she is being judged. This is one of the rare times where pretty privilege is a little bit, which is a very real
Yeah.
thing, is
Yes.
is it much more of a challenge.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean she doesn't have the privilege. It just means you have to navigate it expertly. And I don't know that they had a style consultant for her on this trial, and they really
I'm
probably should
damn
have.
sure they do.
He looks
but
like
they
he
just
did
fucked
have a
up.
style consultant because he looks
No, I
like
was talking about for Heard.
Well, I know. I'm saying you can see the
Yeah.
contrast in the way that he just looks as relatable as a Johnny Depp could possibly look.
Yeah.
He looks real. He looks real.
Not a party
I-
loyalist says he's like America's grandpa with stories behind everything. I love listening to him. Just wish it was around a fire while playing his guitar. I imagine she will try to oversell her emotions and cry over everything. I think
That's
that'll go very poorly for her.
It's very flattering. Thank you.
Strum a few chords, Joe. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, are TV remotes a common tool that abusers like to use? I would actually say probably, because they're available, they're close by. You can grab them and throw them. They're not heavy.
Thank you. All right, your next question.
Also, Rontoy is a giant cook.
Mr. Depp, who's Dr. Kipper?
Dr. Kipper is a
I love that Isaac
he's
Baruch,
been my
or I love that
doctor.
Johnny
since-
called him
ever
that
since
weird
I've,
fucker in a text.
met him in
So
I believe
good.
it was that May of 2014 around there in Boston.
And why were you connected with Dr. Kipper?
My sister Christy knew, of course, that I had been addicted to the opiates, and she was concerned, and she brought me his book and talked to me heart to heart and asked me if I would be willing to go through the detox.
And what was your answer?
Yes, of course.
And you mentioned Debbie Lloyd. Can you please explain to the jury who she is?
Oh, Debbie Lloyd is a nurse who my doctor, Dr. Kipper, had assigned to my case to be the to oversee the detox and deliver the medications to me that would help with my with the effects of withdrawal that one goes through, to essentially try and knock you out so that you don't go through the nastiness of the affair.
Withdrawal is so
Did
gross.
Miss Lloyd stay on after the
Oh, it's just
detox
nasty.
process as your nurse?
Yes, she did.
And when you were under Dr. Kipper's care, how often did you see Miss Lloyd?
On location every day. Yes, on location every day. Even when after a year or two, I was still seeing her at least on a bi-weekly basis, 2 to 3 times a week.
When did you start the detox process that you mentioned?
I know that it, I believe it was in August, July or August of 2015, 14.
I just want to say, I bet
Cannot
Amber
remember
hated
the
Debbie Lloyd.
year. 14, I guess.
Yes.
And where did you do this detox process?
Oh, we did the the detox process happened on. I have a place in the Bahamas. I'm never comfortable saying this, but it's an island. Very strange thing to say.
Not
own-
Epstein. Not
I thought
Epstein.
that would be the best place, the most private place where there were no worries of paparazzi or any of that. So it was a place where I could literally be the only.
Yeah, this is a
place
three-way mukbang
where
stream now.
I can have actual anonymity. So I thought that would be the best place to do it.
Who
Also
came
brought
with
to you
you
by
down
Cass.
to the island for the detox?
I always just detox in a Walmart bathroom.
Nurse Debbie Lloyd traveled with me on the plane. Ms. Heard,
He literally is a pirate of the Caribbean.
Oh no.
I believe that was it.
He is the jester of
On the plane
Tortuga.
to go to the island for the detox. I was not bringing security. I was not bringing assistance. In fact, initially, my sister Christy was going to go there to help Ms. Lloyd and the doctor through the detox, which made perfect sense since that the whole thing had been born out of her desire for me to get clean. So initially, it was supposed to be Christy coming in place of Ms. Heard. There was a great part of me that was very uncomfortable with Ms. Heard coming along for that detox because as things could fluctuate very rapidly in our relationship, I was wary that those things would come up during what needed to be a very straight detoxification of these substances. And I was well aware that it was not going to be pleasant. I was well aware that I was going to go through quite a bit of physical changes, physical yes, I was afraid that it would be too much for her, and I also felt that she might be too much for me at the time.
So then why did Ms. Heard come down to the island with you during the detox process?
She insisted. She switched places with Christy.
Could you please describe for the jury, Mr. Depp, what it feels like to go through a detox from opioids?
I would say the best way to describe it is it feels like you're it feels like the inside of you, the very inside of you, is trying to escape the body. So it's it becomes obviously very physical, and so therefore you'll go into a withdrawal would mean that you would go into you'd have immense cramps in your stomach, your muscles would seize, you, my body would shake. Um, the pain is like nothing I've ever experienced before. Part of it was so the best way to explain it. For example, there was a situation that when we were on the island and I was going through the detox, and it was hitting pretty hard at that point. Um, and Ms. Heard had made a deal with Nurse Debbie and Dr. Kipper to stay at their end of the island, and that she would administer the drugs to me, administer the medications that I needed to not go into the, for lack of a better word, these intense, sharp, painful heebie-jeebies. And there was a moment when I could feel my body starting to tense, and I could feel the withdrawals coming on, and they come on
She's
quick.
so dead inside.
And
She's got to soften that
they're
face.
not discreet.
Maybe they should hire someone for her to abuse for a while so she feels good.
They go
my
straight
God.
for the jugular. I mean, like I said, when your receptors are in full bloom and begging for the substance, the drug, the opiates that my body had become used to, these receptors that were being
Hire Jack Murphy.
fed by. There was a moment when it was coming on very fast, and I was sitting on the couch in the little house that we all saw on the island. Miss Heard was at she was in the sort of kitchen area, and she was chopping vegetables, I remember. And I think it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, and the effects of the withdrawals were really coming on. And I said to Miss Heard, I'm going to need the meds now. And she said, she looked at the clock and she said, "It's not time." And I said, no, you don't understand. This is not about clocks and watches.
I'm
and
not a
things.
freaking clock lady.
I'm going into the ship, and it was visible. And I hate saying this, and I hate to have to admit this, but that was, I believe that was about the lowest point in my life. That was the lowest I'd ever felt as a human being, because I had to say, please, may I have the meds, because it's really kicking in. And she was adamant, no, it's not time. It's not time. So in explaining how these withdrawals start to take over your body, when I was begging at that point for the meds. I found that I had sort of rolled off the couch and I was sitting on the floor crying.
Why would she withhold the meds?
And
An arbitrary schedule?
tears streaming down my face, begging another human being to please give me the meds that will take this away. And she would not. She was adamant that, nope, it's not time, 4 o'clock. So the only thing that one can do in that situation is you have to trick the body. You have to manipulate your body out away from those. well,
Mr. Depp,
have
do you
to
remember
trick the
admitting
body
you're a
to get away
manipulator
from
and resort to
the-
trickery?
receptors. So the only thing that one can do is you go straight to the shower and you put it on scalding water and you stand underneath the scalding shower and essentially you're burning the top, your skin is burning from the heat of the water. And what that would do is it would trick the nerves away from the receptors because they had an immediate problem that needed to be dealt with, the nerves. So what it does is the scalding shower would reverse those nerve endings, and they would go up to the top of the skin because there was a problem there. So that's how I was able to bypass those withdrawal symptoms at times. It doesn't fully take them away, but what it does is it tricks your body into thinking that there's something going horribly wrong on top. So it keeps them away from the receptors. After that, I had a conversation with Nurse Debbie and with Dr. Kipper, and I said, I don't believe, I told them that she had denied me the meds when I was in need, and then I told them that I don't think that this is going to work here anymore. I think we have to leave the island, and I need to be, she can't be with me while I'm going through the rest of this detoxification. So I told them we should leave the island.
You shouldn't have an abuser
I
with you at
told-
that point anyway.
I asked
Exactly.
them if they understood what I was doing, and they did. So we went back to Los Angeles, and then I asked Miss Heard if she would please allow me 5 days, 7 days, whatever it took to get finished with the rest of this horrific detox and the pain.
Did Ms. Heard give you that time?
Finally.
She did, reluctantly, yes. I was immediately accused of throwing her out. I was accused of abandoning her. I was accused of
That face is not doing her
appreciating all that she'd
favors.
done to get me to this point where I was, which was
This
kind
got
of an
under her
interesting
skin. She's
argument for
writing
me.
notes.
I begged her, please, can I get a place at the Beverly Hills Hotel? I'll get you and your friends a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where you can all stay together and have a grand old flag. You can have fun, you can do whatever you want, and you don't have to sit around Mr. Shaky. And she wasn't happy about it, but it was very necessary. So she did eventually leave for about five days or so, and I sat in after a few days, I sat in just a metal chair with one song on a loop that I could focus on the lyrics and the power of the song.
What song? What song?
To help me get through it. And even once the effects started to go away, that is the pain, I was
I
still
wanna know
in
what song.
this-
I do. Yeah.
something strange that happens.
You're muted, Joe.
You feel electricity in your body.
We all want to know this song.
You feel
Guess
this
the genre.
electric,
What genre do you think of this?
Rock.
very foreign.
Reggae.
I was thinking reggae too,
You're just sitting there like,
but that could be
Going through
Pirates of the Caribbean.
and I didn't
Affecting
understand
my
what the
judgment on him.
electricity was until
It's the
probably
Michael Bolton
and this
Lonely
lasted
Island mix of Captain Jack Sparrow.
electricity, that feeling,
Baby
lasted
Shark.
months and months. And I finally realized at a certain point what that electricity was, and I was feeling that's what it was. I was actually feeling.
I want to sit down and have a beer with
Eight
him
of-
and just like talk with him about like various random topics.
The
I
drug
don't think he needs any alcohol, Joe.
without the aid of any drugs.
I'm just saying.
I mean,
He seems like a kind of
I
guy
had-
you could really
I
just
had
talk to
refused.
for hours.
with Dr. Kipper and
I think Amber's going to get grading within like an
and
hour.
Amber at the table before she left for the hotel with her friends. I had refused to continue taking the phenobarbital and the lithium. Because to me, it was just another drug in the way. It seemed like it was just another hurdle to get over. And I would rather just get it out of my system now and move forward. Maybe I wouldn't have had the electricity. Maybe I wouldn't have felt as quickly. But I didn't want to take phenobarbital and lithium and Seroquel and Neurontin and all these other things. And the worst of the two, I believed, were the phenobarbital and the lithium.
Yeah, lithium's supposed to be really
I
bad.
went through that.
And so many kids they put on it.
What? Their feed is fucking up again.
Who's it, Sky?
Yeah, I'm switching it.
More like scat.
Johnny Depp is not actually currently having a seizure.
It was indeed successful. Yes, it was indeed successful. And as I said, this newfound, well, this electricity was kind of jarring, and
1 second.
I suddenly felt this energy, and like I said, I realized what was actually happening was I was simply feeling things without being provided anything to really numb it. So I was feeling for the first time in many years. There was nothing to cover or to hide or to suppress the feelings. It was just me and that electricity that I got to know as what actually feeling was like in many years.
Mr. Depp, how long were you with Miss Heard before the two of you got married?
Too long, man. The warning signs seemed to be there long before the marriage.
Yep. The sense I got was that he married her to chill her out, that he was never going to go
4
away,
years maybe.
which is, and they thought it would change her.
2012 or 13
judgment.
to
That's the classic mistake.
2000,
You're not fixing her.
You're not breaking that horse.
February 3rd, I believe, 2016.
And where was that wedding?
Excuse me. That since my mother, my mom Betty Sue, who by this time in her life had mellowed quite a bit, and she'd been through a number of illnesses. Since my mom was ill, and one doctor had told me that she had no more than 3 months. I went to Missouri, and we knew we were going to do something on the island, but I decided, or asked her, and we both agreed that her parents would come to my mom's house so that my mom could witness the wedding and be there and all that. So yeah, we held it at my mom's house for that reason. So there was my children were there, Ms. Hurd's family and friends, and so that was, yes, February 3rd, 2016.
And is that the ceremony that you mentioned or the
Oh, no.
celebration on the
Was
island?
it 15? I don't know. Sorry. I'm sorry. What was your question?
I said, is the date that you just mentioned, is that the actual ceremony or is that the date that you celebrated on the island?
No, the actual ceremony, the actual wedding that goes down on paper was February 3rd at my mom's, at Betty Sue's house, and then we all immediately left for the island for the well, the dream wedding, I guess.
Whose idea was it to get married at that time?
Well, I had proposed to Ms. Hurd a couple of years before, I believe, and so we talked occasionally about when would be the right time in terms of between schedules and how could we make this so that we could actually have a wedding and a honeymoon and then go on to do the work. At first, my sister Christy was handling all of the details and things that, for example, that Miss Hurd wanted for the wedding, and what she and Raquel had decided that they were going to design, or what the wedding was going to be like. At a certain point, Miss Hurd was getting very, very. She started to get very upset with Christy, my sister, and accused me and Christy of trying to slow the process.
Were you trying to slow the process?
No, I wasn't
Stretch it out.
trying to slow.
Neck
the
gets real stiff
process,
sitting
but
for
what I couldn't understand was
9 hours a day.
This is going to be days of testimony and cross.
when Miss Hurd
This
suddenly
pace.
heard her friend
Yep.
Raquel Pennington had decided to take all that away from my sister, and then they they jumped in and made
Objection,
sure
Your
that
Honor. Testimony about what Ms. Pennington had decided is hearsay.
We can move on.
All
from
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Finally, someone's there watching
that.
this
Directing
besides
you to
us.
The celebration on the island. Who was invited to that celebration?
close friends, family, obviously, my father, my dad came,
It's like objections can't really rattle someone if you do them once every
son
8
was there.
hours of individual testimony.
He was
Yeah.
my best friend.
The idea is to disrupt the
My
flow
daughter-
on a regular basis.
But his flow is
Yeah.
just like
I'm
going to
not-
be the same no matter
I'm-
what. Like it's
Should be
not going to
objecting
really.
to
Michigan,
should be objecting to relevant, subjective narrative
particularly
over and
great
over again.
friends.
He's like way too comfortable in
For
that
a
box and just knocking one question after another out of the park.
There were a number of Ms. Heard's friends and her family. So I'd say all in all, maybe there were, seems like there could have been no more than 20 people, 25 people, maybe.
Was there any alcohol served at the wedding?
Yes, there was alcohol served at
No
the wedding.
shit.
There was champagne. There was all the accoutrements. And then,
Accoutrement.
yes,
Non-alcoholic weddings should be illegal.
Anyone ingesting any illegal drugs at the wedding?
yes.
At a dry wedding.
Who was doing that?
Get wrecked.
Well, there was a schedule that was written out and printed out and sent out, so that everyone would know exactly the time that everything would happen. And on that sheet, the schedule, there was like some kind of rehearsal type thing. There was also there was a great dilemma in who was going to be who. That's where the
The bride and the groom. I thought you
argument
figured that
between-
out.
I don't know. Have you seen those
and,
suits?
It's true. She is an
Ayatollah
elbow.
Wright.
Mr. Depp, who did you observe taking drugs at the wedding?
I think Amber was
a
the
number of
top.
people were taking MDMA. As I said, the list, there was after the wedding, there was a
Just dropping ecstasy at your own
dinner,
wedding.
dancing, and
No, he said other people were.
Oh, other people.
on
Yeah,
the-
no shit. Come on.
the
Like how many?
schedule,
Come on. He's being honest.
that came from Ms. Heard and Ms. Pennington. So Amber, Raquel, a couple of friends of mine, Savannah, her assistant, Tillett Wright, all of her gang were all partaking of the MDMA.
What if any MDMA did? What if any drugs did you take that day?
Again, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't know how much MDMA they had, but for me, that was for me to have taken MDMA would have been a waste of the drug. If you understand what I mean, it would have been essentially taking someone else's high, because it wouldn't have an effect on me.
So
did-
how many drugs did you actually take that day?
The day of our wedding,
Yes.
I smoked marijuana, and I don't remember drinking. I don't remember if that I was drinking then. This was right. This was right before she was going to London to do, I believe, London Fields, and I was going off to Australia to do Pirates 5. I'm pretty positive at that point I wasn't partaking of alcohol. My drug of choice is or was, and it is marijuana.
Do you have a prescription?
That's all I. That was.
It's in
fine
LA.
for me.
Everybody does.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
When
So,
you and
so
Mr.
dipping into a little tiny.
so why
bag
even
with,
mention that?
You know, licking your finger and dipping into a little tiny communal bag of MDMA. It wasn't gonna. It was pointless for me.
When you and Miss Heard got married, did you have a prenuptial agreement in place?
No, we did not. No.
And why not?
Big fuck up.
Yeah, because they didn't have good lawyers.
There always seemed to be some reason or another why she wouldn't discuss it, or if we
Like
did discuss
650 million
it, it
reasons.
became an issue that would turn into a
Yep.
would springboard into unpleasantness and then arguments.
That's your red flag right there.
Yep.
It's a
And
massive red flag.
then it was also too late. At a certain point, it was just too late.
It would be
then
duress at a certain
the
point.
idea of a post-nup agreement was brought up to Miss Heard, and that was in Australia. That was
Never gonna happen.
Nope.
the
Already
beginning
got
of,
that bag.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you didn't get a prenup, you're fucked.
Well, let's
Fight.
talk about Australia then. But first of all, why
Crikey.
were you in Australia?
I was working on Pirates of the Caribbean 5.
And who from your team was with you in Australia?
Jerry Judge, Malcolm Connolly, Nathan Holmes, Stephen Duders, Keenan Wyatt.
Prenups are not always rejected in California. This is a myth. Prenups are very, very effective 99% of the time, as long as it's a well-drafted prenup.
And yeah.
That's the point right there. Not
Was
one
Miss
off of
Lloyd
legal
in
Zoom that you think
Australia
is going to
with you as
work.
well?
Oh yes, sorry, yes, Miss Lloyd, Miss Lloyd.
And
traveled
I'm
with
sure
us.
he would have great attorneys handling it for
And
him.
did Dr. Kipper come down to
Exactly.
Australia at any point?
Yeah, that's where you don't skimp on a
Yeah.
lawyer when it comes to your prenup.
It came down a bit later.
BS, Nick.
Um,
Okay, sure.
Mr. Wyatt testified yesterday that he observed
You're
you
right.
have a meeting with Sean Bailey in Australia. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And could you please tell the jury who Sean Bailey is?
Sean Bailey. At that time was, I believe he was the number 3, the number 3 man at Disney in terms of hierarchy. He was upper echelon Disney, so he was under Bob Iger, and initially
Did I
under
get a
Dick
prenup?
Cook, who was
No.
removed from Disney
I had nothing to
for
protect.
some reason.
Broke as
So,
shit.
yes, he was number 3 man at Disney.
And why were you having a discussion with Mr. Bailey?
The discussions that I was having with Mr. Bailey, with Sean Bailey, were they had to do with, well, as I think we've established, I have always, from the beginning of that series of films, I had always rewritten my characters' words and jokes, if you will, and situational comedy and things that I would add. And Mr. Bailey was very complimentary about some of the things that I'd done. He'd come over to me laughing after a
Objection
take.
called for hearsay.
Your Honor, this is just discussing
He
generally what they were
can't
talking
call for
about.
He
hearsay.
was getting specific. I'll sustain that if you want to continue. That's fine.
Call for hearsay is a question that calls for a
Mr. Depp,
hearsay
was Ms.
answer.
Heard in Australia with you?
He's about to say something
She
hearsay
came
isn't
a
calling
little
for
later,
hearsay.
yes.
Do you recall when she came down?
I don't recall. Well, no, I do recall. It was March. It was March.
And what happened when Miss Heard came to visit you in Australia?
Fingers went flying.
Ms. Heard was upset because, as I stated earlier, as it was too late for a prenup agreement, there was discussion of post-nup agreement. And I had called my lawyer at the time and asked him if he could have one of his lawyers sit down with Ms. Heard and give her a basic rundown of what a postnuptial agreement meant, and I was told that they showed her.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is what something he asked an attorney. It's not a statement of fact that's being offered for its truth.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
What did Miss Heard tell you she was upset about when she arrived in Australia?
Ms. Heard told me that the attorney that she met with was rude and dismissive.
Big surprise. That's what you thought.
Oh, hold on.
All she was being shown was an example of a postnuptial agreement. Ms. Heard then stated to me that she was very upset. She stated to me that what she had said was, she said to the lawyer, the woman, that this Johnny can't, he must not, he doesn't know about this. He's never seen, he doesn't know that this is what this is. No way he would agree to this. And what Ms. Heard then expressed to me was that the lawyer, the woman, had laughed at her and said, "Oh, he knows. Yes, he knows everything,"
It's projection. Such projection by Amber Heard.
which sent her into a tailspin.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time she arrived in Australia, that was
The fists
sunk
were ready to
deep
fly.
into her psyche. I mean, so much so that what really surprised me was that she kept saying, "I'm not even in your will. I'm not even in your will."
And I was like, dude, I have a
I thought
trust.
that was an odd thing to say.
Exactly.
That is a weird thing to say. Like, she's so consumed with his money.
I don't think
Exactly.
anybody had time to change wills or anything of that nature.
Because
You weren't married yet.
Yeah, you got married so fast too.
Just didn't-
I think
it
they
felt
were. It was a post-nup, right? So they were married.
wrong, and she could not let go of the fact.
No, this is the
that,
prenup.
No, I think
I
this is the
was
post-nup.
in on
This right now is supposed to.
post-nup
Oh, okay.
agreement, and that I was trying to trick her into essentially getting nothing if something were to happen.
And
See,
how
at
did
this
you
point,
respond to
how
this
do you not
letter?
realize you're fucked at this point?
So I just told her those are not my intentions, you know. And at a certain point, you don't know what to do. I mean, the person is telling you, she's telling you, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, and
Man.
I
I'm like,
can't
should
speak
I?
Well, you are
without
married.
legal documents. I can't speak legalese. I can't explain.
What did she end up taking?
All I could
What did she
do
end up
was
taking from him?
try to
divorce
calm her
settlement, you know?
down and say that I
don't
was
know.
not out to screw her over or put her in a position that was uncomfortable.
Did that work?
These were stock, normal things to do. It did not work. No, it escalated and escalated and turned into madness, chaos,
Can you
I love
please
it.
violence.
can you please describe that chaos and violence?
His words are great. His word choice.
True. Good call.
Yes, she was irate. She was irate and she was possessed. And when I tried to remove myself as I normally would from a situation, and that is to say, you know, as she's hammering me with sort of brutal words and you know, I don't, pardon my language, but I remember that it wasn't nice sort of being called an ass kisser to lawyers or a pussy that didn't fight for her or stand up for her.
You're adversarial in this process, sweet cheeks.
I, again, tried to remove myself from the situation, but to no avail. As I literally, the house that they had rented for me in Australia was quite a large place. It was quite a bit of a labyrinth, you know, and a lot of rooms, a lot of extra rooms. So I would go to, well, I'll just cut to the chase. I think that I ended up locking myself in about at least 9 bedrooms, bathrooms that day, as she was banging on the doors and screaming obscenities and wanting to have a physical altercation.
What an absolute
So
treat
how
of
did
a
it come to
person.
be that your finger became injured?
Oh, here we go.
There was at one point where I'd stayed in one of the, sitting on a bathroom floor, door locked. She's banging away, screaming, blah, blah, blah. And then suddenly she stopped and I could hear her walk away. I could hear her sort of receding into the distance, if you will. And I you know, yes, yes, it became very emotional because you can't win for losing. There was nothing I could do to make her understand that I had, if that lawyer had in fact done that, and I did call my lawyer at the time, Jake Bloom, and I had him get these people on the phone. And I'm ashamed to say that I had taken, at that point when I was on the phone with him, I had taken Miss Heard's words to heart.
White knighted for her.
And,
You white knighted for her.
And I laid out a ration of
Profanity.
I was very upset that she was pushed to that limit.
He yelled at his lawyers.
Right.
You've all
Believe
seen
it.
it.
Wow.
And in fact, none of it had happened.
I've been on the receiving
So,
end of a couple of those calls.
It was all getting
Where a client
confusing.
does a 180 on you and starts yelling at you.
And I've been sober for
And you just put up with it.
many months from alcohol and substances, aside from the marijuana. And I left the place, the room that I was hiding in, or not hiding, locked myself into. And I went downstairs in the house. Downstairs in the house, as soon as you walk in the house, you can go upstairs or downstairs. Downstairs, there was a sort of a rec area, pool table and such. And there was a bar. And I was a mess. I was a wreck.
This is a question about how his finger got cut.
I just didn't
Yeah.
understand
It's a
why
little
He's getting there.
annoying.
all this was happening. So I went behind the bar.
He's got to lay out why she threw a bottle of
that was
vodka
there
at him.
and a shot
Mhm.
glass, and sat at the bar.
Because he was drinking
She
the
was
bottle of
nowhere
vodka.
around. And I
He's not
poured
allowed liquor,
myself
only her.
2 or 3 stiff shots of the vodka. First taste of alcohol I'd had in a long time. And then she came down to the bar and found me there. And of course started screaming, "Oh, you're drinking again, the monster."
Oh,
and all
man.
that.
Everybody knows that. Everybody
Yep.
knows that.
She walked up to me and reached.
And I responded,
grabbed
nag, nag, nag,
a
nag.
bottle of vodka. And then just kind of stood back and then hurled it at me. And it just went right past my head and smashed behind me. So I stood up and I walked behind the bar, and there was a larger bottle of vodka, the kind with the handle,
Nice.
on
He
it.
got a handle. Johnny took the handle.
Grabbed that, and I went and I sat in my seat again. I opened the bottle and I poured myself a shot, drank it. Miss Heard was flinging insults left, right, and center, and she then grabbed that bottle and threw that at me. And the way that the bar was situated and where Miss Heard was, so if I could show you, so if this is the bar,
Oh, this is good.
glass was, and the bottles, if this was the bar and I'm sitting here like this, she would grab the bottle and she would go there. She went there. And so I was leaning like this in the chair, looking at her. First bottle went, then I got the other bottle, shot, takes the second bottle, which is the larger one. I'm in this position again, and my hand is on the edge of the bar.
Oh my God, no.
I can see
leaning
it.
over the fingers
Oh fuck.
like that, and she threw the large bottle, and it made contact and shattered everywhere.
Oh,
And I honestly didn't feel the pain.
But she's human.
at
She
first
throws
of all.
things.
I felt no
You know,
pain
she gets
whatsoever.
agitated. She's
What
human.
I felt was, I felt heat. I felt heat, and I felt as if something were.
This is after he caved and did a 180 on the post-nuptial.
And
She's
then
throwing things at him for drinking.
I looked down and realized that the tip of my finger had been severed.
He didn't realize
And,
it.
Shock,
I
man.
was looking directly at
Shock and vodka.
my bones sticking out,
Oh, shit.
and the
Oh fuck.
the meaty portion of the inside of your finger, and blood was just pouring out, and at that point, I think that I went into some sort of.
You did.
I don't
Yep.
know what a nervous breakdown feels like. But
Yep.
that's probably the closest that I've ever been. Nothing made sense. And I knew in my mind and in my heart, this is not life. This is not life. No one should have to go through this. And as I said, this feeling of being in the middle of some sort of nervous breakdown, I started.
This is Act 2 of Scarface.
I wonder if they have pictures.
My blood, in my own blood, on the walls.
Writing with your own blood.
Little reminders from our past that essentially represented lies that she had told me and lies that I had caught her in. And then the next thing, amongst all the madness, I would again hide in the bathroom or wherever, and I texted Dr. Kipper and I said, "You might want to come."
I think her
over.
lawyer passed her note and said, "Have an emotion
I've
here."
got my finger
Yep.
up.
Yep.
Which finger was cut, Mr. Depp?
Look at her. She's
She's writing. He's writing. The lawyer's writing on to her.
It's the funny looking one. It's the middle finger here. You can see you can see all the
The nub.
sort of
It's got a nub.
the from the initial wound. All these bones up here were crushed.
if only she were a better actor, she
and it
could have
looked
cried
like
there.
It looked like Vesuvius. And,
Like Vesuvius.
Oh, Vesuvius.
this
Word of the day.
finger now is so that because of not having use of the tip here, this is basically arthritis that kicks into the joint once that upper part of the finger is mangled.
So is that the right middle finger?
Right middle, yes.
And is that your
Can you
dominant?
show it to Amber?
Yes, it is.
Can you show the right middle finger to Amber right now, please?
Mr. Depp, after Miss Heard threw the vodka bottle at you and severed your finger,
Severed.
what, if anything, did she say when she saw the injury?
You would lose a finger, you pussy.
Oh, don't be such a baby.
You little bitch.
I don't recall anything, but just it was almost like white noise, just someone yelling. It was just a high pitched
Which might have been me.
attack of insults. It was just jumbled words to me in a very high frequency, and I was in a bit of shock. I was in shock.
You mentioned that you
Amber's
reached out
crying
to
for her
her.
career.
Did you receive medical attention after that?
You think she's going to give a
Yes,
whole different version as to how his finger got cut?
Jerry
She
Judge,
has to.
Malcolm Connolly. I believe Debbie Lloyd was there.
And the
Yes,
doctor's
Debbie
notes
Lloyd
say
was
he
there.
cut his finger. She's going to play into that narrative.
She didn't play into it before, though.
And
She had a chance to
We'll
do
know.
that. She didn't played that narrative. It was
Right,
weird. That
well-
that's what she should have done.
Ben King he's essentially he's a house sort of an estate manager, and we worked together in London a few times, and he's a wonderful guy. So I brought Ben along to Australia to manage everything. He's very good and very nice. And then there was also I mentioned Malcolm and Jerry. Yeah, they were there as well.
Which, if any, of the medical professionals that you saw that day did you tell what happened to your finger?
When Malcolm and Dr. Kip, when they took me to first we went to Malcolm's apartment where he was staying while we were shooting the film, and tried to clean my hand because I had worked the day before, and obviously when you're playing pirate, Captain Jack or whatever, you're covered. They paint with alcohol, with rubbing alcohol. They paint dirt all into your hands and into your face and everything. So they were worried about getting my finger clean, so they tried doing that at Malcolm's, and then Kipper said, "No, we got to get to emergency room, and we've got to get hold of the tip of his finger."
Yep.
We went to the emergency room. The doctor asked me what happened, and I lied to him. I said that I had smashed it in these large accordion doors, that it got caught in the accordion doors.
Why would you lie about that?
He's
I
getting in
lied
front
because
of
I did not,
the post.
I didn't feel, I didn't want to disclose that it was,
That I was being abused.
what it was. I didn't want to disclose that it had been,
Domestic violence. Say domestic
I
violence.
I didn't want
Amber.
to disclose that it had been misheard, that it had thrown a vodka bottle at me and then took
Bless
my
you.
finger off. I didn't want to get her in trouble. I didn't want to, I tried to just keep things as copacetic and as easy as possible for everyone. I did not want to put her name in that mix.
He's protecting her.
Did you tell Dr. Kipper what had actually happened to your finger?
Yes.
After you returned from the hospital, where did you go?
I went to Malcolm Connolly's apartment and slept on his couch.
And to the extent that you know, where was Miss Heard during this time?
Ms. Heard was, I wasn't there, but I had, it was clear that she had to, she needed to leave. And I'd asked them to get her on a flight from Melbourne or Sydney or wherever back to Los Angeles.
Why did you ask for that?
I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to have any more arguments. I was, for all intents and purposes, I was just done.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you a picture. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 145.
Picture of the finger.
Faust IXV says, I had a girlfriend like.
What is this a picture
Oh,
of?
shit.
That is, that's me in the emergency room.
Those glasses are really
The,
cool.
I see a detail that I'd forgotten.
The cigarette burn
Which
on
is
my
the-
face.
Ms. Hurd had taken my cigarette from the ashtray and stomped it out in my face here.
Do you
That's
mark
some
on
gangster
the
shit.
Screen where you see that?
It's literally
Right.
torture.
Yes.
Above that green dot.
It's like Hanoi Hilton level.
Do you know who took this picture?
I do not know.
Can we please publish this to the jury?
Do you want me to enter into evidence?
Yes, please.
Can we
Objection.
please publish this?
All right, 145 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
Objection.
No, they're not going to object to it.
Nah, they can't.
Ooh,
And so,
That finger,
Mr.
man.
Depp, now that the jury
I
can
know,
see the photograph, can you again explain what that green dot is identifying?
Just above the, well, just above the green dot is a wound from Ms. Hurd taking my cigarette, and this is after the finger had gone away. And she stubbed it out in my face. In my arm.
After
After-
it's been chopped off.
It's an and one. The cigarette was an and one.
what the hell's wrong with this woman?
Result
She's a
of that.
fucking psycho.
That's a psycho.
Take this down, and I'd like to show you, Mr. Depp, Plaintiff's Exhibit 144.
Yep. It's,
What is this a picture of, Mr. Depp?
My face.
the remains of my finger.
Oof.
He didn't talk about how they had to look for the
Shortly after
fingertip,
you were
which is an
injured.
important thing to verify his
I
story.
believe this was taken at the emergency room, I'd imagine.
I'd move to add this into evidence, but I'd like to also warn the jury and the people in the
All right,
audience that this is a very graphic picture.
all right. Any
Sweet.
objection?
Can't wait. Let's do it.
All right, 145.
Publish that shit. Let's see the meat, boys. Oh,
Oh, boy.
Thank you.
Oh, God. Oh, fuck that.
Oh,
Oh.
that's not a sliding door, baby. That's more.
That's not a knife.
After the emergency room,
Oof.
the following day, I was sent to they'd found a surgeon in Australia,
Crikey.
so that I could go. They wanted me to take have X-rays taken and all that. So we went to that doctor, the finger surgeon, and he asked me what happened to my finger, and I again lied, and I stuck to the story that it was smashed in a large accordion door.
Dad doesn't chop off a finger
And-
like that, man.
No.
He looked at me as if I were
Yeah.
lying,
Yeah.
Because you were.
and
I
the
suppose
next thing I heard was,
because I was.
"Sir, that is a wound of velocity." And
Your Honor, this is a communication in the context of medical treatment.
Yeah.
The objection. Moving on.
What?
What?
Sustained it. They sustained it.
So Mr.
You've already
Depp,
said it though.
this was
so.
a surgeon you saw in Australia.
Yes.
They should move to strike.
When did you return to Los Angeles after seeing that surgeon?
I believe it was probably the next day, where might have been Kipper or someone who had hooked me up with a wonderful, a great expert in reconstruction of hands, fingers, digits, whatever.
He did bob it.
So I went to see.
By the way, it also
surgeon,
wasn't
and,
being used to prove the truth of the matter
We prepped for surgery
on that hearsay objection.
pretty quickly.
They didn't push back enough, Nick.
They never do.
And what type of surgery did you have on your finger?
I haven't really loved his attorneys that much. There's not that
Not
much.
on objections.
The
Yeah,
majority.
they're still better
of
looking than the
this
Ambers.
was all.
I'm that guy.
And essentially, to some degree, hollowed out, if you will, because the bone had shattered, and then there was the bone that was sticking out down there. So he had to do a skin graft from this part of my hand, and graft it onto my finger, to give me a finger again.
Anything else that was done to your finger to stabilize it?
I don't think it was initially that they put the pin in.
As you
think
push
the
back on the
pin
objection
feels like the pin
before the
came-
judge sustains it.
Yep.
During the explanations that they're
Later.
not
I
giving.
can't- I'm not sure, but you just, I had to go after the surgery. It was bandaged up, and they give you all kinds of things on what to do, what not to do, keep it elevated or this or that, and I just walked away with.
She did give him a chance that time. Her answer was, it's a medical thing. Needs to
middle
give
finger.
a better explanation.
It was all wrapped up to like this, and then, medicated. They've given me shots in there and such.
How long did you wear that bandage that you just described?
Well, the bandage was from the time of the surgery all the way through the remainder of finishing Pirates of the Caribbean, which was, I think I finished, the injury took place in March. Finished Pirates of the Caribbean 5, I believe, in August, beginning of August, end of July.
And you
So
had
there
the-
was a bandage on it the whole time. What I had to do was wear, because of, there's a special effects trick that they had planned. Basically, whatever bandage I had on, as long as they could, they would put more little green dots, for example, on the splint and the finger and all that, and the bandages, so that in post-production they could use what's called computer-generated imagery, CGI, to erase the bandage and replace it with a normal finger.
That's a
That's how
lot
we
of
finished the
work
film.
and money. for that.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 61. And If we could scroll to the second picture or third. Can you keep going? One more, please. Another. Sorry, this is a
White
series of
blonde chicks
pictures.
just should really not wear yellow.
To spare
It does
everyone
not look good.
to the immediate injury again. This was one right here. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's reflected in this picture?
This was taken in the surgeon's office, where I'd go in occasionally. Well, I had to go in every couple of few days to have it checked out for infections and such. And so the finger, non-finger, was wrapped quite heavily, and there was this medicated, kind of greasy medicated thing on top of the wound itself. And this, I believe, seems like when the pin was in here, and the wrapping is, the bandage is, well, I had my choice, and I thought, well, may as well take the kitty bandages, dinosaurs and hearts and unicorns. As I said, at least have some humor to deflect the pain.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Plaintiff's Exhibit 61 into evidence.
Do you want the whole exhibit or just this picture?
If we could publish the whole exhibit.
You want the whole picture, the
Yes.
whole exhibit? Any objection to 61?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 61, but you just want to publish this part of
Yes.
61? Okay, thank you.
So that's what I was saying she should have done. Nice.
Oh, nice.
So how long after your injury was this picture
That's
taken?
funny.
After the initial injury,
Yes.
I'd say no more than, it would seem to me, no more than 5 days, a week.
And how long was this bandage on your hand for?
Well, I was wearing bandages all the way up until I finished the film, and then yeah, up through August for sure, and then beyond, I had to keep it. I had to keep it covered. I had to keep it protected.
Do you recall how long after the injury that how long after the surgery the pins were removed from your finger?
I would say maybe, I think it was about 2 or 3 days, because I remember that there was maybe more, but I just remember that the pain seemed to be getting worse and worse.
Yeah, he
Debbie would
gets
rate it,
infected.
from is this an 8 out of 10? Is this a 3 out of 10? That kind of thing. At a certain point, it
Was it
became
12?
kind of a 12 out of 10,
Hey, look at that.
because
Yeah, good one. Go on, Joe.
it felt hot, very, very, very hot, and it felt there was throbbing. It was like it was throbbing, and the pin.
Yeah,
in
he got
there,
MRSA, chat.
it was like I could feel the pin in there. So we called the surgeon. I called the surgeon, told him. Actually, I think it might have been Debbie Lloyd. Actually, they called, but I knew I had to see the surgeon again because something felt very wrong, and I went there, and he removed all the bandages, and he found that that my finger was indeed infected, and that I had contracted MRSA, MRSA, which is like I believe it's like the flesh-eating disease or something. But it was a pretty It was a pretty grotesque sight. After with the pin in and what they had to do to save it.
Mr. Depp, while your finger was injured and healing, did you ever take any opiates during that time?
No, ma'am. No more.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears, so if
All right,
it makes
we can
sense to
do
take our lunch break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's
Oh,
go ahead and
thank
take
God.
our
Oh, for lunch
Yeah.
after the finger?
back at 2:00. Just make sure you do not discuss the case and do not.
We have finger sandwiches for lunch?
See you at
Be careful with your knives, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't think a plastic knife could cut off a finger, but I also didn't think a vodka bottle could.
And now
I'll tell you.
I think an accordion door could.
So that's what was interesting is that like he told the doctor a false story, and then Amber basically rejected the doctor's
Search
reports and
and
came up with a third
testify.
story.
That's your testimony with your attorneys or with anybody else.
Because-
Okay? All right, see everybody at 2? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This has got to be nice for Johnny while he's testifying. This is the first time since the UK trial that he hasn't had to talk to his attorneys. Gets a break from those assholes.
Now, if he had just gotten a prenup, he never would have gone through this whole thing. Because it was only after trying to get a post-nup that he went through this.
Yeah, but she delayed out that prenup too.
Yeah, well,
There's always something. Remember,
He was
there's
a sucker.
always something. We're just so busy. Just can't get it arranged. Oh, shucks. I forgot to go into the lawyer's office this month. Like, I'll have
No,
him come
I
out
think-
here.
I think the thing it was the female lawyer talking to her. I think that's what you really got a problem with.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's what set her off.
Yeah, with the female lawyer laughing like, oh, he knows. As if like, there's like a secret conversation between me and Johnny.
And another girl is closer than her, and that would trigger her like nothing else. Because I mean, she's just so controlling and egomaniacal. That's it. R.I.P. But I mean, that's what happens when you rush into a relationship and you rush into a marriage. I mean, this is like key for red flags and how they manifest quickly after a marriage.
Yeah. Well, but I think the signs were there before. I mean,
No, they were there before, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't vet it.
I think perhaps on a subconscious level, people say that like if you have a troubled childhood too frequently, you'll try to like find the same type
Yes.
of misery in your marriage. It sort of like becomes a cycle of life for you.
Well, it's actually you're trying to heal that hurt. So like that hurt happened from your childhood and you're trying to heal that in your personal life. You're trying to like go through that and correct it. But the thing is, it's broken for a reason and you can't save it or fix it. So you're not going to be able to like actually fix that. But that is generally the theory.
Or it could also be that you're trying to sort of find validation from a relationship that was frustrating in your childhood by finding someone who's similar and finding validation through that person. But the problem is that similar person is also psycho.
That's the
so
point.
it's like
That's
like
point.
you failed with the first psycho. Now it's like you sort of identifying subconsciously. This is a similar type of psycho. I'm going to earn my validation through her.
Right.
And you're not recognizing that the problem is not you. It's that these people you're finding around you are psycho.
This is why having a secure childhood and having a family that is intact and good and liking each other is so important.
Oh, absolutely. It's crazy the lingering damage of abuse, of neglect, of things like that, of unstable family environments, because it perpetuates and precipitates to the next generation very, very frequently. This is learned behaviors, and it's a return to security, right? For the abused. It sounds weird, but that's the life they know and understand. They don't automatically process that they should be recoiling from it at every single instance. And there are a lot of warning signs with this chick. I mean, there were some, and when you're as old as he was getting into the relationship too, whoa, fucking court.
What is that?
God, there's the court.
I assume the
Okay.
chat will be blaming me for that.
That was
because
that
whenever
was,
there's-
That was
well, it is
Joe.
still your fault. It is still your fault.
That was Joe's phone and headphones right up next to his microphone causing it. Look, I was trying to protect him like Johnny was trying to protect Amber Heard, so I lied at first.
You
can't-
son of a bitch!
I can imagine Joe with a blonde wig. It would look so great in yellow. Oh,
yeah.
my gosh, that's his color.
That's next curl.
That's his color on an
So-
Israeli beach.
The someone in the chat mentioned, what did Johnny Depp say about truth right before he admitted that he lied to the doctor? And that's the risk of talking about truth, is now they get to say, well, you admitted you lied to the doctor, but they have a double-edged sword there, because if he lied to the doctor, the truth was that his hand was cut off by Amber Heard. So it's, if they want to sit there,
but I lied for her. That's not terrible. That's really not so bad.
Yeah. And let them probe that if they want. So you lied to your doctor. Yes, I lied because it was actually Miss Heard who chopped off my finger by throwing a vodka bottle at it. And then she put a cigarette out on my face. That happened too.
Yeah.
Like you
After he's bleeding,
he's
bleeding out. He's
But
bleeding
Joe,
out, and he's probably like, you picture him laying on the ground, and she's like, and take that.
And he didn't emphasize that. He should have like gone into that. Like,
He's like, I forgot about that.
She followed up with a cigarette. Like,
it reminds me of have you seen Kiss Kiss? You seen Kiss Kiss Bang Bang?
Yes, good movie. Good movie.
When he gets his finger in the door, and it's like, oh, you're just like,
I
oh,
can't.
oh, and just the way he acts after that. So I picture Johnny Depp acting like Robert Downey Jr. there, and then her walking up and go like grabbing a cigarette just right on his face too. It's like, oh God, as his finger is fountaining blood all over the place.
Whoa.
And you know what's funny too, because of her personality and probably what she does is she goes in these violent rages, she goes in these fits, and then immediately afterwards, she's super sweet, probably very sexual with him, probably all this, she probably does that back and forth, which is what gets you in that trap of this person who's super sweet and very sexual, especially emphasis on the sexual, and then super violent, super crazy, super abusive. I mean, it's a very toxic cycle. And that's very much what I'm sure he was stuck in with Amber.
I need to wrap out of here because I got to take care of family for like the afternoon. I want to ask you guys: do you think that it was I was disappointed in Depp's attorneys for failing to elicit from him the fact that they actually had to search for the tip of his finger, because these other explanations as to how his finger, whether his finger got cut or with a knife or whether it's an elevator or whatever, accordion doors. If those had been true, you wouldn't need to look for the fingertip. It's only when the fingertip is lost because something was hurled at it that you sort of don't know where the fingertip is. It can like fly off. So I think that was an important detail for them to elicit. He mentioned finding the fingertip, but he could have gone on a little bit more detail about how they had to look for it in order to help strengthen his version of events.
A previous witness talked about it. Two previous witnesses talked about searching for the finger, and then they identified the person who found it was the cook. A guy named, I think, Greg or something.
But he didn't bring up that fact at all, did he? I mean,
Johnny did not.
Johnny,
in passing, he goes, after we found the fingertip, we went to the hospital.
Okay.
That's how he said it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I agree. I think they should have spent more time on it. Because time is of the essence, they're trying to get things clean, but maybe I don't know, maybe they just decided they didn't need it.
Or maybe his brain was fried also because of the white noise, because he's in the middle of bleeding out, and he's like, he doesn't really register what happened in detail. So maybe that's the reason they got it from other witnesses.
So real quick, I want to talk about the objections thing, because I think I saw some confusion in the chat. Here's how the objection process works. Objection, reason. And the judge says, okay, and then looks at the other party. The other party has to give a counter reason. That is their time to push back on the objection. That's what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So in the most recent one, he said that the doctor said that's an injury of velocities. They object, hearsay. That's an out of court statement being offered to prove the truth of the matter. First of all, I don't think it was being offered to prove that it was an injury of velocity. I think it was being proved, offered to show that the doctor didn't even believe what he said. Because he's talking about the lie.
Why would that be relevant? What's
Because
relevant? What's really relevant for the purpose of this case is whether or not it was an injury of velocity.
Maybe, but I think maybe that just the whole idea that he's protecting someone. But either way, what you do in that situation is they get the chance to push back, and she just says it was medical. It was a statement in the course of providing medicine, which should have actually overruled the objection. Frankly, like that should have overruled the objection. That is an exception to hearsay.
Is that I haven't looked at? It's not something that comes up frequently in my
in your
contractual
practice, man.
litigations. Yeah, as far
Yeah,
as
no,
medical
I looked
exception
up the
hearsay.
Virginia rules of evidence because someone had asked about exceptions to hearsay, and medical, the statements about medical or given in the course of medical care or whatever are an exception to the hearsay rule. But they should have specifically articulated the rule, and they should have said, that I would have continued to say that it wasn't offered to prove the truth of the matter. And if you wanted to do more, or if you can't think of it, say, may we approach for a sidebar, and give yourself a couple extra seconds to walk up and
think it
confer
through.
with the judge.
And think
Because
through what you're going to say. It
Yeah.
gives you a chance to digest it. Yeah.
But that's the time, and the judge has on every objection given them an opportunity to say something in response to the objection, and they have consistently failed to put forth a compelling reason to get to overrule the objection.
They've been disappointing. They've been a disappointing plaintiff's attorney.
And
all right, gentlemen, I got to fly out of here.
Hey,
It was a
listen,
pleasure.
don't fly too fast. Happy Passover. I'm very upset that I won't get you to, on Thursday, but I'll have you next week. Stay unleavened, Joe.
You too, my friends. Joe.
See you later, Joe. Oh my goodness. That was pretty explosive testimony, man.
It was the Vesuvius of testimonies. I think it's great. I mean, like I said, that is the most explosive. I mean, you can't get more explosive than a finger. And, I came in at the right time. This is where the good details come out. And I think the fact that Johnny Depp, we already talked about it. I'll say it one more time because it's so important. If he came out on cross and was using a different tone and was using a different speed, it's going to go badly with the jury. It's going to look horrible, but he is being consistently thoughtful. He's being consistently contemplative. And if he just does that on cross, he's going to have plenty of time to think about the answers, to not walk into their traps. However, This is going to take fucking forever. This is going to be like 2-3 days of cross. I feel like it's going to be so long.
His UK Sun trial was 6 days of testimony from him alone.
Yeah.
So, expecting, I don't know if this judge is going to tolerate 6 days. Frankly, she fired that warning shot early on. You have 24 days to do this trial. We are not going longer. You have 24 days and you've used, I think at the time it's like you've used 3 of them. So,
but does that come down harder on Johnny or Amber, or what? How do you take that? Like, how do you take that? Because
I think if they're dragging out direct too long, the judge is going to have a conference and say, you need to get this done because they need to cross him and they need to have time to run their case. So I don't know. I have a feeling that this judge is acutely aware of the trial management schedule that she's got, and she has an idea of when these parties need to be. And they specifically predicted 24 days, 6 weeks of trial. I have a feeling they had a long conference about just how much time they needed for each of their cases. And they know, and this judge knows, that they've already basically run this trial in the UK. Not exactly the same.
Not the same parties. Similar. Yeah, exactly. You're right. I mean, because she makes that distinction, right? This judge also made the distinction because she sustained the objection when they were trying to compare it to the Sun trial.
Right.
So, I mean, she understands there's a distinction here. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you're right. She's seen the precedent of that case. But we still got a lot of time left on the clock. I mean, 3 days is not far into 24. There's still plenty of time to get this out there. And frankly, if you're going to spend a lot of time on any witnesses, it's going to be Johnny Depp and it's going to be Amber Heard.
Oh God, her testimony. I can't wait.
I am going to get the popcorn, the beer. It's going to be fantastic. And by fantastic, I mean, it's going to be a shit show.
Have you seen her interviews?
No.
I've seen clips of her in interviews. She comes across as completely unlikable.
Because she's been told to act a certain way her entire life, Nick.
And Well, and she's really on edge and she talks a lot and she's jittery and she seems nervous and distracted. She may have ADD. Like there's one interview where the door keeps opening in the background. You can hear just, and she's like, Katie, I cannot do this if people are going to come in and out of that door. So we just need to get that stopped right now. Cause I'm trying to talk to her over here and that door keeps going off. It's like, oh yeah. If I were Depp's team, I would have someone from the front row get up and walk out of that courtroom every like 3-4 minutes and have someone walk back in, just rotate through bathroom breaks on that front row so that while she's talking, someone is constantly just standing up, walking out and walking back in. I think it would drive her nuts.
Oh, and on top, yeah, no, exactly. And it shows her mania. It shows her psychosis, that she is a psychotic, manic person. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. I'm going to be here for it. I'm going to love every minute of it.
Let me read some of these
Let's
super
rock it.
chats here. Faust IXV says, I had a girlfriend like Amber Heard before I met my wife. Glad I got out before it was too late. I pray Johnny can find a good partner like I did.
Yeah, I dated a
Ooh.
girl like Amber. Someone was saying, Andrew, sounds like you have experience. Yeah, I've dated girls like Amber. And here's the thing, though. Here's the thing about Amber, and I'm going to be real with this. Sex is great, but she's crazy. It's like the two sides of the coin, right? It does crazy stuff, has really good sex with you. And frankly, it's hard to get away from that. It's hard to break that cycle, right? But you have to realize that none of that is worth dealing with shit like this. And this is what you get with it. This is the two sides of the coin. And it's insane. You got to run away from it. You run away from it. Otherwise your money, your finger, your career, whatever it goes. The tornado takes the home from time to time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Like they're this cyclone going through a countryside and they might hit your house. They might hit your shed. You never know what they're going to hit. But whatever they hit is destroyed. It's gone.
Yeah. But the problem is the cyclone is a good time. Like the cyclone is the roller coaster, right? But it just imagine you don't get on the roller coaster, you're eventually going to throw up, right? You're going to get sick, right? You got to get off the roller coaster, right? So yeah.
Lancelot 652 says, I just want to hear the defense say, objection, your father was not beaten to death. Oh, because he said when she was beating my father to death. Don Booze says, Mr. Depp, why did you stay? Well, you see, the fights were hell, but the makeup sex was fire. And I think you brought up a great point. It's hot and cold, right? Like there's this burning, fiery anger, passion, but and then the abuse. But the abuse is there, and then there's the apology and the makeup and the forgive me, I'll do this for you, that and that and that. And suddenly you're forgetting about the fact that she just like stomped on your foot with a high heel, she smacked you in the face, she humiliated you in public, whatever it may be. Man, I had a buddy, we were at our friend's wedding.
Mm-hmm.
And we were all sitting around the table, and he had been dating this girl for a while, and she was considerably younger than him. But he had told her, I don't know why, he told her he would not have a cigar, because get together, weddings, births of kids or whatever, you have a cigar with your homies.
Right. That's what you do.
And so we all go out and have a cigar, and he of course had half a cigar, right? Just a little bit, because he didn't want to take too long. Goes back in. She found out he had a cigar in the middle of the wedding reception. He's standing there, and she stands up and slaps him in the face like a soap opera.
Middle of the reception.
Middle of the reception. Like, and we're like we're the close friends of the groom, right? And we're all sitting there at this table, and he's just like, I think we need to leave. But it was like, dude, she just slapped you in the middle, like, and that's the type of shit. That was the control that she would have. But I have a feeling he really enjoyed what came around.
Yep.
When it wasn't happening.
Yep. There's no reason, because you would not stay if it was just that. If it was
Right.
only that, it's the hot and cold. Like I said, it's the hot and cold. And some people they enjoy that, but that's a bad pattern, especially somebody who will publicly embarrass you.
Oh, it's
That's
crazy. There
horrible.
was all sorts of stuff with this chick too. Like she kind of demanded herself to like sing at their wedding and stuff, and it was weird.
Was she
Very weird.
Celine Dion? Like, I mean,
No,
does she have
no, that
some-
was this was not merited, but she was that kind of person, had that control and narcissism going on, and I remember when they broke up, and it was like he was his old self again. It was amazing because, I mean, he dated her for 6 years, 7 years, something like that. It was forever, and we're just all like, why? And she hated all of his friends. It was crazy. Okay, but yeah, the thing is, you stay because people are scared to be alone. That's another
Yes,
thing.
that's a huge one. Getting used to being alone and getting okay with being alone. That's a great thing for anybody, guys, girls, whatever. If you're okay with yourself and you're literally like, I'm okay being by myself, then you are ready to be with somebody else. And a guy like Johnny Depp, in which I talked about because of his family background, he seems like a guy who's jumped into relationships probably because of an unstable family life and probably because of a fear of being alone. And that's something he never worked himself past. He never developed past that need to be with somebody quickly.
Yeah. And yeah, and then of course you combine with that his desire to make up for his father's failure. His father
Yes.
left, and he said, I went and visited him at work after he left us, and he was like, Dad, this is a chump move. Like, you can't do this. His dad's like, well, you're the man of the house now. And so as what he sung the praises of his father, but also he pretty much elaborated on why he found his father to be a failure. And then he said it again when he said that he had a perfect model for how to be a parent because his parents just did the opposite of what they did, both of them. And he did not differentiate and just say his mom. It was his mom and his dad. He had to be the opposite of them. And so I think that's another reason he doesn't leave. And he said it today. I would be a failure. I was afraid for it to fail.
But he's also said, I think he said at his mom's funeral. I think the quote was, his mom was the meanest person he ever knew, or like the meanest person that he ever met. So once again, how does that stack up to Amber Heard and saying, okay, well, Amber Heard is this person, and I can be the one to heal this. I can be the one to fix this. I can be the one to save this girl and right the wrongs of my childhood. I will be better than my dad. I will prove that wrong. And it doesn't work out like that. I mean, it's just not how it should work. He should be looking for someone who's very stable, who's very secure, but unfortunately that's not what he was attracted to.
Yep. Chatmort says the sad thing is this happens all the time and people are totally oblivious. If a dynamic is too easy to fall into, it's because something about it is familiar. You have to pay attention to this stuff to avoid repeating your parents' mistakes.
100%.
Brian Plus, Nick, frankly, you are probably the majority of your posters don't understand what it's like to be a man who was domestically, sexually abused, or even attempted murdered. You need to get a commentator who has lived like I did and others. What do you think I'm kind of confused by that comment.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going with that. Like, we need somebody who's almost been murdered. I mean, like, okay, all right. I mean, I understand how abuse works. I've definitely had people make threats. I mean, but yeah, I mean, obviously if somebody has experience in that, it's important to listen to them. But I'm not sure where this is going with that.
I don't think that we're being inconsistent with what that person would say. I mean, we're suggesting that there are plenty of reasons people would, and maybe this, to be fair, was earlier in the day. So maybe we hadn't talked about it as much yet. I'm not sure what particular comment that would have elicited that chat, but Bladed Cloud says, fun fact, Sir Christopher Lee was in a metal band called Charlemagne. Listen to a song called Massacre of the Saxons. Dude, his metal band was hilarious. I love it.
I'll check it out.
KH says, what do you think are the odds that Johnny wins? It's tough. It's a tough case.
I'm not stacking it in favor just because it's the burden of proof. I mean, like, it's not about the case. It's about like the burden of proof and what they've got. I mean, I just think it's an uphill battle. It's not in his favor from the jump. But I think, once again, is it about the verdict?
Yeah, there's that, and then there's the other question on the odds of him winning. I think you've got a couple types of juries. You have some juries who really want to strictly apply the law, and if they go to strictly apply the law, he has a really tough case. And then you have some juries who look at it more about fairness, and if you have fairness as the sort of like, if the jury's like, this guy got boned over, and they're not so worried about the technical aspects of defamation in these particular statements, but they look at the whole thing, because anybody looking at this goes, Johnny Depp is on top of the world. Amber Heard does this thing or the series of things, and suddenly Johnny Depp is no longer allowed in Hollywood. And everything comes crashing down. He's an evil person. I remember seeing all these articles about him. So from a fairness perspective, you can look at this and go, I know, or I can see how she caused this to him, and that is unjust, and I can fix it. But from a strictly legal perspective, it's really hard to make the two statements that are at issue sufficiently defamatory to sustain a verdict.
Exactly.
So it depends on what you got in the jury room, and ultimately it's really going to depend and hinge on how much they like Johnny Depp and how much they like Amber Heard.
Or rather, how much they like Johnny Depp and how much they hate Amber Heard.
They have to hate her.
They have to hate her.
Like,
they have to hate her.
yeah.
They can't like her. They can't like them both. They got to pick one. They got to look at her and be like, she is a liar here.
Yep. KH says, oh, wait, I just read that one. Oh, wait, I didn't finish it, though. Says, I really hope he wins, because I know people who say all you have to do to shut a guy up is accuse him of rape. And I hope this will show that you can't get away with it. But that is true.
That is very true. And that's actually what Amber even was. And that's all Amber said. People are not going to believe you because you're a guy. This is for the court of public opinion, not just for Johnny, but for men in general, saying, hey, look, you cannot just flat out accuse a guy of anything and get away with it. I think that will go very, very, very far. This will be the Juicy Smollett case, in its own realm of saying you can't just do that. It's not acceptable. It's not okay.
Right. Thank God there's someone with money fighting it.
Yes. Yes, because there's so many, but Nick, that's exactly right. How many guys out there, number one, don't have the money, and number two, they're not going to get the press coverage. They're never going to get the press coverage for this thing. I mean, so it's horrible this happened to Johnny, but thank God it happened to, in a way, hear me out here. Johnny has the money, the resources to bring this issue to light and help so many men through the thing he went through, which is a horrible experience.
Yeah, it's bad that it happened to Johnny specifically, but it's good that it happened to an A-tier celebrity.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah.
Sir Marha says, my mom's friend is close personal friends with the now fully acquitted Dr. Husel. The jury chose right. The people were sending me the updates. Dr. Husel found not guilty on all 14 counts of murder, which is actually, from what I could tell, the right decision. Looked like that guy was trying to do good for his patients, was trying to ease pain as people passed away, and got scapegoated by a hospital who was facing some publicity issues. And the reason it looked like he was scapegoated by a hospital is because they literally wrote it down in their meeting minutes that they were going to scapegoat him. So
it's like item number 1, refill the coffee. Item number 2, scapegoat this motherfucker. Like
it was there. It's like, oh my gosh. And for the PR, for the public relations, it was like, who burns? Does the hospital and all the staff burn, or do we just pin it on this one guy? We're going to pin it on this one guy. And that's also, by the way, if you're ever accused of murder, hire Baez. Hire Joey Baez or whatever his name is.
Yeah. Yep.
Jose. Yeah. Jose Baez.
Jose Baez. Yeah.
Hire that man. That man is
I would go to happy hour by his office in Orlando. It was like one of the good spots was right around the corner from his place.
He's pushing to be like the next Johnny Cochran. Like the man, I watched his opening argument. I was watching his closing argument. They're both, I mean, they're great. He knew exactly what he was doing. And if you want good storytelling from a lawyer, like he was telling the story, and that's how you have to sell that case.
But he's no B. Ivory Lamar.
Right. That's true.
I mean, he's not the best of the best.
He's not the creme de la creme. CS says, I wish Johnny's lawyers would direct more narrative constructing questions at him rather than letting him pontificate too much, because it gets to be too much and it's kind of annoying. I partly agree. I think that there are pauses in Johnny's speech where they could nudge him in the direction that they want. But I'm not so sure they have that outlined out sufficiently. And that may be because Johnny just said, I really just want to get up there and tell the truth. Like, I just want to get up there and say everything. And so I think yeah.
I know why he's doing it. Like I said, I think that he's doing it. They're doing it for a reason. I think it's all right. I mean, it's a strategy. They're going with a strategy, and maybe they see things in the court, and they see how it's playing out, and they're reading this. We'll see.
Yeah. That's the best part is we'll get to see how all this works out in the end.
Yeah.
Angel of Sin as Fauci. Hey, Amber, I've been following along with you. I can't do it. I've been following along with your case, and I really want to introduce you to some very nice bagels I've been caring for. Then later we can do vodka shots out of a revolver barrel. Why is Fauci saying that? I don't get it. I Can Taste Fried Food says Depp's relationship sounds like my past relationship. The mentality of not wanting to quit. The girl I love is still in there. I can fix this, etc. The amount of pain I could have saved by just walking away sooner. God, that sucks. That sucks. I know. It just jumped down on me. Here we go. A Posematic AU says, since local elections are soon, how are regular citizens supposed to assess the performance of local and district judges that may appear on the ballot? Good luck, man. How can you research their rulings, or does not voting on them not matter? It is very difficult to research the rulings of judges in general, unless you have a moneyed organization with legal research teams doing it. Like I know Barnes is like very critical of like the Federalist Society appointment list that Republican presidents tend to use. But the reason they use it is because the Federalist Society has done the work.
And it's expensive to do that work.
And it's time consuming, and they're doing it all the time because they're developing these lists, just in case someone dies at the right time or whatever. But, and they're using interns to do it. They're using college interns. They're like, oh, you can be part of the Federalist.
And it's like, if you're critical of it, I mean, build your alternative organization. I mean, you don't like it, but it's like, okay, have your alternative organization.
Yeah.
I mean, and go put in the work.
And there are some other ones. I mean, I'm sure Cato Institute has some or whatever. And whatever, the Heritage Foundation probably has a list. But unless you're talking about this type of organization that exists, that does not need to create products that make money, that can dump a bunch of time and research hours into these topics for the purposes of advocacy, and that will fuel their donation dollars. I mean, unless you have that, it's really hard to research rulings. But if you want, you could try Westlaw. Well, Westlaw isn't really going to pick up local stuff.
You're really going to have to go in there and go through the individual court records. And that's going to be a massive pain to do and to read them. I mean, not just to find them and save them. I mean, that's like a task in and of itself, but then to go and read them and actually critically analyze them. It's
near impossible. Yeah. One thing you can do is talk to lawyers around town, especially if you know any who have active practices. And you need lawyers who are in court frequently, who appear before those judges and can give you some ideas about it.
If it's for SCOTUS, the pool is not that large. Though,
this isn't SCOTUS. This is local election. This is local.
Okay, local election is one thing, because we're talking about like SCOTUS appointments and stuff like that, right? But like local election, you're going to need people. You're going to need to talk to lawyers.
Yes. Talk to local lawyers who practice before those judges and get their opinions on them. Shirley S. says, Nick, if Dior had any marketing savvy, they'd relaunch his Sauvage Men's Cologne campaign with Johnny successfully dodging a giant Amber Heard, hurling insults and items. It would fly off the shelves.
Oh, fly off the shelf.
Heel versus Babyface says, when Depp took the stand, they tied his hair back so you could see his full face to show he's open and not hiding anything. What's up, Az? How you doing, buddy? Venray LOL says, considering the judge's hard stop of this trial in approximately 6 weeks, Wouldn't it be advantageous for the plaintiff to eat as much time as possible and give the defense the least amount of time possible to put on a case?
No, that's not like Nick said, they're going to eventually have a talking to. They're not going to let them go and say, okay, the prosecution gets, 2 weeks and the other people get, 1 week. That's not going to fly that with any court.
Yep. The judge first of all, the judge will notice. Second of all, if the judge somehow doesn't, the defense will. And they will call you out, and you don't want to, like, the judge has been pretty cordial to both teams so far. You don't want to mess with the dynamic that they have right now. You do not want to suddenly be the asshole in the room in a case like this. KH says, how can she listen to what she did to him and what he did for her / her friends, her family, and not come clean immediately? I don't think I'd be able to handle the guilt. Mark Zuckerberg is better at emulating a human than her.
So that I was injured on my digit. It flew off. It was an injury of velocity.
Because you are real people. We're real people. I am people. Let's see. Fame NV says it was White Rabbit. Come on, had to be. I don't know what the hell White Rabbit is.
Is that we're talking about like drugs here? Like, what are we talking about?
Some sort of drug, I'm guessing.
The song maybe?
Oh, I guess that could be.
Yeah. Is that possible?
Yeah, I have no idea. Daniel Chapman says, is Johnny really 23 years older? Or did they just start a sentence at the same time and that's where they ended up?
Yep.
David TVK says, Nick, I live 3 miles from the Fairfax courthouse. I can put you in touch with my attorney if you want to try to probe about the judge. Been watching for a while. Love you. I mean, I've now had contact from 2 different Fairfax County attorneys who've given me some insight on the judge and the court. Not entirely congruent feedback, but not too dissimilar either. But I think it'd be more fun if we had a Fairfax County attorney on the stream, which would be cool. That would be fun.
Yeah, I am going to have on my channel, I'm going to interview a reporter that's been in the courtroom the last 2 weeks. So I'm going to be interested to ask like some of the facial expressions and what they're seeing like in terms of body language in the court.
Yeah. Next, the bleep hole. So seeing Joe and Legal Mindset on the stream today puts a smile on my face. Cheers, boys. Nick, I paid. Now you drink. Well, I mean, if you insist.
I mean, if you twist his arm, I mean,
if it's gonna come down to that. No, this has been a consistent thing throughout the trial. People are like, what happened with you and everybody? Like, is there something going on? It's like, no, guys, it's cool.
What are you talking about? Yeah, we're all cool. Like, I mean, I was on your channel before. Like, I mean, and people actually, somebody came into my chat. Were like, when are you gonna go on Rackets? I'm like, I was on his show. Like, maybe you didn't catch that segment, but frankly, I've told you this. Like, and it's been this way. Other than Rittenhouse, when I literally fucking died, like literally, I almost died during that period. I was telling myself and all my friends, I'm like, I think I'm gonna die, but I have to do this because this is the trial of the century. Right. Yep. And I said, I cannot do this for 6 weeks or however ridiculous amount this is going on with Amber Heard. I will be on when I can, and I will be on your channel. I'll be on other channels. And, I'll be covering this. This is a very important part of the trial. So I thought it's important to be here. It's important to be here with you guys. And it feels like getting the band back together, right? Getting the Rittenhouse band back together.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So
it's fun.
It's nice.
But people are like reading into Legal Bites and I streaming at the same time. It's like, we just both wanted to cover it and it's all good. Everything's fine. Everybody needs to relax. Speaking of relaxing, I'd like to welcome to the stream Miss Andrea Burkhart.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, welcome back.
Thank you. Thanks for having me back.
Absolutely.
Too many people off.
Well, that could be the reason I brought you back.
Yep, that's true.
He loves triggering people.
Feed the chat, Nick.
You got to stir the pot a bit. Have you been watching today? Have you had an opportunity to watch today so far?
I have, yeah. I've been on with Alita this morning.
Oh, okay, perfect. What's your impressions? How are things going?
Well, I think it's going pretty well. I'm glad that we finally got to the drama moment because some of the folks on her stream haven't heard the story of what actually happened in Australia, and that is obviously horrifying and attention grabbing. So I think that has really had a powerful effect on coloring how people are starting to view the situation, that this isn't just, yelling and, maybe pushing each other and stuff like that. No, this is putting cigarettes out on people's faces level abuse. Okay. And so for somebody
Insane.
like that to be calling themselves a domestic violence victim, just has a whole different characteristic now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just an insane story in general. Like the whole thing is nuts. And to hear it articulated, even though I know the story, to hear it articulated from Johnny Depp was something still, because you can't believe it. Like,
Yeah.
you chopped off the man's finger. And to be fair to Amber Heard, she wasn't trying to chop his finger off. She was just trying to throw a 1.75 liter handle of vodka in a glass bottle at him. Like, she's lucky it only chopped his finger off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could have slit his throat. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Could have slit his throat, could have hit him in the head, domed him, put him into a coma. I mean, the bottle top could have gone into his eye. I mean, anything.
And then what's the excuse? He fell down the flight of stairs. I mean, is that it?
Yeah.
And what's the, yeah.
He fell and landed on the doorknob. Don't ask any more questions, Doc, or you'll fall too. But it's wild.
Amber's watching.
Yeah. I fell. She's sitting there in the corner with the balled up fist like Arthur, right? Quizguard 2322 says, objection, Your Honor. You clearly got your law degree from a Cracker Jack box. I would ask you to recuse so we can get a competent judge.
I resent that. The best law degrees from Cracker Jack boxes. Those are top tier law schools. It is bigoted to speak up against Cracker Jack lawyers.
The best is when your law school
Hey, I'll
isn't
tell
even
you
given
what,
a
the
number.
lawyers who got their degree from a cracker box didn't have to take on, 150 grand in debt to get it. So
you're just reminding us of the sore spot. It's just like, come on now. Come on now.
What's your impression of the judge and the I guess both counsels on objections specifically? Because this has been one of my
okay. So remove all the other stuff. Remove the fact of like Grandma Karen versus Carmen. Remove all that stuff. Getting into objections. Yeah, you're exactly right. I think that Johnny's team is not defending objections enough. They're not really passionate about it. They're not really zealous about it. They're kind of just letting it go, letting it roll, like saying, okay, it's fine. We'll get it somewhere else. We'll ask another question, which may be a tactic. It may be an agreeableness tactic just to move along and be agreeable with the judge. I think the judge is sustaining a few more objections than they should. I don't think it's so out of whack. Like, oh my God, they're biased for Amber Heard or they're shilling for Amber Heard or whatever.
No, I don't.
I think the balance is a little off. There's some, and even today we've seen some where it's like, should you sustain that?
Right.
I don't know, but it's not ridiculous. I think it's within the realm of a judge sometimes makes calls that you don't agree with. And if you've been in a courtroom, for any period of time, you know that sometimes a judge makes a call and you're like, well, that's ridiculous, but okay, and you move on. And at least Johnny's lawyers haven't been frazzled by it. They haven't seemed like that slips them up or trips them up. So they get some points for that, but you got to acknowledge they've been weaker.
Yeah. Andrea, same impression, different impression?
I mean, yeah, I have the same feeling about the poor objections, or the poor defenses to the objections. And yes, some of that may be strategic, but honestly, some of it seems like they just don't know what those are. A substantial amount of the time, what they're trying to elicit is not offered for a hearsay purpose. It is offered to prove the declarant's state of mind. It is offered to, provide they're just using this sort of catch-all explanation of, oh, it's just background, Your Honor, but that's not actually a legal reason to allow, hearsay into a courtroom. So I would like them to see a little, to see them be a little bit more technical and schooled in how they are defending these objections. I'm a little all over the place with the judge and what she's sustained and not sustained. Something that I've called out a couple times. I called out on my Twitter. The foundation objections for percipient witnesses for me are just bizarre. Like, you know, the foundation for an eyewitness is their personal knowledge. So if there's concern about that, you know, I would like to see Johnny Depp say, fine, let me voir dire the witness on the basis, you know, of their information. The other one that I really don't like is there were lots of objections to leading questions, you know, when Johnny
That
is questioning.
not leading at all.
They're not leading at all. And this is a common misconception that a yes or no question does not make it leading. A leading question is one that presumes the answer in the question itself. So the only way a yes or no answer is leading is when the question tells you, am I supposed to answer this yes or no?
Isn't it true that?
Yes. And that's
And
an
then
objection
you did
that
this.
that
Yeah.
she has sustained a couple of times that I thought was very inappropriate.
Yep, it's that was a big thing. Man, yesterday there was an objection to foundation and the judge, I believe, sustained it. And it was, yeah, what is the nature of your relationship with so and so? And they said objection foundation. I'm like, it's your relationship. Like there is no other foundation. You have personal knowledge of your own relationships. You have to like that is, unless you have like some sort of amnesia or something weird, I guess. But it's like, well, how would he know the nature of his relationship? Are you serious? Like, what do you mean? Those little objections are pissing me off.
And it's just part of this game that they're playing, you know, this no-win game, which I love that Johnny Depp is describing that in his own testimony with Amber about. It's just a no-win situation. If they don't lay a foundation for the testimony, they're getting the objection for lack of foundation. If they do lay the foundation for the testimony, they're getting these objections, you know, for hearsay or whatever, you know, whatever type of thing is coming up. It's the same thing that happened when you know, they would ask a general question and the objection was, oh, that's vague. So great. Then they ask a question with a date in it and their objection now is, oh, that's leading. So it's just not a very consistent way of handling these things. Obviously, Johnny gets to make his case. You know, if there's a technical problem, by all means, call it out. But a lot of it is just looking like gamesmanship. And it's unfortunate to see the judge kind of playing along with that.
And I'm glad you're here because you piss me off. Do you know how many people have asked me now, and this is your fault, would they have been better off hiring a criminal defense attorney?
I mean, I have to say the best lawyers in my personal experience, not to toot my own horn, are the public defenders. Okay. The guys that have been in the trenches for 20, 30 years and that, you know, haven't been sucked dry by the profession and what that entails. Because they have gone to trial hundreds, thousands of times. This is so old hat for them. They know all of the tricks. They know how to get around all of the tricks. The civil lawyers just can never compete on the trial experience. So that's just a strategic choice.
There you go. There you go.
I will say, though, the most hilarious case I ever saw was when a criminal defense attorney was trying a civil case and like forgot the differences in the rules of evidence. There were like the most sustained objections I had ever seen because they're just using the completely wrong standard, the completely wrong rules. And I was like, it was so embarrassing. Literally, the guy's paralegal had to hand him notes to like correct him on stuff that he was just blatantly wrong on. It was a shit show. It was glorious. I had
a harassment restraining order that we were vacating because they gave this. My client was getting arrested for some outstanding warrants, and this is a long, complicated thing with a rental arrangement gone bad, where the landlords were trying to evict my client illegally, and we won this, so I can say that for sure. But so the what they did was, my client had suspected they had tracking software installed on her phone, and she was across the Twin Cities. We're talking 40 miles from where she would normally be, maybe 30 miles. But anyway, an hour away, right, from where she would normally be. And she gets picked up at like a coffee store with cops there to exercise these warrants. And the landlord showed up at the same place. So they knew this was going down, and they served the harassment restraining order on her, but they do it by showing her the restraining order and then putting it in the personal effects bag that goes to jail with her. So she doesn't see this thing for a couple days as she goes from into the one jail. She's processed. Then she has to be extradited to the other county where the warrant was and all of this stuff. And by the time she contacts me, we're like on day 4 and you have 5 days to request a hearing. So
Yeah.
she hadn't even seen the restraining order. So we missed the 5-day request for the hearing. So then we have to wait basically 30 days to get a hearing to vacate. So we finally get the hearing to vacate, and they showed up at this hearing with a criminal defense attorney who they had hired that day, who had no idea how to do this. And that was a fun hearing because he's trying to argue this thing from like a criminal defense thing, but he's basically got a plaintiff in an HRO case. He had no idea what to do. And I was on the defense side, and it was super easy. We got that thing thrown out in minutes. It's beautiful.
It does become kind of one of those Dunning-Kruger sorts of problems, right? Like, you may be the best criminal defense attorney on the planet, but, take you out of that very narrow window, your comfort blanket of search warrant affidavits and, double jeopardy and all that type of thing. And you're probably going to flail. So it is definitely important to be humble in that situation.
That guy was basically having to play the role of prosecutor, but also like in a completely different capacity. This guy's used to raising reasonable doubt. He's used to questioning, the probable cause. And he was not prepared to do that. And it was funny because you could see how flustered he was, pissed.
Yeah.
It's like, I got called this morning. Mandy Karavich says, sorry, I was late last night, Nick. My brother and his family have arrived from Virginia last night, and I went by their hotel. His wife hugged me and cried. His kids hugged me and cried. Then he hugged me and cried. Everybody cried. Why are you guys all crying? The hell is going on?
Way too much crying.
Yeah, and your brother cried. You should shame him for that.
It's
You should not
okay
do
Yes.
to cry. Men,
No, it
it's
is not.
okay to
Not
cry.
not as a man. You should never
Never.
cry. Here's the 3 instances you die. Your mom dies, your sibling dies, or your dog dies. So the only 3 times a man should cry. In
No, you
public.
got to take that last one off. Haven't
Why,
you
the
seen
dog?
Yeah, didn't you?
I'm in Korea, but it's not
If
that
you don't
bad.
cry
Come
when
on,
your
man.
dog dies, you are a monster.
No, you cannot cry in front of a woman when your dog dies. You can't do it.
Why not?
You gotta ask. It's a Gundam. He did a whole video on it.
Even
Like,
if it's old Yeller?
his girlfriend left him the next day.
Okay, I'm interviewing him on that. I'm DMing him right now. That is a great story.
You can't do
I
it.
don't think it was because of the dog, though.
I don't know. Mark Sermon says, Nick and Joe, if you're hanging out with Mindset while drinking together in Seoul and wanted to ask him for some help getting laid, how would you ask? Also,
Mark and I actually, so he's in Seoul right now. He's going out with me on Friday. We're gonna have a fucking good time. The curfew's lifted, so it's 24 hours, baby. It's gonna be great. You'll have no problems. Don't worry, buddy.
Holy effing Shazbot, that finger. Well, if I was hanging out with Andrew in Seoul, I would ask him to wingman for me with my own wife. So, buddy, you got to help me close the deal.
not the hardest task I've ever done. So,
Joy Mace, when my ex broke my finger hitting the top of my head as I was protecting it with my hands, I told the doctor I slammed it in a car door. He broke the same finger 2 different times the same way. 6-year court battle to get a no contact order. Oh my God.
Yeah.
6 years of court to get a no contact. That's crazy. Catherine H says Miss Turd is crazy. Irie says, was Amber's first role in 2 Girls, 1 Cup? No, it was 2 girls, 1 bed sheet. Come on.
what? No.
About the same cinematic quality, though. Honestly, if you go through her IMDb.
1 girl, 1 fingertip.
Seriously,
Aw.
London Fields is so bad that it's available on YouTube. Anybody can stream it. Nobody cares about the copyright enough to enforce it. And the best part, it's got like 950 views.
Oh my God. What I was looking at her filmography a while back and I was like, I don't know if if there's a movie that she's been in that I've seen her, she was like in the background and I had no idea. I would not know. Cause Aquaman, DC movies I hate them in general. So like that's like her biggest role. But other than that, like, I don't know any of these movies. But the testament to how good of an actress she is really was when Johnny Depp was describing her audition for the Rum Diaries, or more appropriately, the director saying, Johnny, I've auditioned this lady 5 times and I cannot figure out what the hell she's supposed to be at all. Can you please, for the love of God, help me?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I was the only one that saw the daggers. You know, one of the things about how Amber Heard is presenting is that she is kind of a mirror. You know, she's allowing people to read whatever they want. You know, bring their own perspective into interpreting what her facial expressions are saying. I definitely saw a death stare when they were talking about her terrible acting, but I can't say if that's just me or not.
Yeah. The problem is she's so generally unlikable in her facial expressions and unapproachable that you have to assume that she's pissed off.
Yeah.
The best moment for her, I think, was when she laughed at Isaac Baruch. When he told some story, she remembered it fondly and she smiled, and it was like, there you go, do that. Like sometimes when he was talking about the good times with you and he's complimenting you, smile. It's okay. Like, you should feel good. You should remember the time, because her whole thing, her defense has to be, I didn't abuse him. We had a tumultuous relationship.
Yep.
He abused me, but there were good times before the abuse started, before his substance abuse. And if she could take that approach, if she could get out of herself for a little bit and do that and have those moments of levity, I think she'd relate to the jury much better. Cause like he sang her praises for about 10 minutes yesterday, talking about how beautiful she was. She's this intelligent, articulate, literate, very important for people around him to be literate person that was just magnetic and jived with him on every level. And he felt like he'd been talking to an old friend. It's like, smile at that. Remember that. That's okay. Get into that a bit. But
well,
no,
I think a big thing with her demeanor too is, you know, I understand she's trying to be neutral and not reactive, but she is also being very assertive. She is looking directly at him. She is not putting on a very good impression of somebody who has been terrorized, you know, by this man who's gone through these just experiences that we have yet to hear, you know, from her. But we can predict are forthcoming that are just beyond horrifying. I mean, they're the types of things that, you know, make their way into horror movies. So there's just a big inconsistency, I think, with how her demeanor is coming across and the story that she's, you know, presumably about to tell.
It's her very masculine energy. And this comes back to her upbringing too, with her dad breaking horses and being raised to be a man and be masculine and be stoic and all this other stuff. I mean, she's, you know, treating Johnny like she'd be breaking a horse, except for that's a human being. You can't do that. That's called abuse. Right. I mean, so it's really just painting her into this picture, which is exactly what Johnny's team is trying to paint. She's falling into that narrative. She's showing that this is indeed true. Johnny does not look like a violent person. There's been nothing about his behavior that's shown him to be a violent, erratic person. Yes, he struggled with drugs, but guess what? That's normal in Hollywood. I can tell you the stuff he's describing here, this parties and drug use, this is like a Tuesday in Miami for me growing up. This is not even surprising. This is not shocking at all. None of this is shocking at all. I mean, maybe it's shocking in the middle of America, but that's in Hollywood,
but they're not
normal.
They're not in the middle of America. They're in DC.
Hollywood.
Yeah,
or DC, wherever.
They're in DC. Like, half the jury deals cocaine to politicians, right? Like,
exactly.
I don't think anybody's really particularly worried about the drug use. I know they're trying to equate drug abuse with spouse abuse. That's been kind of a clear strategy for them, and I don't think it's going to work. But
I think it's just too clear. He's painted such a good picture of how it's a coping mechanism for him, and we have to expect that's going to be borne out by some of the experts that are on the list that we'll hear from later. It's absolutely normal, and I think again, people who have gone through this experience are going to be able to relate to that, the desire to numb yourself.
Yeah, I think so. And I think other people, like, even if they haven't been through abuse, I think they can relate to, God, I got home from a hard day of work and I just got to have a drink. Like I just got to have a drink. I'm going to have a beer and sit down. Or I just going to sit down and watch my shows, man. Like
Nick,
what?
the image he had, the image he painted at the bar when you're just trying to have a drink and your girlfriend, your wife, your significant other is coming up nagging and it's just a high-pitched whining voice. That is something we all can relate to. And by the way, you can relate to it if you're a woman too, if you're, whatever. Somebody nagging you, and it's just, you're just there doing shots and they're like, what are you doing? You're drinking again? I just saw that. I was in that. I was triggered by that.
Oh, when he did the lean on the bar and he's like this, he's like, I got my hand right here, looking at it. Cause you know how it is. Like, you're sitting there, you're just trying to chill out. You're having a couple shots, or having a couple drinks, however you want to, whatever your poison is. And then she comes up and she starts bitching at him. So he does that thing. Here we go. Right. Okay.
Settle in.
Tell me all about it. Tell me everything I've done wrong. She grabs a bottle of vodka, whips it at him, and goes, psh. She's like, fine, fuck you. I'll go grab another one.
Yep.
You want to
calmly goes up, picks up another one, takes a shot. I see that. In the movie plays out in my head and it checks off. Like it checks off as realistic.
It was great. It was great imagery from a guy whose life is telling stories. And
Yes.
I don't think there's a possibility that the jury will be suspicious of that, but I don't think so personally. I think people give juries both too much credit and not enough credit. And I think this is a situation where you can give them both of those things at the same time. Say they're either going to like cheaply look at this like he's an actor, so he must be lying, or look at this really in depth and like do this analytical thing. I think they're more in the middle and they're just like, yeah, I know that look.
I think that's one of the big advantages he's had from the fact that he's been allowed to present his version of events in this narrative, instead of having to, chop it up in specific, answers to specific questions, because it is very clearly off the cuff, I think. And so it doesn't come across as scripted. It doesn't come across as rehearsed. It comes across as him, just speaking off the cuff from his memory, from his feelings, reliving what was happening. And that is, like you're saying, the power of the storyteller. He's not there. He doesn't come across, I don't think, as somebody who is there playing a character.
No, he doesn't come across that way for me at all.
He's congruent.
Yes. Congruent.
Bastard.
Well, and you can see
it's a good word.
It's used it like 90 times yesterday.
He has a very expressive forehead, and you can see pain on him. You can see in his eyes when he's lost in like that 1,000-yard stare, thinking back of something that happened. It just rings very true.
I have to apologize to you. I said he used it 90 times yesterday. He didn't. I forgot. Yesterday night, I watched the Jack Murphy interview, and Jack used the word congruent like 90 times.
You're literally confusing Johnny Depp with Jack Murphy. You have some issues right now, Nick. You need to go and atone for them. You need to read the Gospel of Unbreaded. You need to pray to the unbreaded gods to fix your sins.
I will say, the chat, you have full permission to meme the shit out of me over that. I apologize profusely. I will be issuing an apology to Johnny Depp directly, and if his team needs to sue me for defamation, they can. I'll actually just settle with them on it.
It's very congruent of you.
While we're apologizing, I actually do have to correct the record. It's unfortunately from something I said earlier on Alita's channel, and I got absolutely slayed in my messages over it, because on your point that, Hollywood culture is kind of a different standard, for most people, when it comes to like drugs and alcohol and stuff. People had been concerned about the fact that he's talking about a blackout, an alcoholic blackout, what it's like, how that's different from, going on the nod from opiates. And just a perception that was damaging. And so I had pointed out, Yeah, he's in the Hollywood Vampires. He used to own the Viper Room. I mean, this is a guy who has been around, rock star partying at an epic level. But I made a terrible mistake of confusing Joe Perry, the guitarist from Aerosmith, who is in the Hollywood Vampires, with Steven Tyler. That was apparently like a rock and roll racism statement of the worst possible kind. So my deepest apologies to Joe Perry. It's Joe Perry who is in the Hollywood Vampires with Alice Cooper and Johnny Depp. I please forgive me. Allow me back to a rock concert again in my life. I will never happen again.
You have to wait at least 2 years after that.
I'm sure that there is going to be some probation. Yes.
Devin O says, ER nurse here. We can definitely tell when a patient is lying about an injury. Obviously, certain descriptions of the mechanism of injury don't match the actual injury, but if it's a competent adult talking, not much we can do. Yeah. I mean, it's for better or worse, it's not your job. It's not your job to manage an adult's life. It's your job to manage a child's life or a vulnerable adult's life in those instances. But an adult, yeah, they have the ability to leave, and that's where it ends.
One of the kind of big picture things that I think we're seeing in this case that is so important is you're kind of seeing the counterintuitive effects of these mandatory reporting requirements. And it's the fact that, the doctors have this duty to, at least in California, the duty is to report an injury that is caused by an assault. And so it very much creates an incentive for somebody like Johnny Depp, who is trying to protect his wife. He's trying to protect the production, to not be honest about that. And that's, potentially damaging to his medical care. So just, one of those side points about having the sort of nanny state approach that ends up actually harming the people it's supposed to benefit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mandatory anything, anytime anything is mandatory and we take discretion away, it runs the risk of having people obfuscate, has the risk of people lying or mitigating or anything. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
No. I was going to say the mandatory arrest is. I mean, the concept is so bad. I think that universally it should be repealed. But that's just my personal opinion. But I know that the liability for police officers is really the issue that got them there in the first place.
But they don't have any liability because of Castle Rock versus Gonzalez.
Let me check that decision.
Oh, bring liquor for that case.
Have no duty. Is that the one?
Yeah. It was the dad who ended up killing his 3 daughters. And the mom was trying all day to get the police to act, and they just wouldn't, because she had an active restraining order. The daughters had a restraining order. The restraining order had the language, they shall enforce. They shall enforce this to any extent possible. And the cops just refused to do anything. And then they won. It's an awful case.
Wow.
Kiwi Kelly says, clearly Amber was trying to use the cigarette to cauterize the wound on his finger, but in a panic missed by 3 feet, hitting his face instead.
I believe that's, it's definitely me. After receiving
those aren't sunglasses. Those are his reading glasses, my neighbor. They're just tinted.
a roundhouse
They just look really fucking cool.
punch from Miss Heard. I believe that this is it's March. I believe that this is from what's been called the staircase incident. Am I correct?
So you said you think this is from March of 2015?
I'm just looking at the top.
Do you remember who took this photograph?
Mr. Bett, Sean Bett.
And relative to when you had injured your finger, when was this photograph taken?
Sorry?
Relative to when you had injured your finger in Australia, when was this photograph taken?
The injury to my finger was sustained I believe it was a couple of weeks or so before this, because we were back in Los Angeles for the surgery and rehabilitation of the digit.
So I know you can't see your hand in this photograph, but what would your hand have been like given its injury at this date?
Well, it was still a very it was a very fresh wound. When that amount of when the tip of when your finger is severed, that's not going to heal up for a very long time, and so my finger was still a very fresh wound. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that this might have been around the time of the pin in the pin that was put into my finger to keep it together, I guess.
And what type of cast would you have had on at this time?
It wasn't a cast per se, as it was bandaging. When the bandage was out to sort of here, that was extra padding for the tip of the finger protection, and also because of the pin that was in there. So, as I'd said before, there were when Nurse Debbie would ask, give me, on a scale of 1 to 10, your pain. When the fingers started to feel differently and hurt a lot more, and it became like a 12 out of 10 pain, that was yes, that was right around then, and the reason for that was because of the infection. The MRSA had already been working its way for a number of days.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury the circumstances that led to you having the bruise that's reflected in this photograph?
There was another confrontation, another argument about something or other, and we were in penthouse 5 area, which was where Ms. Heard had her office at the top of the stairs. And so the stairs came down, and then there was a landing, and then another set of stairs went down the opposite direction. And this took place on the landing, where she was coming out, trying to get to me, trying to hit me, trying to do anything she could, and then Whitney, her sister, was there, who stepped in the way. And interesting thing now is that Whitney stepped in front of Amber and was facing Amber to stop Amber, and when she was in between us, Amber snuck in she got the roundhouse in, and just nailed me on the cheekbone.
Roundhouse.
Do you call?
He doesn't
recall
know what an
you heard
overhand
was
right
coming
is.
out
I'll
of
forgive
this time?
him.
I do not. I really don't.
And was anyone else in the in Penthouse 5 with you and Whitney and Miss Heard?
By that time, Mr. McGivern had been called. I believe that actually Debbie, as I remember, Debbie Lloyd was at the front door of Penthouse 5, standing by the door. Mr. McGivern was kind of at the bottom of the last group of stairs. And then the thump happened, and I got myself out of the situation, and I walked down the stairs to Mr. McGivern just to say, let's get out of here, you know. And I remember that something was thrown from up there. I don't recall what it was, but something was thrown at me. It seemed like it was like I don't know if it was a bag of like pens or but it was from her office area.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343.
See, Amber's version of that story is going to be
For the
very
record,
different.
This is an audio
She was saving
recording.
Whitney from him
It's
throwing
quite
her down the
lengthy,
stairs.
So we intend to play certain portions
And
of
then
it.
Jennifer Howell will rebut Whitney.
Any objection?
No objection other than we'd just like to know what minute, second portions they're going to play.
Okay, but the entire audio is in evidence, correct?
Yes. ma'am.
And no
Yes.
objection? Okay, all right,
And
343 in evidence.
If you'd like me to read the specific minutes now, or we can provide it to council
Hey,
afterwards.
if you want it now or as you go, or, okay.
We intend to play minute 25, 37 seconds through 26, 28. 1 hour and 57 minutes, 21 seconds through 1 hour, 58 minutes, 54 seconds. 2 hours, 38 minutes, 52 seconds through, 2 hours, 38, 52 seconds through 2 hours, 39 minutes, 43 seconds. And then 2 hours, 46 minutes, 1 second through 2 hours, 47 minutes, 20
Deliberations
seconds.
on this case are going to take
Those are
forever.
4 clips.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course, it's not like criminal, though. They don't have to come to a unanimous decision.
They do in Virginia.
Or they do?
They do in Virginia. Yeah. This is,
Oh no.
yes. Yes. This is an old common law rule that they have retained from the old Blackstone days.
Shit. That's gonna take that's gonna be a mess.
It's a challenge for sure.
Yeah, that moves the needle on my thoughts on his chance. Like, I didn't think he had great chances, but now I think he has even less than great chances.
Something to you.
Oh.
It was okay. That's the promise you gave me a little while ago. I'm telling you, if you lost memory last night of kicking me out the door with the fucker hitting me,
Again,
and and your memory is gone from you kicking the bathroom door and hitting me in the skull as I was bent
Again,
down.
I am
Wait,
sorry.
if you have those memory fucking divots.
I was upset. There was a lot going on,
okay,
and I was
but wait.
on an Ambien. Like,
Okay,
why?
but wait.
Like, why are you obsessing over the fact that I can't remember it the way you remembered it? I said I was sorry. I didn't deny
know
it.
that. I'm not talking
Guys,
about
this is
that.
a
What
new
else?
audio.
This is good.
We haven't heard this one.
I'm sorry for hitting you.
I was on Ambien.
Although this is the expurgated version of the audio. It's a 2 hours something audio. It's like,
Mhm.
It's not
Remember the circle?
just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
To avoid talking to me, to
To
avoid
escape
working it
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight. Crazy. Escalated. I split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, knock, knock. Bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
oof.
Yep.
I'm not the one who fucking throws fucking pots and
Those are different.
whatever
That's
the
different.
fucking else at me.
That's different. That's one does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's a complete non sequitur. Just because I've thrown pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because there are vases does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Really, I should just let you throw.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making
I'm
non sequiturs.
giving you a situation.
No, you're trying to justify how you don't or do come to the door
No,
based
I'm
on whether I throw
justifying-
pots and pans. It's irrelevant.
I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans? Okay, cool. Let's
No.
talk about everything you do, Rob.
I'm not the one who.
Wow.
I throw pots and pans. You knock on the door. I mean, those are the same.
Yeah, same thing. Holy shit, guys. This is not just red flags. This is like beyond.
What else is on the audio, though? She just said, let's talk about the things you do.
Travis, I said, no, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fuck it. No, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie. And then
I didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the
I-
way. I'm sorry that I didn't
never
hit
punched
you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No,
I-
when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm
toes?
not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start,
You're such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
because you start
Donnie.
physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
Wow.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury what they just heard on those audio recordings?
Gaslighting.
Projection, gaslighting, defensiveness, denial.
Amber Heard, the face of domestic violence.
Yep.
What was just played on the audio recordings was
Abuse.
very much the tone
Yes.
and the aggression and the
The problem that they have is
attitude
they
and the
Heard cannot win this on facts.
need
No.
She has to win it on the technicalities
for
of
a
defamation
fight
law.
from Ms.
And the
Heard.
jury isn't going to want
is-
to rule on those technicalities.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was some need for attention, but I don't. That was a sound that I had gotten very used to. The squabbling, the the raising of the voice to essentially excommunicate anything that I had to say about the situation. But then, and I do remember that incident. I believe that's from the when I was in the bathroom, and I was in fact taking a shower, and this was in penthouse 3, and she came banging on the door, banging on the door, banging on the door. I didn't answer. I was in the shower. I couldn't deal with it. I didn't want to deal with any more of that sarcastic, demeaning, aggressive, violent, toxic spew. And so I was taking a shower and I didn't want to answer the door. She kept banging. And then I finally got out of the shower and I opened the bathroom door about just that.
He
that
stutters
much,
more
just
when
so
he's
I could
talking about fights and conflict.
have a good hold on the door
Clearly a trigger
in
something.
case she tried to burst in. And I was right, she did. Bathroom doors go in. She was pushing all her weight on the door, trying to get in.
It's like 82
And
pounds.
I was pushing back because I didn't want to let her in because I obviously didn't want the confrontation. She was not in best of moods. You can hear. So when I was pushing the bathroom door, trying to close it, and was almost closed, she suddenly kind of yelped in pain. And she screamed out, "Ow, my toes or my foot or something." And so in that second, I thought possibly her foot had gotten caught under the door, which would, of course, not feel great on the foot or the toes. So I thought she was maybe injured. So I knelt down to have a look. The door was still, it was still pretty well about that much open. And when I knelt down on my hands and knees to look at her foot to see the injury, she kicked the bathroom door into my head. She kicked the bathroom door into my head, and I was completely taken aback by such a corrosive, horrific move. So I stood up, and I believe I stood up and at this point, the door was open. I stood up and I said, I think I said, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? And the next move was just a bang, and just she clocked me in the jaw. And that was another shocker.
How
So
long
she-
after that did you start recording?
Sorry,
How long after that did you start recording that audio recording that we just heard?
that audio recording was about her trying to make less of what had happened. In fact, trying to make less of what had happened by repeating some story to me that didn't make any sense, and
Objection
certainly didn't
non-responsive.
make any sense since I was there and I was the target. So I wanted some confirmation from someone with some semblance of a mind that could understand what was happening. I wanted Mr. McGivern to come up, and I asked her to tell him what had just happened. And her answer was essentially, I don't know what he's talking about. Nothing happened. He's fine. And once again, I told Mr. McGivern, time to leave the premises.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you now what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 162.
Okay.
DCV Titan says, listening to Johnny's testimony today, I feel like I heard it before. Didn't Heard claim Johnny chased her around and locked herself in the bathroom? And didn't she also steal someone's rape story? Kind of
Stay tuned.
looks like it.
You can take this down. Thank you. Could you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 92, please?
Dirty Dan says, in other news, the production company behind Rust paid $137,000 settlement for the prop mismanagement. Thanks for the stream, Rackets. Oh my God, that's it?
That's an understatement and an undervalued settlement. They should have gotten way more for that.
Why would you settle for that little?
Pittance.
Mr. Depp, what is this a picture of?
That is a that's a photograph of the blade of an old, like a Bowie knife. That's the photograph of the blade with an inscription on it to me from Ms. Heard, who at the time I referred to as Slim.
Your
And
Honor, we'd
it's-
like to move Exhibit.
Sounds like the name of a pimp,
Plaintiff's
like a
Exhibit
pimp
92
named
as
Slim.
evidence.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, what does it say on this knife?
Hasta la muerte,
And what does that mean?
until death.
And then what does it say after that?
XX Slim,
And who is Slim?
Ms. Heard.
When did Ms. Heard give you this knife?
Well, it was a present from Ms. Heard. I believe it was around 2015.
Could we please take this down and pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 93?
93.
93, yes.
Yeah, that Damascus effect on that knife.
Why are they introducing the knife?
Mr. Depp, what is this a photograph
I was going to
of?
say, unless he was
That's
stabbed with
the,
it.
Yeah.
knife in full view. That's the full side of that knife.
Or threatened with it.
Plaintiffs would move
Yeah, it
Plaintiff's Exhibit
must be
93
something
into
like that.
evidence as well.
Maybe she
Alright,
started
93
texting him
evidence.
pictures of it. Said, you next.
Yeah, I bet she told him to use it.
Yep.
Mr. Depp, do you recall the occasion on which Ms. Heard gave you this knife?
I don't recall exactly the occasion, whether it was my birthday of 2015 or if it was a Christmas gift.
You can take this down, please. Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd now like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 65.
Doug Murray says, Rackets, I'm divorced twice, 44 years old, never marrying again. I don't even date. I went through the same crap he's going through. I'm focused on my career and saving for my retirement.
And I
I
believe
focus
this
on work
has already
and playing
been
guitar.
offered into evidence.
Love it.
If so, if we could please publish to the jury. Thank you.
Sorry you went through that, man. It sucks.
Yeah, no, but bad to have gone through it, but good you're focusing on yourself.
There were some scratches. Another altercation, and there were some mishearded come at me with her nails or hand scratching at me.
And who took these photographs of you?
Once again, I believe this was Mr. Pett, Sean Pett.
These are not flattering.
When were these photographs taken?
Put some filters on. Oh my God.
He looks like a murderer in that one.
Seems to be Christmas.
Expect him to change my oil and kidnap my
10 days
children.
before Christmas, the 15th of December 2015.
Mr. Depp, do you remember what led to you having these scratches on your face?
This was yet again another confrontation where as was my regular practice, there had been an altercation. She was she had some rage issue with me, and I remember that I was trying to go to my corner, as it were, which is I was going into my office in penthouse 3, which is upstairs. And as I was approaching the door to my office, Miss Heard ran out of the master bedroom, our bedroom, and started just throwing wild punches at me, at the back of my head, at the side of my head, at anything that she could connect with. And I had to, I would have to show you sort of how I tried to avoid the attack.
Please do.
If it's all right, John.
Yes, yes, sir.
If I'm walking
Step jab, step back, counter.
this
Let's
way,
see it, Johnny.
door of my office, the bedroom door is where you are. I'd walked across the mezzanine there, and as I'm approaching the door, suddenly I'm just getting clobbered from behind, and one's natural primal instinct is to kind of duck and cover. So I ducked and covered, but they didn't stop. So I came up this like this, sort of protecting my face, but at the same time, with her arms swinging wildly, I put my arms out and I was able to get her into a bear hug or something, just to stop her from hitting me anymore. And while holding her in that position, she was still trying to, she had her legs, she could kick, she could knee me. So she was still kind of very angry, very animated. And yeah, it was unpleasant.
What happened at the end of that situation?
Because of the grabbing of the arms and holding them to her side so that I didn't receive any more blows. And she was still fighting. I believe there was some kind of contact with our heads, our foreheads, as would happen if you're trying to
Happens in the clinch.
calm someone like that. And then
Right before the knee strikes.
that was when she accused me of headbutting her, of giving her a headbutt and breaking her nose. But there was no blood. There was no. I didn't hit her nose. If there was anything at all, it was a bump of. Well, I'm trying to restrain her. She's trying to get out of it. There's going to be some contact here and there, accidental contact, but not a
Left
headbutt.
side of her lip, right
How did
on our
you,
screen, but left for her
escape this
face is
altercation?
droopy. Just the one side. It's weird. Maybe she's having a stroke.
After she'd made the remark about
No.
the fact that I headbutted her, which was just impossible. She split. She huffed off. I let her go. She huffed away, and she was gone for about 7 or 8 minutes. And then when she came back, I was in the bedroom of penthouse 3, our bedroom. And she came back about 7 or 8 minutes later. She had a Kleenex or a tissue to her nose. And she pulled it away from her nose and she showed it to me. And there was red. There was indeed like red color on the tissue. But me, I know that there was no connection to her nose. No part of my body made connection to her nose or eyes or anything like. So she said, she took it away and she showed it to me. She said, "Way to go, Johnny, you broke my nose." You broke my nose.
A dot of red on a Kleenex is not a broken nose, honey.
And I knew I hadn't.
Wait,
So
wait, wait.
I said, you go into sort of placation mode, which is, "Oh my God, let me see. Are you okay? What happened? Let me see." And she wouldn't let me see anything. And so I just tried to calm the situation as best I could. All the while, I was waiting for her to dispense with that Kleenex because I didn't trust it. And
It's
so I
coming.
waited.
Coming.
And when she dropped it into the wastebasket in her bathroom, or in our bathroom, and left the room. Went somewhere
Okay.
downstairs, I think, I don't know. And then I pulled the Kleenex out of the trash bin, and I inspected it pretty closely and realized that it was nail polish, nail varnish, or
The whole time.
Yeah.
The whole time.
2015. Where did you and Miss Heard go for the holidays?
It had been planned for a while that we would be going to the island, and we would be going to the island with my kids, Lily Rose and Jack, and Lily Rose's boyfriend at the time, there's a friend of Amber's called Alice Temperley, I believe her name was.
What a
And her
scumbag
boyfriend,
bitch.
Greg Williams, who's a very well-known photographer, and both very nice people, and their kids were going to. She told me they were going to be come to the island, and I thought, okay, great. And so yeah, that's where we went for the holidays.
And what happened on the island in December 2015?
Many things, but
Was there any violence by Miss Heard against you?
oh yes, there were a couple of incidents that were, again, just each time one of these incidents would occur, it seemed to get worse and worse. That is to say, as opposed to fists or anything like that. I'd set up on the back porch of the house. I'd set up an area with an easel and oil paints and a can of mineral spirits, linseed oil, brushes, everything. So she wanted to paint. So I had set it up for her. And for some, and again, I remember sitting at the table where most of the paintbrushes and the can and all that stuff was. And the argument, again, escalated, and she simply reached down and grabbed the can of mineral spirits and chucked it at my face. She threw it at my face, and it struck me right at the bridge of the nose, sort of the forehead, bridge of the nose area, and it hurt.
Who else was around when this happened?
Well, thankfully, my children and Lily Rose's boyfriend were over towards the cafe. At that point, I didn't know that anyone else was around or had witnessed anything. I thought it was just Amber and I, but apparently there are 4 staff who work on the island.
I don't think it's hearsay. I don't think any statements yet.
Was there a statement?
You can go ahead and continue your answer, sir.
Okay.
They've done that a couple times with hearsay. The other time she actually sustained it.
Well, because they already know these people witnessed it and are going to say that.
Yeah. So there are indeed 4 staff who work on the island and live there all year round, who take care of everything. And
Not only is there an island, there's permanent staff.
Mhm.
Jesus.
How do you
2
get
of them
that job?
Give me
happened to
Hollywood
be
money.
in that area and witnessed the violence.
How sustained as to, unless you can lay a foundation, how you would know
Certainly.
that if it was not hearsay.
Mr. Depp, how do you know that these staff members witnessed part of this altercation?
These people, as I said, they're staff on the island, though I consider them family and very dear to me. And I believe it is mutual. Known them a very long time. They were visibly shaken by what they'd witnessed.
Objection, Your Honor.
Again, if you can lay foundation, if he saw them there, or if it's just something. they
Mr.
told
Depp,
them.
did you see any of these individuals shortly after you had this altercation with Ms. Heard?
No, that's not the proper. Did he see them as actually there? If he didn't, if it's something they told him, then it's hearsay.
Mr. Depp, did you see any of your staff members at the house when you and Ms. Heard?
Thanks
had
for
that
helping her out there,
altercation?
Judge.
Yeah, that was a big lift there.
Once Miss Heard had stormed off, I sort of sat there dazed and confused for a few minutes, and then I walked around the house and I saw Tara and
That's fine. Okay, I'll sustain the objection. We'll move on.
You mentioned Tara. Who's Tara?
She sustained that.
Tara's the manager of the
She
island.
sustained that objection because he didn't see her at the time, but after when he walked around the house.
Yes,
Mr.
like
Depp, I'd to
0.5
discuss
seconds
April
later, he saw her.
2015 Now,
Should have clarified.
That's fine. Tara will testify.
when is Ms. Heard's
on
birthday?
this.
22nd of April.
But the fact that the
And
attorney
in
isn't picking up on those
2016, how
cues
was
is
Ms. Heard celebrating
frustrating.
her birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, she'll be in court for her birthday.
We'd set up a
Yes, she will.
Happy birthday, turd.
dinner for her, which was she wanted to have a dinner with her, with all her friends, and Josh, Drew, Rocky's boyfriend, who was some sort of chef, he asked her what she would like for him to cook. That's hearsay, I guess.
Johnny Depp earns his JD.
I'm learning.
See, that's the stuff. That's the
Let me put it
magic.
a different way.
Very endearing.
Mr. Drew, who was a chef, which I don't believe is hearsay. Mr. Drew had made Mexican food, Ms. Heard's favorite. Is that better?
And what were you doing that day before Ms. Heard's birthday celebration?
I had been in a room for many, many hours with a group of accountants, new accountants, and they were going through essentially the situation that I was in financially, which was
Better than now?
No, this was
a real
the
shock.
embezzlement.
Oh, right. Yes.
I had no idea, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but I prefer to think of the work as opposed to how much I'm getting paid. So
That's easy when you've got an island.
I had no idea how much money I'd made. I just didn't. I just figured if I was working, it was money, so everything would be all right. They informed me that I had been, quite an inordinate amount of sum of money had been was gone. It had disappeared, and
I'll be right back.
after having worked 30-something years in the industry, I'm sorry, I could hear Miss Brett.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was pretty shocked at where I was to learn I was exactly financially. And it was a very long meeting. And I knew, of course, that Ms. Heard's birthday dinner was to start at, I believe, 8:30. And I texted her a number of times from the meeting saying, this is probably going to go long, and I think I might be a little late. I'm sorry, but it's, you know, important, and I'm going to be a bit late for the dinner, and I apologized all over the place. And so when I left and picked up something at the house, which I believe was her gift, on the way downtown, I received a text from Miss Hurd asking me to bring, asked if I could bring some wine and some weed. And I texted back,
2 W's.
sure. And then by the time I got to, arrived at Penthouse 5 for the party, I was about an hour and 40 minutes late, maybe, something like that.
Casually
Before
late.
you arrived, how many drinks had you had?
Oh, I think I'd had a glass of wine with, there was one bottle of wine that Ed White had brought to the meeting that we, between, I don't know how many, 5 or 6 of us, we had we had a glass of wine.
Could you tell the jury who Ed White is?
Oh yeah, sorry. Ed White was at the time he was my new business manager, and he was quite a he was quite a professional, you know, nearly forensic business manager, and he had shown me things that from my former business managers that were quite disturbing.
Hearsay.
I believe he said he showed him.
This is just for
Yes,
the narrative.
yes, I looked at papers. Maybe they're hearsay papers. I don't know.
I believe he was being.
Yes, but is this actually going in for proof of the truth of its
Saying
contents?
that's any hearsay that might be
Understood.
Next
Business
question.
records kept in the regular course of business.
Well,
Yeah.
did they
When
actually
you
try to
arrived at
prove
the
that the money was
Foundation,
lost,
How did
or is
Ms.
this
Hurd
just
greet you with it all?
Very cold.
this is hearsay? This is just
What did she say to you?
Oh, Runkle, you're way down. Let me turn you up.
Also, what's up, Runk?
Not much.
not much. Now, is this
Not
actually
much.
going in for proof of the truth of its contents, or is this just him explaining his story?
Yes.
Occasionally, she
This
would
exception
tear
or this
herself
objection
from
seems bullshit.
the
It's explaining
conversation
the
she
effect
was
on the
in,
declarant's state of
just
mind,
to
what
Yeah.
mood he was in when he got to the
lean
party.
towards
Doesn't matter if
I
it's
was-
true
I
or
was
not, so it's
to-
not hearsay.
to her right. And I would get a quick earful of, I can't believe you've done this to me on my birthday. I can't believe I'm so embarrassed. You know,
He finds he's out millions of
which I
dollars, and
found odd
she's
because I'd kept her informed all day. And the last text that I'd received was a request for wine and marijuana. So when I got
Happy
there,
420.
and received that attitude, what could I do? So I
Murder.
just made the best
no,
of
that's
it.
not a
and
suggestion.
talked to her friends, and because they were all her friends except for, I believe, nurse Erin. Erin was there, I believe.
What's Aaron's last name?
Erin Borum, nurse Erin, who had been the nurse assigned to Ms. Hurd. So I just had conversations with the various people there. Her makeup artist, Melanie Iglesias, was there with her fella, and I remember speaking French with them. And I didn't really eat. Wasn't feeling it.
Did you have any drinks once you arrived at the birthday party?
Wine.
How many glasses?
I don't-
17.
Maybe two, because they were like large, the large sort of Bordeaux glasses. So yeah, maybe two glasses of wine by the time it started to wind down.
How many drinks did you observe Miss Heard consume after you arrived at the party?
I really couldn't say because all I saw was just she was drinking wine.
And did it seem to you that she had been drinking wine prior to your arrival?
I was sure, since I was an hour and 40 minutes late, that Miss Heard was well into the wine before I got there. Yes.
Well into it.
How did the party come to an end?
It was kind of, one person would say, "Well, I better get out of here," and then two more couples or two more people would say, "Yeah, time to go." And then it just wound down. There was Mr. Drew, Miss Pennington, Whitney, possibly Whitney. And that was about it. It was sort of left there.
And what happened after the guests left the party?
She was free to commence with the usual
Violence.
verbal barrage, and at that point, there was so much in my head from the meeting. I thought it was a bit much that Miss Heard had. I'm sorry, it seemed quite brattish, it seemed quite childish that Miss Heard was holding such a grudge against me for having been late to her 30th birthday party. And she
30th.
knew very well. She was well informed that I was in an intense meeting that had a lot to do with not just my life and my future, but my children's. And I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if houses were going to start going away. I didn't. So it felt. I'm sure, of course, she felt something, but it felt unfair. It felt small comparatively. If your loved one or your husband has had some very serious issues brought before him. So when she engaged in her normal kind of banter of trying to poke at me and get me to react, I literally just got into bed. I remember the television was on, and I was reading, and I suppose Miss Heard was down in her area taking off her makeup and changing into sleep clothes, whatever, and she entered the bedroom while I was laying on my side of the bed reading, and she was still rattling off all the wrongs I'd done to her in that particular day, and how unreliable I am, and what a
sustained the lives of
horrible
her, her
person
friends,
I
and her
was,
family for years. So
and
unreliable.
I did not engage verbally, nothing. I sat there or laid there
Great rock.
reading the book. And when she didn't get a jump out of me or a jolt out of me, she got out of bed. She walked around the bed. She came to my side. And
Just looking a little more sad, just thinking of all that money.
you've got a person who is throwing multiple shots at your face, at your head, at your neck, at anything she could hit. So I got up out of bed and I grabbed her by the shoulders and I sat her down on the bed. And I said, I'm leaving. Please don't get off the bed. Please don't follow me. Please don't try and stop me. I'm leaving. And she got up off the bed.
Of course she did.
And she squared off at me in the doorway of our bedroom. And I said, what do you want to do? Hit me again? Would you like to hit me again? And I said, go ahead. Hit me. Bam. And then I just said, is that what you wanted? Would you like another?
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
There's the second one. And I said, good. Now you're done. Grabbed her by the shoulders, walked her to the bed, sat her down, and said, don't follow me. Leave me alone. I'm out. I'm gone. I went, I grabbed a few things, and I got out immediately, and I went to my other house on Sweetser.
That's the most badass moment of his career right there.
She was leaving following day for Coachella, which is it's a Coachella.
Of course.
A big event, a concert, many bands.
To Coachella.
A commie-cert?
Out in the desert. She and her friends were going to Coachella for the weekend. And
they had the same style then as now.
That was it.
Mr. Depp, after April 21st, 2016, when was the next time that you actually saw Ms. Heard in person?
I left Miss Heard, I left Penthouse 3. I left at 4:30 in the morning. It was actually her birthday. It was 4:30 in the morning, April 22nd. And that's when I left. And from that moment on, I did not see Ms. Heard until May 21st.
And why was that?
I had received some news
It's hearsay,
that was
according to the defense, anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Let him
as
talk about his
absurd
mother's deaths now.
and grotesque
Here it comes.
and cruel. And then I was shown a picture of
What was the picture?
I had gone to Mr. Bett and said, she's at Coachella. I think it's a good time to go downtown so that I can get some of my things, and get them out of there, especially the things that were precious to me, children things from friends.
That's when you next saw her, not her
Hunter,
DNA.
Thompson, whatever, things that were important to me. And he said, I don't think now's a good time to go. It's the perfect time. She's not going to be home for 2 days. And then he showed me a photograph on his telephone of
Objection, Your Honor.
It's not a
It's
call for
photograph,
hearsay.
Your Honor.
As being relayed to him by Mr. Beck.
He says he looked at it on his
Saw the
phone.
photograph.
Objection is the photograph.
What was the photograph of Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Say it. Say it.
it was a
He can't. There's no way
it was
to
a
follow the
photograph
turn.
of the bed, our bed, and on my side of the bed was human fecal matter. So I
Objection,
understood
Your Honor.
why
He's not a biologist.
it wasn't for him to go down there.
Hearsay. Who told him it was
My
human?
initial
Show me the-
response to that
The evidence
was,
bag.
I mean, I laughed. It was so outside.
Of her
It was
rectum.
so bizarre and so grotesque that I could only laugh.
Exactly.
And
I can picture Lauren Bacall doing
so I
that,
did
can't
not go
you?
down there that day.
Mr. Depp, how was your mother's health during this time?
You're not gonna dwell on the giant turd in the bed for a little bit.
Yeah, I would
Come
have.
on.
Yeah. It's a floater.
Could you describe the size of this turd?
Not good at all. My
That's
mom
color.
was in
Was it a steak turd or a
Cedar
burrito
Sinai
turd?
Hospital, and
It was a red wine turd.
Oh.
she was on her way out. She was dying.
How
She-
often were you going to see her during this time?
Excuse me.
How often were you going to see her during this time?
As much as I could under the circumstances. But when I did go and get to see my mom, she was pretty much incapable of speech. Her speech had left her. At that time, she seemed to. Her eyes were still open, and she could kind of react with her eyes, but she couldn't speak. And then, not long after that, once her eyes closed, she lay there for the duration of her life, which ended on the 20th of May, the night before I saw Miss Heard for the last time. Well, essentially.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Depp, but how did your mother's death affect you?
As it would anyone, I suppose. There was one thing that I couldn't fathom was, I brought my kids to see Betty Sue in the hospital, and at that time she was not functioning. She was not responsive. She was alive still. She was fighting still inside, but she was lying in the bed, and excuse this analogy, but all I could think of was how if she's conscious if she's conscious of everything that's going on around her, but has no ability to speak, has no ability to move. I knew that the one thing, as far as Betty Sue was concerned, the last thing that she would have wanted was to have ended up lying there on a, what, it was like, there's my mom lying there on a deli platter. And it was a horrible image. But I brought my kids in to say goodbye. And we all spoke into her ear. And then she passed away later. So it was painful, but there was some side of it too, at least to me, that in a way it was, I was happy for her.
Why was
Because
that?
I can't imagine Betty Sue or my mom, I can't imagine anyone lying there in quite possibly was a kind of a locked-in syndrome. And if she's surrounded by 10 people looking at her lying there on that deli platter, if you will, I was happy for her that she was out of pain, out of frustration, out of, I was happy that she'd moved. Not happy, I was relieved that she was no longer in that situation. Though, when those you love leave, we're the ones stuck with the pain, with the grieving. But I was glad that my kids got to see her and give her send off, I suppose. And but it was it opened my eyes quite a lot to a number of things.
And what were some of those things that your mother's death opened your eyes
One
to?
time he doesn't elaborate.
Yeah.
That life is a bird song. That what feels like 100 years is in fact a second, millisecond. Nobody can count those things, you know. So I had made peace with Betty Sue because I understood where she came from, and I understood how difficult her childhood was, and I understood that she had not had the proper training or proper teaching or the proper background to be anything other than what she had been when we were younger. I forgave her for all that, as one should. So I was, it opened my eyes to the fact that yes, try in relationships, whether friendships, whether courtships, whether marriage, whether this, whether that, try your best, try. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And more importantly, if you're going to get out of it, if you're going to make an end, which I had decided that it was, somebody had to call it, and I decided that I would call Amber and tell her that my mom had died that day. And then I very calmly said, "Look, I've made a decision, and I think it's the best thing. I'm going to file for divorce, but I'm not going to cite irreconcilable differences. I'm not going to cite any violence. I'm going to state this. We simply, the two of us, we simply don't want to feel as though we have a collar around each other's neck and a leash attached to it, and then this piece of paper that proves that that's
Some people are into
true."
that, though.
So
Oh, no
what
love and
the best
leashes.
was,
No love and
we
leashes.
want to
Maybe the
end
bed poop was just role play as part of that.
throughout and take the idea of ownership of one another out of the picture, and that's how I approached Miss Heard with that, and
So why did you go over to the
Should've
penthouses
had
on May
that.
21st, 2016?
Should have had that approach before you were married.
Miss Heard had requested that I come over to have a talk, to explain. She wanted to explain things, and so I went there. But I also wanted to gather up some of those things, precious things that you live with. So I went over there to have a discussion, what I thought would be calm understanding.
Just such a history of calm, understanding discussion.
As
Yeah.
well as I did, that there was no way back. And I also felt that she would understand that
Based on what you felt this?
it was the best thing for both of us. And there were there was nothing there should have been nothing to fight over. It was clear. I told her that I would take care of her and all that. And then she she was telling me about she brought up the situation of the fecal matter on the bed.
The turd.
And
The Heard turd.
The elephant turd in the room.
You can't even
and
take it
she
seriously.
tried to blame it on the dogs. But
Why
the,
didn't you think it could have been the dogs?
the dogs were they're teacup Yorkies.
The poop was larger than the Yorkie.
The photographs that I saw, and I mean, I lived with those dogs for many years, and so did Hilda Vargas.
Queen Hilda will be coming.
She's a woman who's been with me for 30 plus years, from the very beginning, and she was the one who photographed it. It was clear she knew the dogs as well as I did. That was none of that did not come from a dog. It just didn't.
Mr. Depp, could we back up a little bit? Who went over to the penthouses with you on May 21st?
I went to the penthouses with Jerry Judge and Sean Bett, and I had asked them on the just in case, please pay particular attention and stay as close to the door, stay at the door, or if you got a split, come back quick. You know, if they went down to the security shack or whatever it was, don't linger, get back. Because if you hear anything, if you hear screaming, you got to get in there. So leave the door unlocked and spring in there if you hear something.
Why did you want them to be able to get into the penthouse quickly if they heard anything?
Hashtag me poo in the chat.
I love it. The
Based
Me
on
Poo
my
is
past
great. Make a trend.
experiences with Miss Earth, when you say something that she either didn't agree with or swore up and down that it was a complete falsity and there was something wrong with me, I'm crazy, and the escalation. If anything was going to start to escalate, I did not want to be there. So I had them waiting by the door to get in there in case anything went down.
So when you walked into the penthouse, what did you see?
When I first walked into the penthouses, you walk in and then make a left, and then you're in the kitchen area. And then beyond that was the living room. I saw Miss Heard sitting there on the couch. And I went over to talk. I went and sat down on the couch. She was sitting on, the couch was kind of a square or a half square, She was sitting on one side of the couch. I was sitting on the other. That's when she was trying to explain a few things about Coachella and then the fecal delivery. And saying that it was the dogs.
Oh.
And I'm sorry, I could not agree with her. I'd lived with those dogs. I picked up their fun. It was not the dogs. And so what happened was I said, let's call Kevin
Chat,
Murphy.
you have the power to
Kevin
make
Murphy.
me poo
Kevin
trend
Murphy had been
on Twitter.
I got it tweeted right now.
in Los Angeles. He was the
Let's do it.
the house manager over the places in West Hollywood, and he was also taking care of the penthouses downtown. If any work needed to be done or this or that, and he would schedule the girls who would come in, the ladies like Hilda, to do their work. And he'd had a conversation with Ms. Heard.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
She
Let's
didn't
move
say
beyond
what was
this
in the
that
conversation.
Kevin Murphy had with Ms. Heard. So after you called Kevin Murphy, what happened?
I asked Kevin
They know they're going to win all these hearsay objections because the plaintiffs just
Amber-
will not fight on them.
and he had spoken
Yeah.
about the incident. He said, yes, they had. Okay.
Don't give him the opening, Johnny.
And
Say it.
it appears that Ms. Heard had told
Hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm not sure.
This is apparently a statement by Ms. Heard.
That he heard from Kevin Murphy.
Doesn't matter.
That's what the testimony is.
All right, if you want to reframe that, that's fine.
It's still a party admission against their interest.
After
It's
you,
double
There's not an
hearsay.
exception
you
for
hang
party
up the
admissions
phone
that it
with
came from
Kevin
someone
Murphy?
else.
right about the time that Ms. Heard was screaming obscenities at him and calling him a liar and that he was a scumbag. And I told her, I said, listen, don't speak to this man that way. Do not disrespect this man in that way. And then Kevin Murphy just hung up. And so at that point, she was riled, of course.
Hearsay. The hang up is
And I went
a hearsay
upstairs
statement.
to gather belongings. When I came back downstairs, she was on the phone
Speculation
with
as to the intentionality of the hang up.
Io till it right, and they were making a wonderful point of just how funny it was that I thought that some human being had actually dropped a grumpy onto the bed, and they were yakking, they were yucking.
Oh, that's
it
my
up.
new
They
favorite
were laughing
euphemism.
about the whole thing, and it was you know, it was a tough couple of days, and I really didn't feel like I deserved that kind of treatment. And
I feel like Grumpy should be Amber Heard's new nickname.
I went over and I said, let me talk to her. I grabbed the phone and I said to Io, you can have her now. She's yours. She's all yours. Right? And then I took the phone
Io.
and
I was the trans person.
bang like that onto the, I mean, that side of the couch was 8 feet long. The other side of the couch was about 6 feet long. I flopped it onto the couch and I was walking towards the kitchen to exit, and then suddenly Rocky Pennington ran in to the penthouse and started, you know, leave her alone, Johnny, leave her alone. And I was by the refrigerator at this point. I was 20 feet away.
Where was Miss Heard at that time?
She was still sitting on the couch. And that's when the screaming, you know, the screaming started with, like, again, I'm 20 feet away. She's still got Io on the phone. She's got Rocky there. Stop hitting me, Johnny, she's screaming in her best freaked out, upset voice, high pitched. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Jerry Judge and Sean Bett entered the room. And as they entered the room, and she was quite surprised to see them, she said, that's the last time you'll ever hit me. That's the last time you'll ever do that to me. And again, I'm a good 20 feet away by the fridge. And then Jerry said, boss, I think we should just leave. And then we left. That was the last time I saw Miss Heard until she asked me to break the restraining order. Or not break the restraining order, break the restraining order and talk to her in July later.
Mr. Depp, where did you go after you left the penthouses on May 21st?
I went home.
To which home?
Oh, to Sweetser.
And then where did you go? Where did you go after you went home to Sweetser?
I was due to, I had to go to, I had to catch a flight to New York, where we were doing, this group, the Hollywood Vampires, we were about to set out on a 2 or 3 month tour of Europe, and we were rehearsing in New York, and then we played one show in New York as a warm-up gig, and then we were on the plane, and we started the shows in Europe, and I was on the road from then, which was May, on through July, August or something.
Ms. Myers, is this a good time to take
I
our
was,
afternoon break?
I was just going to
Okay,
suggest that. Thank you,
Good,
Your
all
Honor.
right, thank you. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case. Thank you.
No watching Nick Rekieta.
Don't panic, guys.
Definitely watch.
Get the poo picture. It's just going to come in from Kevin Murphy or Hilda Vargas. You know, they got to hold some exciting stuff off for later.
I have it. I have the poop picture. Whoever claimed
I already
it as
tweeted
a,
it.
whoever said it was a red wine poop. Actually, yes. Actually, yeah. It looks like someone who's drowned in red wine who has not had a healthy meal
Take our
in
recess.
2 days.
You know what I'm going to say,
It's
right? You're voting,
disgusting.
right? Okay, 3:45? Second good? Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely haram or whatever.
That's 100% haram. Like,
Yeah.
definitely Allah does not support this level of pooping.
Is there a halal turd? I mean, come on.
Yes, one that's properly in the toilet.
I'll have to ask Joe next week if there's a kosher turd, if that's a possible thing. We'll have that discussion.
I'm sure he'll
Deep-
appreciate that.
Oh, he will.
The deep
he will.
theological insights. Hey, what's up, Runkle the Bailey? It's always weird, like introducing people during all the testimony and stuff. So welcome. Glad to have you here, man.
Oh, I'm just I've got a day of court, so I'm popping in when I can, but yeah, no, this has been a wild one.
It's interesting you're popping in when you can, and Amber Heard is on beds popping out when she can.
Oh, Nick.
That is terrible.
These hearsay objections, though, like, can they come up with any of the exceptions to hearsay not offered for the proof of the statement? Like, can they just try that one a couple times with some confidence behind it? They always sound like they're asking the judge, like, well, it might not be offered for the truth.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, you know, it's not.
They sound like they're just saying, you know, please, judge, let us get away with it. We don't have an explanation, but just let us do it anyway. It's so ineffective.
Yeah. And some of these are just so bad, the objections. Like, knock that out.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Do we have it? Hold on.
Also, Andrea, great to meet you here. I'm following you on Twitter now, so
Oh, awesome. Welcome.
I have appreciated your commentary thus far.
So what is your opinion? Has Amber Heard actually read East of Eden?
We got
I
it.
haven't, so
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies
Uh-oh.
and gentlemen.
Uh-oh. Dropping it? Are you dropping it, Nick?
We've got him. Number 15
Yes!
trending. Hashtag me poo.
Woo! We're doing it, guys. It's the power of the chat. The power of the chat.
Oh my goodness, that's terrific. Oh yeah. If you guys keep sharing it on Twitter, keep liking it and sharing it, you know, wherever you find it, a bunch of people are tweeting about it. It'll just keep blowing up.
or blowing out.
Oh my goodness.
Look, y'all know you wanted it. That's why you watched this trial. Y'all were waiting for it. Are you happy?
Based in X-Lax pilled.
I would have been really upset if I'd missed that euphemism, the grumpy.
That was good.
I'd never heard that before.
You never heard that before?
No.
That's an American expression, Runkle. That's a very American expression.
All right. Well, it's a classic. I hope that catches on more where I am.
Well, you can start it. You can make it happen. You can drop a grumpy in Canada.
Drop a grumpy. Like the poor man. He's in court. He knows he's got to describe this, but he's trying to be like as proper as he can and just not be crass and crude. And he's like, drop a grumpy. And he's got a little smirk that comes up. It's like, yeah, that'll work. Oh my gosh.
Well,
That's
honestly,
perfect.
they need the photo in many ways because to the extent there are men on the jury, many of them are going to have a hard time believing that a woman actually drops a grumpy. Like, these things, these don't actually happen. This is not the real world for a lot of people.
Yeah, you girls just
Yeah.
fart
Yeah.
unicorns and rainbows, right?
Well,
Gosh,
and
it's
somebody might be
gross.
saying, well, I mean, how big could it be? Maybe it is, maybe he could be confused with the dog.
It definitely didn't come out of a Yorkie.
A teacup Yorkie.
It's
These
bigger
dogs
than the
are
Yorkie
like the
itself.
size of your hand.
It's bigger than the Yorkie.
I could post the picture. It's so disgusting.
I posted it
Oh.
on Twitter. It's out. It's out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's out there, I'm sure.
Okay, minor criticism though. Do none of these people have like an iPhone to take the picture? Like, what is the camera quality that they have here? It's terrible.
The potato. They took it with the potato.
It was
Not even-
2016. Come on, man.
Yeah,
We had
pay
no
your
technology
housekeeper
then.
a little bit more. Get her off that flip phone and onto an iPhone. She's gonna take that picture. Oh my gosh. Wow. So pretty volatile and explosive testimony, and I'm not making a diarrhea joke. I'm actually, the amount of incidents that he endured with her was just laid bare. And the thing you get the impression of is that these are the storms, right? But the rain carries on between them.
Yeah.
That,
well, and
yeah, go ahead,
go
Ron.
ahead. Oh, I was going to say the cigarette burn is going to be real hard to explain away.
Yeah.
I'm sure he did it to himself or whatever.
Oh,
while he
yes.
was locked in his bathroom, hiding like a freaking coward. I hope she calls him a coward on the stand.
Yeah, kitchen cooking accident. You're just sitting there, you chop off your finger, you burn yourself with a cigarette. Like,
oh my
it's
god,
messed up.
I gotta. I gotta tweet something real quick. I just can't.
Sometimes you just can't hold it, Nick. Sometimes you just can't.
Oh my gosh. There we go. Makes me so happy. There are a few accomplishments in your life that just make you happy. One of them is being part of the hashtag #MePoo trending moment.
Is that going on your resume there?
Oh my goodness. So but yeah, I mean, just the constant the punching, and then I think that audio now, I'm gonna assume that Depp's counsel is somewhat competent. I mean, I know we have some issues with the objections, but other than that, I mean, they've been doing okay with everything. So I'm going to assume that there's not other audio on there that completely obliterates the narrative they tried to weave. But I have been burned by that assumption before from attorneys.
Yeah, no, there isn't. I mean, the full videos or the full audios for the most part are available online and have been for some time. They're on Nick Wallace's site for the Johnny Depp trial in the UK. There's actually some things in there that are possibly worse than what we've already heard from Amber. They talking about Travis and how she supposedly lied in front of Travis and all of that. And she just gets awful with this. Oh, go jerk him off. Like, go run away and fuck him. Like, just so crass and classless in how she reacts to being called out on a lie that everybody saw and everybody knew. It's like her objective is to, berate them into submission in the grossest possible ways, which I mean is why the turd is such a, that's what she is now. That's why she is now Amber Turd.
Twitter has now removed MePoo from trending. They have done it. They have removed it. It is gone. It was, I saw the highest I saw was number 8. I mean, 2 minutes ago, and it's gone.
And that's such a shame because
They
if they
saw
left
the
it a little
photo.
bit longer, it could have made it to number 2.
It was fun.
Okay, thank you. That's Elon being a simp over there, flexing his new Twitter shares. He needs to stop.
Oh my god.
Oh, just fucking ridiculous. Oh, well, this is right in line with Twitter. It's just completely. Never mind.
It's a hell.
Let me read some of these chats.
We tried.
Rolling Stone says, "Hey Nick, a great show as always. Happy holidays. 420 blaze it. Yeah, brother, go get it. Not for me though." Bonton 21 says, "No one can understand unless they've lived it. Like parenthood, you think you know, then you do. 12 years of experience of this type of abuse, plus survivors of narcissist abuse groups. My first video analyzing this point of view with the recorded conflict out soon." So guys, you can check that out on Ponton 21. And again, I'm not, I don't think any of us were suggesting that we understood intrinsically the nature of being in an abusive relationship necessarily. Rather, just that we were identifying with Depp's issues, not necessarily with the relationship, but his desires to leave them and the reasons why he would stay, which were based on his own testimony. So ANN says, "For the most of the stream, it seems like all the panel members implicitly trust Johnny. I think Amber's allegations lack evidence, but how do you feel about media spinning this to be not believing victims or trusting men?" The media has not, since this lawsuit or since this trial started, the media has not really done that yet, that I've seen. So I'll wait and reserve my answer for when and if that happens. Oh, fucking hell. Sorry. I try to leave the audio on so that when the court comes back in, but for whatever reason, they went to one of those media screens. God,
it's how they smoke us out. It's like,
yeah,
we'll get those streamers.
I guess. What a bunch of assholes.
They cannot be long cock.
Lagging says Andrea Burkhart equals Andrew Branca in a parallel world.
I love Andrew Bronca. That's like the best thing you could have ever told me.
Yeah, that guy's great.
The second best
I found Andrew Bronca way back during the George Zimmerman trials. So.
Oh yeah, he's been on a lot. I'm surprised. I sent him a link today, hoping he'd pop in, but he's not the biggest fan of civil trials. He likes to watch that sweet murder and self-defense. White Alakazam says, "An ex in high school that I broke up with after a week because I saw red flags, and she went around the school and said I broke up with her because she didn't put out enough. Nobody believed her and blames me for her becoming a lesbian." Oh, too bad. Macaside says, "Hey Nick, newish to the channel. Wanted to know if you can give me more context to who these dumpster bros are." Oh yeah. Also, do you think Manson will show up in court in full makeup like he did after Columbine? I doubt it. If Manson shows up in court, I don't think he'll be in full makeup. I think he's trying to cultivate a little bit of a different image. He's got his own legal issue similar to Johnny Depp to take care of. And so I think he'll be if he's conscious of what's going on, he'll be toning that down. But I also just don't know if he still does that anyway. But that being said, the dumpster bros are the what's their names?
Abilene, the Millers.
The Millers, the Millers, a father, we call them dumpster bros, but it's a father-son pair from Abilene, Texas, who ended up blasting a guy to death over a mattress in a dumpster. Here, well, I got it.
Possibly just
that's them right there. And then when he said, I'm going to call the police and I'm going to come kill you.
I doubt it.
So anyway, they were in an altercation with a very large man who ended up very, very dead from multiple gunshot wounds. And their trial happens in August. And I cannot wait. There is not much funnier than deep Texas people going on a witness stand. Whew.
Amber is a deep Texas person.
Who is?
You
Amber.
Amber Heard.
Amber Heard. Yes. Yeah. But Austin.
Well, Austin.
It's like pretend Texas.
Rural.
It's like, that's like the 10-hour trial CD from AOL of Texas.
Look, it's not Lubbock. Okay. We get it.
Morgan, but yeah, so the Dumpster Bros, that's who they are. They go to trial in August, and I'm really looking forward to covering that trial. I cannot. Oh man, that's gonna
That'll be
fun.
exciting.
Morgan Dossett says, "Who goes to the doctor for a piece of finger sliced off? I cook for a living and accidents happen. The result is paper towels and duct tape, and you get back to work. Celebrities must be unbreaded." I mean, it was a pretty big chunk of finger missing down to the bone, and he is an actor who needs to have his hands on camera.
There are some things beyond the healing power of duct tape. I know that's
Yeah.
blasphemy in the church of duct tape, but I'm just saying this required medical attention.
Yeah, this one was pretty important. Morgan Dossett. Oh, wait, I've just read that one. Dr. Z says you can tell he's telling the truth about the finger and face because nothing changed when talking about that versus baseline for the last 2 days of talking about everything else. See how different that is when she testifies. This is my specialty. Thank you, Dr. Z. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, and I think, Andrew, was it you who raised that point that he's been this way throughout his testimony? It has not really changed.
He's been consistent, and because he's been consistent, because he's keeping that tone, when you get him on cross, they're not going to be able to speed him up really too much because he's been so consistent. They're just going to say, okay, this is Johnny Depp, and if they seem like they are, it's going to come off bad for the jury because it's always how's this going to play for the jury. And if they come off as being kind of insensitive pricks or whatever, it's just not going to look well for them. I don't think so, at least.
Brian Miller.
They're going to interrupt him, and cut him off when he gets on, his explanations, which, I mean, I understand. I expect that they will do that. But I definitely hope Johnny's team gets a little bit more aggressive about, please allow him to answer the damn question.
Right. To their credit, they did that the other day. And the funny thing was that an attorney who's practiced in front of this judge several times reached out to me, and he said they need to be just simply more assertive in their objection defenses, that they're hesitating too much and they need to assert it. And yesterday there was a moment where they clearly asked yes or no question. And I think it was that security guard, personal security, he went on a tear. I mean, he said several sentence answers and like, objection, this is not asked, or maybe it was the audio engineer. And the one guy's like, can he finish his answer? Can he finish his answer? And the judge said yes. And I was like, why? That was not the question that they asked at all. So I think the guy's assessment may be right. And his assessment, again, was based on practicing before that judge. But he says, you got to be more assertive. And that he actually had generally very good opinions of the judge and said she's a keeper. So
she's the keeper.
Brian Miller says the face of Amber Heard looks like the face of the IFF, but I'm FU Foundation. Robin Kellum says, so it's the red nail polish accusation that brings horror to her face of such lies, not the finger being slid off or the cigarette burn being let out on the man's face thereafter. Man, I hope the world seeks justice for her. Oh yeah. I mean, against her, I guess. I don't know.
Well, there's really nothing as pitiful in the world as the face of a narcissist who feels sorry for herself.
Yeah. No one, it's like, yeah. And in this situation, especially because it's like you kept everything and he lost all of it. Like you're still in, I mean, the fact that you haven't capitalized on your career might have something to do with your acting quality, but you're still in Aquaman 2. You're going to make a fortune from that. You have the potential to be in other DC movies or series or something. And then you should be able to convert that like into anything. Maybe she just needs to do more nude scenes. Bremstralung says,
not anymore, Nick.
Probably right.
Well, there'll be a specific niche. There's a specific niche in Germany she'll be very popular in.
Oh, come on now.
Leave it out there. That's all.
Ich mein Schneiser.
Scheisse.
Matt, what's up?
It's Scheisse. Just correcting your German.
Yeah, I just messed up. Sorry. I like Schneisers though.
Schneisers
sound
are
delicious. Bremstralung says mattress for sale, lightly soiled, slight smell of musk. Ooh.
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 Oh.
Adam Trapp says hashtag me poo is trending at number 16. Robert W. Parody says, will New York Times versus Sullivan be applicable in the jury's charge because Johnny is a public figure? Sort of. I mean, it should be in the jury instructions that they need to prove the level of actual malice. The problem is actual malice can be broken down into very nice, lengthy legal terminology by lawyers and judges. Actual malice doesn't make as much legal sense to a normal person. When they go actual malice, yeah, she hated him. To a lot of laypersons, that's what actual malice is. That's not, to be very clear, that is not what actual malice is. But that's why you want a defamation case in front of a jury, because that's when you get to bring in sort of the common sense approach to defamation. Did she say this thing? Did it impact his career? Was it a lie? And did he suffer damages from it? And if it was, did she know what she was doing was wrong? I mean, frankly, most people can't fathom a lie about someone causing damage and the person not knowing that it was a lie.
Hey,
Like
people
that,
are blowing me up that they're back on, just so you know.
they're back.
They do
on?
that. You can't trust the chat. You
I'm
cannot
not
trust them.
looking at the chat. I know not
They
to
are
look at the chat.
liars. They are
Okay.
dirty liars.
They're
Okay,
blowing me up on my phone.
the stream I was on was not back on. They're not back on the stream that I'm on, so I'm going to a different one. God, what the hell? Oh, fucking. Hold on, I'm gonna try and find a different one real quick. I wonder why it's why the stream I was on didn't come back yet.
It's just like in London that you decide.
What?
Never again. Stay away. You don't exist. You will not be getting my words.
Mr. Depp, could you please describe to the jury what they just heard in that audio recording?
I don't know when. I don't know when that. If there's a date on that, but clearly there was some animosity and another clash, and misheard once again. Felt it necessary to bring my kids, my son into that argument and say that she hopes that my son's stepfather can teach him how to be a man, since I couldn't. And I believe she says something about more man in the stepfather than would be existing in my, I believe the term was left nut.
How often did Miss Heard bring your children into your arguments?
Too often.
And at the end of your relationship,
answer.
how was Miss Heard's relationship with your children?
Non-existent. My children, my kids are far more intelligent than I am, and they broke. They wouldn't be around Ms. Heard, and they refused to be around her anymore. They didn't like the way she treated me, which was written in a very elegant letter by my daughter, actually, to to Ms. Heard. I don't know if that's in evidence, but I remember my daughter
Objection,
sent a
hearsay.
text to Ms. Heard.
Here it comes.
Objection, Your Honor. Just hearsay. It's one thing for the witness to tell his story. It's another thing for him to tell other people's
All
stories.
right.
We
All
can
right, well,
move
we can
on.
move on. Okay.
I'm sorry, I read the email.
Yeah, I understand. Next question.
When did you learn that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce?
Well, it was, let's see, Betty Sue was the 20th. That night I spoke to her about the divorce. 21st was the kicker. I believe it was on the 23rd, and I had already left town for New York to prepare for the tour.
Did Ms. Heard know that you were out of town at that time?
I don't know.
When did you learn that Ms. Heard had made domestic abuse allegations against you?
The 27th of May, which is in fact my daughter's birthday, I saw that she had gone to a court, I don't know, some court, and there were paparazzi everywhere, and her and a brown mark on her face. And it was also happened to be the day that Alice in Wonderland 2, through the Looking Glass was opening. And that's the day that she chose to get go to the courthouse and get a TRO, a temporary restraining order against me. But I was in Europe already at that point.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 487. And just for the record, this is a very long document, and we will be showing pages 492 through 494.
There's no objection to the document 487? Sure. Okay. I assume, are you entering this in evidence now, or are you just showing it?
I can give them an opportunity
Okay,
and go
sure.
through it with Mr. Depp, if that's okay. Mr. Depp, do you recognize any of these text messages that are on the screen in front of you?
Oops.
Vague memory of these.
And who are these communications between?
It looks like myself it's me in the green, and Ms. Heard's words in the blue.
And do your communications reflect that Ms. Heard understands that you're in New York?
I'm sorry.
What is the date of your text messages here on this page?
That's the 23rd of May, 2016. And hers are the 24th of May, 2016.
And based off of these communications, does this refresh your recollection that Ms. Heard knew that you were in New York on this date?
In her text, when do you leave? What was clear that I was leaving right away, but I'm not sure that I wasn't already, because I wasn't in New York City. We weren't playing New York City. We were playing. We were rehearsing in a like a casino, a big casino, and that was where we did our first show first show to practice for the tour, the European tour. So I don't know if I was either leaving for New York, but I think I was already there, because New York City, we weren't, I don't recall that we were playing New York City. So maybe I was suggesting going there. I don't know.
Could we please turn to page 494? And Mr. Depp, do you see the text message from Ms. Heard on May 24th, 2016 at 6:33?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you understand what Ms. Heard is referring to in this text message?
Is it all right if I just take a quick glance?
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you. That's better.
How much reading? This is an awkward silence. Must fill it with narcissistic commentary.
Yeah, the text is.
I remember this. I recall this.
And what do you recall about this?
That it made no sense to me. It just didn't make any sense to me, especially about, well, as long as you don't file, nobody will know. It just didn't. Again, I'm not all that familiar with these types of things, but if it's two people in a relationship and the relationship is ending, in any case, the outcome is divorce. So I didn't understand these explanations of this can happen or it cannot happen, and I only did this because my lawyers said to. It just didn't make any sense to me, and it looked like she was kind of grabbing at straws, trying to figure out what, in fact, to do.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to just ask you about a couple statements Ms. Heard makes in this text message. She first says, just to confirm that the cover letter is completely private and has nothing to do with any public record. Do you see that? The first sentence in the text message?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what cover letter Ms. Heard is referring to?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then she says, and only included the domestic violence / restraining order stuff because I called the lawyer when the cops were here and I didn't know what to do or why that happened and was scared. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what Ms. Heard is referring to when she said that?
No.
And then dropping down to the bottom,
Only did the domestic
says
violence
two
restraining
lines
order
up,
because she
"I
didn't know
thought
what
you
what to
filed."
do at
Do
all.
you see that?
Yes.
And do you have any understanding as to why Ms. Heard thought you had already filed?
No. I had on the night of the 20th was when I told her on the phone that I was going to file. For divorce, and in the way that I had explained it, to keep everything nice and calm and even. But on the 23rd, she filed, and so I hadn't had a chance to file.
Your Honor, I would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 487, specifically the portions from page 492 to 494 into evidence.
So you just want page 492 to 494? in
Yes, Your Honor,
evidence?
it's a 700-page document, so
Just page 4, well, are you going to ever put more of 487 in, I guess is the question.
I believe so, Your
So
Honor.
this is 487A?
Certainly, that would make sense.
Okay, so 487A, page 492 to 494. Any objection to those two pages?
No, Your Honor.
All right, those two pages are
You
in
said
evidence.
just for clarity, is that two pages or 3 pages? Is it
Right,
492?
490, that would be 3 pages if that's
Okay.
correct.
That's correct.
Okay, 492 to 494, okay.
And could that please be published to the jury?
Did we call it?
Pinch and zoom. Let's see this.
Mr. Depp,
Zoom
Ms. Heard
in.
did end up seeking a temporary restraining order against you, correct?
Yes, she did.
And what, I believe you already said this, but could you just remind the jury, what date was that?
The 27th of May.
And where were you when you learned that Ms. Heard had actually filed a temporary restraining order against you?
I don't recall if we had left for Europe as yet. That is the Hollywood Vampires for the tour. So I was either in New York State rehearsing and preparing to go to Europe, or I was already in Europe. I'd have to check the the tour dates.
Did you find out on the 27th or shortly thereafter?
No, I found out on the 27th. It was everywhere.
What do you mean when you say it was everywhere?
It was multiplying and multiplying and multiplying throughout media, throughout social media, throughout so-called sort of straight media or whatever. And I was taken aback a bit.
If we could take this down and please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 411.
God, lady's crazy. And I don't even mean Amber Heard.
Mr. Depp, is this some of the media coverage that you were referring to?
Many things of this nature, yes. Many.
And do you recall actually seeing this specific article?
I don't remember seeing this specific article, but there were already plenty, and certainly more than I was happy to go through. I think once you read one or two of them, the general idea is I mean, the point had been made clearly.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's Exhibit 411 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 411 in evidence.
Could we please take this down and pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 414?
And then there were two.
No pressure.
Mr. Depp,
Yes.
do you recognize this article at all?
I remember yeah, I don't know if it was this one in particular, but I do remember seeing all the various reasons behind her reasons behind her needing to get a temporary restraining order, a TRO against me, which they just started to metastasize into these. There were abuse allegations, then there was alcohol, and then there was drugs and violence, and it just it was already right then and there before my eyes spinning out of control, and there was not a word that I could say.
Your Honor, I would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 414 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 414 in evidence.
And if we could take this down now, please, and put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409. And Your Honor, if I could move Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 into evidence as well.
Any objection with 409?
No objection.
All right, 409 in evidence. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this People magazine article?
Yes, I do.
And when did you see it?
Right when it was released, right when it came out.
Did you speak to anyone about this article?
Yes, I did.
Who did you speak to?
Mostly friends and my sister Christy, mostly friends, and certainly the band. And my kids. I had to alert them that there might be some ugly things coming out, that were most assuredly going to put me in the position of some violent, drug-addled, alcoholic, just reprobate. And I wanted to warn them before they were approached with the People magazine cover in school by other kids. You know, I wanted to be able to explain to them that this was going to be visible and it's going to be everywhere. And I apologize to them that this was happening.
Had you ever been
The
accused
bane of
physically abusing a
publicity.
woman before this
Everybody
point?
else
No,
that
Yeah,
gets wrapped up in it.
no.
How would you describe the impact of these allegations at the time they were made? And Arnold, if you could please take this down.
I felt ill. I felt sick. I mean, I sick in the sense that but there was no truth in it. There was no truth in it whatsoever. And the fact that it was coming down on me so hard and so quickly, and how it gained momentum around the world. And then you notice people looking at you differently. And then you notice calls start coming from agents and producers and that sort of thing. This was before, in fact, the Me Too movement had come around. This was a while before that, so I couldn't have expected the Me Too movement to happen. But once that happened, then it just went into skyrocket mode. So you're showered with you know, you're running between drops of lava. You're trying to run between raindrops that kill you and destroy you. So I was very confused. I was very hurt because, as I said before, when you're in a relationship and you do give your truth to intimate truths to that person that you're with, and then they start to use all that information and stretch it out into something that is completely shocking, because as I said, it just didn't happen. And so I felt like it was incredibly cruel and treachery. I felt it was treachery. It was I don't know if she wanted me to just be erased or
Yes.
drop dead, or
Yes.
or
She gave you
just
the knife, dude.
let me stick around and allow her to ruin my life for a while, and go out of her way to shame me and hurt my kids and hurt people who I've known for many, many years. No, it was, I mean, to say that it was unfair is about the largest understatement that it's actually the smallest understatement. I mean, it controlled my every waking second from the moment that I woke up until the moment that I dropped, even on the road playing shows. You'd go out and you'd play for an hour and a half or 2 hours, and you'd do your best to get through that. And I can remember getting off of finishing the show, getting on the bus with the other band members, and just going to the back of the bus and just you know, you had to get it out. So I just sat back and in the back of the bus and
I was going to say you cried. Prepare
cried
yourselves,
and
guys.
hit it.
Well, no, I'm on Amber's side because he cried.
Mr. Depp, did you ever
There
have
wasn't a woman on the bus. You can go back on Johnny's
domestic
side.
abuse allegations with any producers or directors in the movie industry?
Only if they fell into the category of friends. For example, Tim Burton, who was one of my dearest friends, and we've known him since we made Edward Scissorhands together in 1990. We've been
Greatest movie
very,
ever.
very, very close friends.
It's a good
ever
one.
since then.
I will fight over that. Anybody fight me. Best movie ever.
Yeah, just friends, you know. And then of course, as we were on the road, you know, the fellas in the band, you know, Alice Cooper is the singer of the Vampires, who's a dear friend, and
Just
Joe
Alice
Perry
Cooper.
from Aerosmith is in the band, and he's also a dear friend. And then,
Just Alice Cooper and Joe Perry. It's fine. It's a little
couple of
group
other
we put
members
together.
are just, yeah, very close friends. And I was bereft of any, you just don't know what to say anymore. You just know what to, so I tried not to talk about it very much at all, but just to friends.
Mr. Depp, when did you and Miss Heard divorce?
When was the divorce final?
Yes.
The divorce was final January 2017 on Friday the 13th.
And how were your divorce proceedings resolved ultimately?
Here we go. We're going to get to that charity donation that never happened again.
My team of lawyers, which included two of my entertainment lawyers, a divorce attorney, and two more attorneys that were on, Blair Burke and someone else. I wanted to, for lack of a better word, I wanted to fight it. I wanted to fight it because it was there, because there wasn't an ounce, not a grain, not a molecule of truth to it. So I wanted to fight it. They,
All right.
He was speaking
He's
about what he
speaking
wanted
about
to do.
On
his
the declarant.
Divorce.
I understand. I think the next one was going to be they said, I don't know. So,
Yes,
Judge,
and
that's not
it-
the goddamn standard.
next question.
it's not
Certainly.
offered for the truth of what they said.
Did you pay Miss
It's
Heard
his
any
state of
money in
mind.
connection with your divorce?
Yes.
yes,
And how much was that?
her settlement, she wanted $7 million. I believe that was the settlement, wasn't? Yes, $7 million.
And was there a joint statement that you and Ms. Heard released?
Yes, that's where I was getting. The advice that I was given was to not to fight.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
It's
Next question.
it's
The effect on
his.
Clarence,
Who wrote
his
the joint
state of
statement?
mind, his motivation for making this damn
Lawyers.
statement.
Did you approve the joint statement before it was issued?
I'll put it this way, I wasn't given much of a choice.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 408?
Matt one, the joint statement wasn't the hearsay. The judge improperly, in my opinion, decided that the words of his lawyer, which are the reasoning behind his decisions,
And
were the
Mr. Depp,
hearsay.
do you see
But
the
that's not
second
hearsay.
paragraph from the bottom of
not.
this page? Is that the joint statement that you and Ms. Heard released together?
That's the joint statement that was released. Yes.
And could you please read that joint statement for the jury?
Our relationship was intensely passionate and at times volatile, but always bound by love. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. Amber will be donating financial proceeds from the divorce to a charity.
Clues in there
What
about who
happened
wrote
after
it, you
this
think?
joint statement was issued, Mr. Depp?
What was that?
Clues in there about who wrote it, do you think?
Yeah, it was drafted entirely by her attorneys.
What happened after that?
My career went in
I-
the toilet where her turd belonged.
I suppose, the next move was to start making payments to Ms. Heard. There were scheduled payments. And then at a certain point, Ms. Heard had made statements to the press saying that the 7 million was going to be, the 7 million was the settlement, and that 7 million was going to be split up between two charities. One was the ACLU and the other was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, which in fact was a breach of the agreement. Neither one of us were supposed to speak about details, money, anything of that nature. So when Ms. Heard breached that agreement, that was when I asked Ed White, my business manager, to
Surprised they didn't object for a legal conclusion on
send
breaching the
first
agreement.
payment directly to the charities in Ms. Heard's name. And after I did that, Ms. Heard Ms. Heard was very, very angry that I had made those first payments, and she went into a kind of a tirade about how I should be charged double the 7. I should be charged 14 million, so that because she thought that I was looking for a tax break.
Mr. Depp, between the time that the joint statement was released and the time that the op-ed came out, how many movies did you work on in that time period, if you can recall?
when did the joint statement come out? Was it, I'm sorry.
Could we scroll up, please? I'll withdraw the question for the moment. In the time leading from the divorce through the, in the time period between when your divorce was finalized and the release of the op-ed in December 2018, do you have an estimate as to how many television or movie projects you worked on?
I don't exactly. I believe there was another, maybe a smaller tour with the vampires, and I can't. I don't remember. It's hard to remember. I've done too many movies.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Your Honor, I apologize. Can we please move into evidence exhibit 408?
All right, any objection to 408?
Yes, Your Honor, I think we don't have any objection to the joint statement that was read, but the
Okay.
rest of the article contains hearsay statements.
All right.
We can redact that in
Okay,
and put it
So
in
you owe me a
tomorrow.
redacted 408 with just the statement then? Is that what you're talking about?
Just that second line.
Okay. All right. That statement will be in evidence once we get it redacted. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
If we could please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
Excuse me. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is Ms. Heard's op-ed for the Washington Post that I believe came out in December of 18. I recognize, yes, I certainly remember this.
And have you actually read this op-ed?
Yes, I have.
And what do you think of it, its contents?
Unlike Amber Heard, he actually reads things.
But he said she was
It a
literate.
star, I'd say, in terms of the title. If you could, can we scroll down a little bit, just for a second? Because I'd like to make a point. Reading it and reading the words that she had written about what was obviously it was obviously referring to our relationship. It was obviously referring to me 2 years ago.
What if
all
she
matched up,
completely
and so it's
emasculates him and
clearly
is like,
about me.
actually, I was talking about my other
Um,
relationship from 2 years
And then
ago.
I read the rest of the article where
was
she
cheating on you.
talks about if
Oh,
you can
Elon, maybe he
down-
will can testify then.
scroll down just a little bit. After the imagine a powerful man as a ship. Because she goes into, she talks about, in this section of the piece, she talks about the plight of women, not just in Hollywood, but in general in the world. And there were many things that I did not disagree with in terms of this part of the article. I understand anyone's passion to right the wrongs that have been done for countless years against any being who's suffered at the hands
He's
of
trying to say
domestic
Damien
violence,
Eccles,
be it
but he can't just say it.
women, men, children. That's something, of course, coming from my background, that I am very, very against any bullying of any human being, any forced violence, any injustice committed against any human being. So all this part of the article was strangely, I mean, I understood it very well, and I can applaud some of this. I can absolutely say that I believe that it was very well done with regard to violence against women or violence.
Well, consider it was written in part by lawyers from the ACLU.
It just seemed kind of the strange other side, like it's like a two-headed coin.
Mr. Depp, did you experience any consequences after the release of the op-ed?
Absolutely.
And what
Yes.
were those?
Oh, I believe it was, I don't think it took Disney very long, maybe a couple of days, to announce that I had been removed from the Pirates of the Caribbean films franchise, which I learned about reading in reading one of these type of some magazine.
He was fired in an
where
article.
Sean Bailey was quoted, which was very odd to me, as I have had many creative conversations with the Disney people, even to the point of where they were asking me to come back and write Pirates.
No.
Sorry.
What Disney executives told him.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
So I see. So I can read it out of someone's article, but not from the man's mouth. Is that what happens?
Next question.
Mr. Depp, what to your understanding is the status of Pirates 6?
At this point,
Yes.
I believe it's in dangle mode.
That's a
Mr. Depp,
technical
have you ever physically assaulted Miss Heard?
Never,
Have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard?
never, certainly not.
What have you lost as a result of Miss Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than everything. Nothing less than everything. Because when the allegations were made, when the allegations were rapidly circling the globe, telling people that I was a drunken, cocaine-fueled menace who beat women suddenly in my 50s. It's over. You know, you're done. So, what did it do to me? What effect did it have on me? I'll put it to you this way: no matter the outcome of this trial, the second the allegations were made against me, the accusations, the second that more and more of these things, as I said, metastasized and turned into fodder for the media. Once that happens, or once that happened, I lost then. That is to say, I lost because that is not a thing that anyone is gonna just put on your back for a short period of time. I will live with that for the rest of my life because of the allegations and because it was such a high-profile case. So I lost then, no matter the outcome of this trial. I'll carry that for the rest of my days. And it never had to be that way. It never had to happen. And I don't quite understand why it did in the way that it did.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, wow. I didn't
Yeah.
think they were going to rest today.
I assume you'd rather start tomorrow morning, is that correct?
I'm perfectly happy to start now, Your Honor, or tomorrow morning, whatever you want.
Why don't we go ahead and start a little bit today, just because time is not.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Get your objection pants on, Depp's team. You better be ready because they've given you permission to object a
Good
lot.
afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Good afternoon, Mr. Roddenborn.
I'm happy that in the last little bit, we've gotten to the reason why we're here, and I'd like to start with that. If you could please pull up plaintiff's
This is-
exhibit 2.
Defense focus is going to be on the
Michelle.
technicality of this stuff. That's where they're going to go here. Show me the lie. Show me where she lied about you.
Next page.
That's all they've got.
Your Honor, I believe this is either in evidence or has been stipulated as part of the opening.
I assume no objection to two.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay,
Permission to publish?
yes, sir.
This article, this opinion piece in the middle of the page there, Mr. Depp, this is the opinion piece that Amber Heard wrote in the Washington Post that was published on December 18th, 2018. Correct?
Doesn't that say December 19th on it?
You-
At the top of the page, doesn't that say December 19th, 2018?
Go ahead and
I
blow that
believe
up,
that the
Michelle.
2018 was the online, is it not?
Okay, so December 18th, December 19th, this piece in the middle of the page is the opinion piece Ms. Heard wrote, right?
It- Could you make it a little bigger? My eyes
Sure.
are getting smaller.
And this is what you're suing her over. Correct?
I'm suing her over defamation, and the various falsities that she used to bring
Do you
my
not know that
life
these two
to an
statements are all that you're
And you
suing her over?
understand,
Here it
many
is.
Depp.
things.
you understand, Mr. Depp, that you cannot, you are not suing her for any damage, alleged damage, or any accusations she made prior
Objection
to
to legal
writing this
conclusion,
article.
that will be for the
You're,
jury
you're
to
aware of
decide.
that. You'd agree with that, right?
Objection. Object. No.
Could you say that again, Mr. Rottenborn?
You are not bringing a lawsuit against her, bringing her into court in Virginia for anything that she did prior to writing this article, correct? You know that you can't do that, right?
Objection.
I have to say that I, as I said at the top of this, I've never seen this version of the op-ed piece. The version that I saw was the other one that I identified that was on the 18th. This is on the 19th. I believe the 18th
And
was
2 years
quite
before,
possibly, was quite possibly, maybe that was the online version that came out first.
2 years
So,
before
there's a
either the
very
online or the
different-
print.
I'm sorry, I was just
No,
going
I
to
think
finish my
you answered
answer.
my question, sir. Thank you.
Oh.
2 years before the online and the print version came out,
Mhm.
in 2016, Amber obtained a domestic violence restraining order against you from a
Depp's going to
California
get
court,
under this
correct?
guy's skin if he plays his cards
Yes,
right.
sir.
And in obtaining that domestic violence restraining order in May 2016, she accused you of domestic abuse, right?
Yes, sir.
And Michelle, if you could blow up the third paragraph down, please. And in the opinion piece that's before you, published in the Washington Post, she wrote, "Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse." Correct?
I can't say correct. She wrote it.
And the
Or
piece
somebody did.
doesn't contain your name, correct?
No, it does not, no.
And other than mentioning the fact of abuse accusations that were made 2 years prior to the publication of this article, the opinion piece doesn't contain any details of your time together, correct?
Oh, I think that I think it's very easy to write a piece and put the finger on someone without saying their name. There are sneaky ways of writing things. And as I've seen also what the ACLU and their team had to say, they clearly
Ooh.
described to Ms. Heard that
I'll move to strike this as hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, I'll do
Oh.
that. Next,
And I appreciate.
They gotta-
sorry, it's evidence.
next question.
They're going to
Okay.
have to get those into evidence
Thank you,
at
Your
some
Honor.
point.
They will.
M-
They
Mr.
will.
Depp, I appreciate you've gotten a lot of chance to talk, and I'm trying to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time. So I'm going to ask you that question again, because I think it's a pretty simple.
Because that's
yes or no
respectful of
question,
people's
which is,
time.
Would like
Other-
it to be, sir.
other-
Nothing simple in this case.
Other than mentioning the fact
See, Mr. Rottenborn is.
abuse accusations made 2
I
years
think Johnny
prior,
Depp hates this man.
this opinion piece does
he
not
does.
contain any details of your time together. Yes or no?
It contains
Thank you,
All of the
John.
Fragments.
details. I would
Don't
say it
accept
contains-
his framing.
this piece here. I don't know, is this word for word with the other piece?
And the article discusses proposed legislation that which you just talked about, correct? You'd agree with that, right?
Yes, yeah.
And it discusses Amber's experiences after she had separated from you. You'd agree with that, right?
2 years ago, I became the public face for domestic violence. 2018, 2016. It seemed to me that the puzzle was going to work, no matter your angle, sir.
So I'll take that response as a no, that this piece does not discuss, that this piece does not discuss anything prior to Ms. Heard separating
Objection,
from you.
relevance.
It only discusses her
Warren's opinion doesn't
experiences,
mean shit.
biographical experiences after she separated from you. Correct?
I can't say that.
Now, you're claiming that due to Amber's allegations of abuse, you can't be in Pirates 6, correct?
I'm saying that after everything had basically hit its media targets and the hit pieces kept coming, it would be, I would be a real simpleton to not think that there was an effect on my career based on Ms. Heard's words, whether they mention my name or not.
You became aware prior to the publication of this op-ed that you were likely out for Pirates 6, that Disney was considering dropping or dramatically shrinking your role, correct?
No.
Can you pull up Defense Exhibit 113, please? Let's go to,
This is actually, I think Rottenborn's
let's go to 114.
kind of scuzzy, but this is actually a really smart move.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but it's the
He's
next
going to
one,
hit
so
this
it's-
hyper technical stuff as the last stuff of the day because he can hit it quickly and then they can start up fresh on
Sorry,
the
one more. Let's 115,
with some
please.
space on the other allegations tomorrow if they choose to. But I think it's smart to hit the technical aspects of this right away for their strategy.
Yeah. I guess if you think there's a chance the jury might buy it, might as well put it up front.
Yeah, I mean, if that seems to be their strategy, and if that's their
Mr. Depp,
strategy,
do you
Personal
then
dramas.
this is the way to do it. I
Sorry.
would say.
Do you have the question, Mr. Rotman?
I did. I was just giving him time to read. Do you see the date of this article beneath those bullet points is October 25th, 2018? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that the headline, Hide the Rum, Johnny Depp is out
Objection, Your
as
Honor,
Jack
this is-
Sparrow in Disney's Pirates of the
Sorry,
Caribbean?
Objection, hearsay.
hearsay objection.
I was asking if he became aware. I'm not offering an article for
Oh,
the truth.
This is
His
a-
Oh,
awareness.
so when he offers it for the effect, it's okay.
Yeah.
Right. I'm asking if his awareness that he was likely out.
Based on hearsay.
And she allowed it.
So, Mr.
They
Depp,
have to assert
Yes,
this.
were you aware that as of October 25th, 2018, about 2 months before this op-ed was published, that it was being reported, as it is in this article, that Johnny Depp is out as Jack Sparrow in Disney's Pirates
not
of the
the judge,
Caribbean
guys.
film
That's
franchise
Depp's
as actor
attorneys.
battles financial issues and personal dramas? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that, but it doesn't surprise me given that 2 years had gone by of just constant worldwide talk about me being this wife beater.
Understood, but you,
So I'm sure that Disney was trying to cut ties to be safe. The Me Too movement was in full swing at that point.
right, and to the extent they were trying to cut ties to be safe, that was as long as 2 months before you wrote the op-ed.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
I can't
Sorry,
answer.
question.
To
Say
the
I
extent
can't
that
answer.
Disney was trying to cut ties with you, as you say, to be safe, that was as much as 2 months prior to you publish or to Ms. Heard publishing the op-ed in the Washington Post, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
I can't answer.
October is 2 months before December. That's correct. But it's odd that they were going to release me from my role as Captain Jack Sparrow, but yet kept me on every ride across the world. In the Pirates of the Caribbean rides, I'm in the Los Angeles or the Hollywood one or whatever it is, 3 or 4 times. Shanghai, I mean, all over the world. So they didn't remove my character from the rides. They didn't stop selling merchandise of Captain Jack Sparrow. They didn't stop selling dolls of Captain Jack Sparrow. They didn't stop selling anything. They just didn't want there to be something trailing behind me that they'd find.
And you aren't aware, you said Pirate 6 in your view is dangling. You're not aware of if or when Pirate 6 will be made, correct?
No, sir. No.
And the fact is, Mr. Depp, if Disney came to you with $300 million and a million alpacas,
A million alpacas.
nothing on this earth would get you to go back and work with Disney on a Pirates of the Caribbean film.
That is true, Mr. Rottenborn.
And you couldn't identify a single movie that you did between the divorce and the op-ed in response to Ms. Meyer's questions just now. You said there was a small tour of your band between that, but you couldn't identify a single movie that you did in the year or two prior to the op-ed, correct?
I have to tell you that when I'm working on a film, I do my work. And when I'm wrapped on that film, I've done my work and I move on to the next. So I haven't seen the majority of my films. I've seen a few only if I had to. But so it doesn't come right away to my head. Films are not the first thing that I think about.
And you spent a long time talking about the impact of the abuse allegations made in Ms. Heard's obtaining the temporary restraining order or the domestic violence restraining order in May 2016, right?
Sure.
And you testified that you wanted to fight it, right? But the fact is, you never fought the allegations in court in 2016. It was only after Ms. Heard published this op-ed in 2018 that you fought them. You never tried to fight them in 2016, did you?
I was advised by my attorneys not to fight.
In fact, you signed not only we read a statement, but let's pull up. Let's pull up. DX 1458, please.
See, Rottenborn has to be careful here because he can't object to the answers to his own
Mr. Depp,
questions.
you see that this says marriage of Depp.
So that hearsay
correct?
objection
I see that.
happened
It's a
earlier.
legal document. Can
Probably
you
won't
scroll to
happen
the
now.
signature page, Michelle, please? This was a document that you signed as part of your divorce proceedings, correct?
That's my signature indeed, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move for admission of this document.
Any objection to that document?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1458 in evidence.
May we publish, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Depp, that is your signature on the right, correct?
Yes, it is.
Dated August 15th, 2016, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And this is this is a document you signed, right?
For the third time, that is my signature, yes.
You go to paragraph 27.
Attorney, since he's respecting the jury's time so much.
Mm-hmm.
Paragraph 27.
Okay.
And this paragraph is a joint statement that both sides agreed to release. And if you look in the block quote there, it contains the quote, or it contains the statement, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Did I read that right?
You did, Mr.
Let me take
Rottenborn.
that down, Michelle. And that was a document you signed in August of 2016. Correct?
Is that the same one that I signed 3 times before? Yes,
Yeah.
that's the
Well,
fourth.
I wanted to make clear that you
You've
signed
made it
that in
clear.
the summer of 2016, 2 years before Ms. Heard published her op-ed. I don't have anything else for the day, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to, okay, all right, we'll go ahead and take our evening.
If that's okay.
That works for me. I was gonna stop you at 5 o'clock anyway, so
Right.
that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll conclude our day-to-day. Again, don't do any outside research, do not talk to anybody. We'll see you in the morning, okay? All right, have a good evening.
There we go.
Yes, come on, Johnny. It wasn't for financial gain. It's because she's a narcissistic harpy. It was the only way to make it in.
Say she didn't need financial gain. She wanted to cause me pain. She wanted to
Yeah.
keep causing me loss. She wanted to smear me. She wanted clout. She wanted recognition. That's what she needed.
She was afraid her own
Again,
dirty
this is
laundry was going to
testimony
come
with
out.
anybody Since you're still testifying, and to include your attorneys, okay? We'll see you in the morning, okay? 10 o'clock? Good?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You know, I got to say, I love the hours this judge keeps, though. 10
Yeah.
to 5. That's not, that's nice. You get to stroll in the morning. You don't have to be rushing all tired.
The criminal trial, you're there at 8:15, to argue all the stuff that came up the day before.
Yep. Okay. Well, let's pull this down. So, I want to say I feel vindicated so far. I think that they are going, I said that they would be going hard on Johnny Depp, that he is, they can't go soft on him because he's an abuser. He's a bad man. He's horrible. He was bad to this poor lady, and now he's trying to punish her with a lawsuit after being such a bad abuser. So Rottenborn is certainly not taking the posture of pulling punches, and they're focusing on the hyper technical aspects of defamation, which, as you, I think, very aptly put it, they better hope the jury's on board with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know your experience. I have, I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I have to try to sell technical defenses to juries all the time. And I think, frankly, it's one of those things that attorneys often overestimate the jury's appetite for that kind of thought process. They go by, impulse. They go by feel. I don't want to say impulse. They go by feeling and just, overall desire. And it's almost like the legal reasoning is just the after the fact justification.
Yeah. And in criminal defense, I would say it's even a little different because those technical aspects come with the presumption of innocence.
Mm-hmm.
The court is, stresses the constitutional rights of the parties at stake. It's the person versus the government. And if the government has all the power, and so those technical mistakes are mistakes that prejudice someone and remove their ability to properly defend themselves. And you get all that baggage baked in. Here, you want to look at what Rottenborn's argument is. Well, I mean, you're not suing for all the lies she said before this thing was published.
Right.
It's just this one. It's just this thing that's published that you're suing. Because you can't sue over those other things because those lies get to stand because you can't sue over those. It's just this stuff. And this isn't a lie. And that's what they're going to have to do on close for Depp.
That would work fine if this op-ed was in a vacuum, but it's obviously not in a vacuum. It's just the tiniest drop at the end of this massive flow of accusation that's come from her for years.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big task on close for Depp's team. They need to link all of that stuff into this article and say this article was the hammer that delivered the nails or whatever. I don't know what analogy they want to use. Or this was the shotgun that fired all of the lies that had been building up. This is the catalyst. And it was this moment that they really went after him, that this moment that he was shut down, this moment that everything finally collapsed because she put it in the Washington Post and she knew she would do it that way. And that was the point, was to elevate herself while tearing him down. And we've got all of the emails between, you know, the ACLU and Heard's lawyers and all that crap that's going to come into evidence later. We've got all that to support the fact that she knew exactly what she was doing here, that this was intended to do it, but trying to tailor it to not, trying to weasel her way out of the consequences of her actions.
Yeah.
And I hope they got the right jury for it. That's the main thing. I hope they got the right jury.
That's going to be the key. I mean, the bottom line.
Yeah. Well, I have a bunch of super chats to read. Do you have anything you want to, any observations from the day or anything you want to talk about before I delve into those?
Oh gosh, you know, there's so much background to all this stuff that, you know, we're not having time to get into in the trial. And so I don't, it's hard for me to listen to some of the things where I feel like there are gaps, but I understand you can only, you know, do so much. But it's killing me, the issue with the meeting with his accountants and the loss of the money, because there's such a bigger story there with his financial, his business managers and his attorneys for like 20 years had been bleeding him dry with all of these various conflicted financially transactions and other types of shenanigans. He ended up involved in litigation with them. The SEC ended up investigating this business manager. The amount of the settlement he eventually got is not specifically public, but it has been represented to be an 8-figure settlement. So this is not, you know, the picture that got painted of, oh, Johnny Depp, you know, just likes to buy a lot of wine and houses in France and stuff like that. He was being actively defrauded by the people who are supposed to be in charge of managing his career.
Yeah. And the amazing thing is when this stuff happens to him, and we got a little bit of this today, but you always want more, is all this stuff happens to him and somehow Amber Heard makes it about her. Right? How dare you find out you've been defrauded by everybody on my birthday?
Yeah.
Like, how
exactly.
dare that happen? How dare you find out that you can't sustain the lifestyle that you've sustained for me on my birthday?
And it just makes you feel for him. I mean, imagine what it must be like to not be able to feel anything, not be able to say anything. And, you know, I feel like it's so powerful. And finally, we got to hear the videos, the audios. And the audios have been, you know, a critical piece of this case for a long time. I mean, the audios are what was responsible for one of Amber's witnesses, Amanda DeCadenet, very publicly withdrawing support for Amber once she heard them. And you know, it's just, how does that kind of thing not have an impact? That's it. That is the res geste of this entire case. So I'm very glad they were able to get that out finally.
Yep, that was very good. Mike Brogan in the chat says, are we not going to get into the drafting of the article and at the very least suggestive evidence that they were trying to use weasel words to avoid overt defamation? We will, but Johnny can't testify to that knowledge. I'm not sure how they get it in. I'm not sure what their plan to get it in is, but certainly they're going to be looking to introduce that as much as possible. I am kind of curious how they're going to get that in, though. Any ideas?
I don't know if they can get it in as substantive evidence, possibly business records exception. So that's one possibility. Certainly they can get it in for impeachment if and when Amber Heard, you know, denies that it was ever about Johnny Depp.
Right.
Those are the ones that kind of come to my mind. Maybe an argument could be made that it's not offered for the truth. It's offered to show her state of mind, in the sense that she knew she was talking about Johnny Depp and intending to make that connection. Just some ideas.
They'll have to, that is interesting. They could offer it for impeachment purposes. I'm curious how they're going to approach it, because they got those, they got that information in discovery, but they have to have someone to attest to the authenticity of it with knowledge of that event to do so, to introduce it on their side. And it doesn't seem like they would have anyone unless they have some surprise turncoat witness, but it
I
doesn't
don't
seem
know
to
if
be
they
the
have a
case.
live witness, but I do believe they have a certificate from a records custodian. I don't know what the practice is going to be in this particular court. There's not a, Fifth Amendment confrontation issue, which is what I would expect as a criminal defense lawyer. You always have to have the live person in. Sometimes there's more leeway with civil, though. So I don't know if the certificate might be enough to authenticate that and establish it as a business record.
Yeah, that'll be it'll be interesting, that's for sure. And I'm looking forward to it. Of course, they have to get the housekeeper in there to testify about the pooping incident. You said there's going to be someone to counter Amber Heard's sister about that punching incident.
Yes.
Um,
Yes, Jennifer Howell. She is the executive director of a charity called the Art of Elysium. And Whitney Heard had previously worked for Jennifer Howell during this time period. And so she ended up getting kicked out of the penthouses after this staircase incident. She ended up staying with Jennifer Howell. And apparently during that time period, told Jennifer Howell a lot of things about not only that staircase incident, but just, prior abuse by Amber, prior history between them and in the family and stuff like that. So based on what we've seen Whitney testify to already in the United Kingdom, Jennifer Howell can contradict all of that with Whitney's own words.
So, and that would be able to be introduced through impeachment.
Yes,
Whereas
statement.
Right, which normally you would not be able to introduce Whitney's words through someone else. But if she makes an inconsistent statement, that person could say, actually, let me tell you what really happened, because she told me what really happened. And this happened, before she had more of an interest in this and closer to the time and all of that good stuff. So
Exactly.
that'll be phenomenal. This is I'm actually surprised they got through Johnny's direct in a day, and just a little over a day. I did think he was going to be up there for at least part of tomorrow. So I
did too. But it didn't seem like they were inefficient with the time or with his story. There was nothing in the time frame that seemed like a big piece that got left out of the story. So, good on them.
Yeah, that is good. We'll see how the defense goes. I mean, if I'm the defense, I want to keep him up there for a while and hammer on him. But maybe they, I feel like they have to address all of the abuse that he talked about and try and poke some holes in the stories. But at the same time, if they can't, then they might not have a very long cross-examination.
Yeah.
They might just try and focus on, show us where at all did this damage occur? Like how can you link this damage to this article?
Yeah. Well, and I think that's where the impeachment of Johnny is going to focus on the drug and alcohol stuff. And that stage has been set for a long time. We kind of know already from what's on the witness list and the exhibit list and stuff like that, what types of things are coming. The defense is likely, you would think that in a case like this, Amber Heard would be the star witness, but I don't think that's actually going to be the case. The star witness is going to be Jody Gottlieb, or not Jody Gottlieb. I'm sorry. Tracy Jacobs. Tracy Jacobs was Johnny Depp's agent since basically during 21 Jump Street up until this 2016 period. She was very close with Mandel and Bloom and that whole scene that he ended up suing over. So Tracy was one of the people who got lost at that time, and she didn't necessarily take that all that well. Didn't have a whole lot of nice things to say about Johnny and about, the type of public image he had, the reputation in the community and stuff like that. So her deposition is out there in the public record, some unflattering things. And I think they're going to be trying to focus on that, one, to get under his skin and try to get him to get angry and do something that will blow his credibility and the goodwill that he's built for the jury so far. But also just because, that's what they have is if you can't win on the allegations, then you have to win on the damage, and just try to paint it as, this was a self-destructive thing that he did to his own career.
Yeah, I agree. And I think there's There doesn't seem to be a way for them to actually win on the allegations, because the best thing they can do for 99% of them is to just put Amber Heard on the stand and have her offer her version of the story. And that's a gamble, because objectively he's more likable than her.
Yes.
That's just shown
Oh,
in
Nick,
there.
You haven't even seen.
Oh, I
You
can't
haven't even seen.
I've seen some of her interviews and I'm like, whoa, okay, you are not relatable. You are not likable. You're not followable. You seem bitchy, all of that just was, and that was just short clips of her interviews. So I'm looking forward to it. We'll have to see. Well, I'm going to start reading these. You are welcome to stay and help me address any of them, or if you have to go at any time, feel free. Either way works for me. Charlie Whiskey, question for the panel. Oh God. Given that God is infinite and the universe is also infinite, should Futa have balls? Yes, they
Is
should.
this where I say unbreaded?
Yep. Yeah, do that. It's better than answering the question. Cam and Weeb says Dick Masterson is unironically endorsing false DMCA flagging as protected speech on behalf of the Gunt. Thoughts? I have not read all of his tweets about it. From what I saw, which were some of the early tweets, it looked less like an endorsement and more like an explanation. But people are going to read what they want to read into it, and we'll see how it goes. I, of course, am opposed to using the DMCA for improper purposes, unlike some people who are in that sphere right now. Karen Took the Kid says, Nick, from a logistics point of view, how does a jury sift through 6 weeks of evidence for a decision without filtering and mental fatigue? Is there some evidence refinement process for cases as long as this? God bless. How do they do it without filtering and mental fatigue? They don't. Juries are people, and they're, a broken organism. Just like you or I, they get tired. They pay attention to some things. They zone out at times. They will misremember things. They will focus in on things that shouldn't matter. All of that stuff is built into the system, and that's why there's 12 of them. And so they're going to go in the back after all of this and then argue about it. Now, the interesting thing is they won't have transcripts of the 6 weeks of testimony, because if they did, it would be a stack of papers that they'd never get through and it'd be pointless. So they just have to go off of their impressions. How does this feel? And I think that's going to play in Johnny's favor personally. But yeah, is there evidence refinement process for cases as long as this? No, not really. Any of the paper exhibits or video exhibits or picture exhibits will be in some way available to the jury. Different courts have those availabilities a little bit different, but in some way they'll be able to review any of those items that they want at least one time, and then they'll deliberate and they can ask questions of the judge and they make their decision at that point. That's how the system works. Joy Mace, follow up to my ex who broke my finger twice. Women like Amber made it hard for me to be believed. 6-year court battle was for custody and no contact. He started abusing kids after divorce. No one believed us. He broke in 2020. Damn. Sorry to hear that, Joy. Glad you're out of that situation, though, and it sounds like it's good that the kids are out of there, too. Jackson Kai says, I think Amber's lawyers are legally strong to hit these technical things, but from a layman, they look like an extension of Amber's abuse, making him sign off in explicit terms that her abuse is okay. The jury won't like that. That's a pretty clean take. I like it. And it's very probable that it will backfire on them. Mephisto's movie review says, slap on some Amica cream. Time to hit Pro Vigil and stay awake while Johnny Depp puts us to sleep, talking about the actor's studio. He also says, I can understand Johnny's plight. My father's girlfriend isn't as physically abusive as Amber Heard is supposed to be, but she uses the same emotional tactics to prevent my dad from visiting his grandkids. I know a couple women like this where people have remarried and the husband's family gets the low priority. And by low priority, I mean basically none. It's really frustrating to see that happen. Jay Winkler says, if Andrea was a Fuda, would she have balls or no balls? And how much would she be packing? Oh my God. You guys are terrible. Ignore my chat, please. Or kill them, one of the two.
It's fine.
Jelly Miss.
It's Greek to me.
What was that?
I said it's fine. It's Greek to me, and that
That's
is not
good.
an answer of like Greek balls or anything like that. Sorry.
Well, those are made out of lamb, so it's fine. Jelly Miss says, I remember the judge on either the first or the second day saying someone was keeping track of the time both sides take up. The time the defense takes on Depp's cross might well eat into the time they have to make their own case. Yeah, if they drag out cross for a long time, plaintiffs can't be blamed for that.
Well, the thing that's going to happen if they do blow their time, what's going to get cut is their rebuttal case. And in reality, that may not be a bad thing because there is so much impeachment of Amber Heard that is only going to come out in Johnny Depp's rebuttal case. And so, how is she even going to answer a lot of that? It frankly gives her a very good opportunity to suggest that, she's victimized again because of not being given time, to give a full answer, when the reality is, of course, she just blew it on this worthless cross exam that wasted everyone's time.
Yeah, definitely could happen. Let's see. Next, Ash Ray says, need some knockout yum-yums. Dragon's Treasure says, oh no, that mean legal bites definitely said that Rekieta's nose is a prosthetic and he couldn't sniff out a good deal if he tried. Prove her wrong. Use code. Use Amber Poops in Beds at thedragonstreasure.com and crush her. There you go. Buy some tea, y'all, and use the promo code Amber Poops in Beds. Yoshimi's Corner says, someone mentioned if Johnny's Twitter is the same as his text. He wasn't and hasn't been allowed to have a Twitter account for the past 3 to 4 years, sadly. I guess not allowed by his legal team. Is that it?
No, actually, before Adam Waldman got booted off of Twitter, he had been making a little bit of a stink of how he had been trying to get approval for Johnny Depp to get a blue check Twitter account. And that approval, was never forthcoming. And so, yeah, Twitter doesn't want Johnny Depp blue checked on Twitter.
Well, I mean, how is Johnny Depp really meet the requirements of a blue check mark? I mean, when you really get down to it,
I mean,
it's only for very important journalists with 2,100 followers who've written one article on Game Radar. That's where you really got to get those blue. They only have a limited amount of them too. I mean, so they can't just be giving them out to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who walks in. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Oh, hey, what's up, Mr. Branca? Oh, yeah, you're muted. Oh, you need headphones.
Sorry.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing awesome, busy, but awesome, living the dream. How's things going?
Pretty well. I understand that you have met Miss Burkhart before during the Trayvon Martin.
No,
not met.
I'm just over here fangirling because I've been following you since the George Zimmerman trial, which was fantastic. Loved your coverage. It was amazing.
You could just say I'm old, and then that'll be short.
Hey, I'm telling on myself here too. Okay.
Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much.
Everyone runs to Google now.
I'm sorry, I completely misheard what you said earlier. I was like, "Oh yeah, they know each other. That'll be fun." And then, and I'm like, "Yeah, no, not actually."
I was just glued to his live feed for weeks.
It's funny. I was packing for a trip today, and it's a trip where I'll be doing some shooting. So I was going through my gun bags, and I was like, "Oh, I'll bring this one," and it says, IDPA Nationals 2004. I'm like, "Oh my god." Oh my god,
it happens to all of us.
When you're so old that your gun has a pension, that's pretty bad.
It's crazy. 18 years ago I was at that match. Jeepers.
Well, we're going through the chats here. The Depp just wrapped up a little bit ago, and it was a pretty interesting day. His direct examination is done, and they just started cross for a few minutes, but it took about about 9 hours of direct examination for him, which I thought was kind of short. But yeah, so cross resumes tomorrow. They only did about 15 minutes today.
Oh, why even bother? Why start?
He didn't want to. He tried to get out of it, and the judge kind of made him.
Yeah, he made the mistake of saying, "Well, I could start today, Your Honor, if you want, or we could just start tomorrow." And she's like, "No, go ahead and start today." He should have just said, "No, I'd prefer to," because she gave him the option to just start tomorrow. You should have just taken it.
Yeah.
But Game Guy 151 says, so when a witness is on the stand, they aren't allowed to have any communication with anyone. How does that work? When you're the one bringing the case, can you not communicate with your lawyer? You cannot communicate with your lawyer about your testimony. So, you know, you're really not supposed to talk to them about the testimony. The safe thing is to not talk about it, not talk to them at all. But there's probably going to be some, at least passing conversation of,
Yeah, you might get a little bit of this.
Yeah, but you can't do it. You can't do it. You have to have lunch separately and all of that stuff. MS says, may I have a quick recap for yesterday? I missed it all. No, sorry. Ashley Harrison says, FYI, Amber auditioned for the Duchess, being Naomi in The Wolf of Wall Street, and thankfully lost to Margot Robbie. GenoFest, will you be playing the phone call audio? Is that the audio that we heard earlier? Is that the phone call?
The phone call audio she's talking about is a phone call between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard right around the time of the TRO being filed. And it's a little bit repetitive of some of the stuff we've heard, where she is just basically gaslighting him about how it's the lawyers making her do it and she never wanted to do it. But that's the one with the very famous tagline, if you will, where she says, tell them, Johnny, tell them I am a domestic violence victim, and see how many people believe you or side with you.
That one. Yeah.
Yes. So, which of course he is doing as we speak.
Oh, that's good. I hope they get that in. Well, but they didn't get it in on direct with him, so they'd only be able to get it in through her at this point.
I had a hard time telling exactly what it was that they admitted when they did admit the audio exhibit. I'm going to go back and look on the Fairfax County website, once they have that up, because, obviously we heard just a tiny little segment of what there actually is there. There's such a massive volume of stuff.
Started at like 2 hours and 43 minutes for the clip.
Exactly. And so it does make me suspect that they just published very small portions, but what actually is going to go back to the jury room is a lot more.
Okay. Yeah. And they also could, if they did admit that into evidence and it's part of it, they could bring that up during cross-examination of Amber if it's already admitted. So that's possible as well. Execation says, Branka, the only YouTube lawyer better than the nose. Hey, wait a minute. This is defamatory. Love you both, though, in my own way. # self-defense forever.
Hey, I meant to ask you I'm sorry, not to change the subject.
No, go ahead.
Is Binger still a prosecutor?
Binger?
I'm not sure.
Because we were talking about delivering some books to him, and I was planning to go through Sturgis this. When was I going to go? The last weekend of June, I think.
Don't say July.
But anyway, if I go to Sturgis, I'm halfway to you.
Okay.
So if we were going to do a book delivery, I'd ship a case of books out to you and then just write out to have that fun. But there's not much point if he's not there.
I'll see if I can suss it out. I'd heard rumors.
I mean, it would be great to see you, Nick, of course, but
right. I like seeing eunuchs all the time. No, I'll ask around and see if he's still prosecutor and what's going on with that, because I've heard some conflicting reports about it, and so I'll try and get it locked down. He's still listed as an ADA on the website last I checked, but sometimes governments don't update things.
Yeah, that stuff can lag. Check the bar website. That's what I would do.
Well, and I have some contacts there in Kenosha who can maybe give me the answer too. Naughty86 says, I'm in Australia, so I watch when I can. Been lurking since Vic, but first super chat. Hey, thank you. Love you and Tug, but YouTube is messing with you again. His stream, top of my feed, yours way down the list. 3.3K viewers versus 15K. WTF, good on Tug, though. Yeah, one thing you'll find on my channel is a constant state of suppression and oppression, probably because I say lots of really, really steamy jokes at night. Simulation Gaming says, I may not agree with your political views. However, I love your commentary regarding legal matters. Hey, I probably don't agree with my political views, so it's cool. Matthew Phillips, I'm trying to share your stream on Canada's state propaganda YouTube channels, CBC, CTV News, Globalist News, but they have their comments and live chats turned off. Canada's taxpayer money at work, comrades. Wait, did you say Globalist News? Nimitz, you talk about struggles, and all I think about are snuggles. Chininator, I don't want to hear it, Rackets. I've worked 26 hours the last 2 days. You're weak sauce. I mean, I think I have too. My
hardest working person on the internet, as far as I can tell.
There you go. Mike B says, Nick, have you ever read Escape from Plum Island by Lorenzo de Tonti? Nope. The Agranath. If he only had an English accent, he'd basically be Jon Snow. Oh, yeah. That'd be good. I feel like Johnny Depp strays towards the English accent, but then pulls back. Like I think it's his Jack Sparrow character. Like he kind of gets into that area. Like it's so much a part of him now.
I think it's a lot of, because he was one of these people who was born in Appalachia, and he has shed the accent, as so many people do, and so he's had to kind of choose what sort of speech patterns to take on, and he has developed this very interesting mix. He's got a lot of Hunter S. Thompson in his speech, a massive amount. But he's also got these sort of almost French, European types of stylings, and then just this enunciation that I'm sure he's gotten from Hollywood. Very, very distinctive speech pattern.
Yeah, it's it is wildly interesting. It also makes him easier to listen to, because even if he didn't have his vocal affectations but still talked in this sort of labored way, I think it would make me want to die. So it's kind of neat. But I was just thinking about how much of Jack Sparrow is in him. I really now want them to do a Pirate 6 and cast someone else as Jack Sparrow. Like, I want that to happen. I think that would be great, because I think Disney would just get destroyed if they did it.
Look at how Fantastic Beasts is doing. I mean, that's all you need to see.
Yeah, it's not well. Nerbs, thank you for the donation. Dragon's Treasure says, my old best friend was in an abusive relationship like this. You can't understate the damage it can actually do. It can wreck you forever. Bone CK, he's got to lose some of the smirking. I think it humanizes him. I think he's okay personally, but I'm not on the jury. Brock Jordan. I wonder if any domestic violence victims are on the jury. If so, this has to be triggering for them. If not, I wonder which party chose to strike that potential juror. I don't know. Andrea, are you familiar with any of the questions they had for the jury? Did they ask about domestic violence?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we got any of that information. So.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't aware of any, but never know.
Was there testimony on why he didn't just, say bye, just didn't walk away from this lunatic?
Kinda. Basically, he laid out his life story where his mother was extremely abusive to him throughout his entire childhood. His dad stayed for a very long time until Johnny was 15, also being abused. And then the dad eventually walked out, and Johnny seems to consider that in some way a moral failing of his dad. And he testified almost directly to why he didn't leave as a fear of failure, fear of being a failure, a fear of failing the marriage, that sort of thing. So he should have talked to me about that. Your next book, lawofmarriagedefense.com. Pinkala the Driving Ape says Christopher Lee was a true mad lad. Jossam says, so is this his real personality, or is he just acting? Also, does she ever have any emotions? His testimony is brutal and rambling. I get the impression it's real. I don't know. It doesn't seem fake to me. I know some people have said he's actor, and they'll say acting in the chat. I don't know. I feel like if it was acting, it'd be a little more polished, but
it would be much more scripted, and it would be much more just delivered in a Hollywood type of way. He would not be stumbling and stuttering and having these long pauses trying to find words.
Yeah. I agree. Alex Iao says, I don't believe Biden has a speech impediment, but I would believe someone if they told me Depp does. Depp equals king of tangents. I love him. I think he's definitely got a stutter that he's probably worked on quite a bit in his life. It comes through when he talks about being abused, shockingly. Jim Horman says, get sober, nose man, wink, wink. No, thank you. Nick Afifi says, abstinence only may be the widely accepted model, but it's not the only option for people struggling with substance abuse. That idea keeps a lot of people from seeking help. Joe Cooley, as a man with plenty dumb tattoos, I agree it's weird when people get upset when you joke about their tattoos. Josh Vermillion, do these trials work like criminal where the prosecution will get rebuttal after defense goes? If so, they should end with Isaac back up there, lol. They released Isaac from... they released him from his witness duties, unfortunately. So, or wait, no, they did not.
No,
They did not release Isaac.
I don't think they did release Isaac.
Yeah, so they may call him back up for rebuttal. That is still a possibility. Carolyn Ann says, I used to have an opiate problem. Couldn't sleep through the night without going through withdrawals. It was like living in a prison. Those drugs took complete hold of your life, and you're at their mercy. The Buzz CJC, enjoy the Zanny berries, Joe. Sweet. Fauci lied, puppies died, says, I want to wrap Johnny in swaddling. Alberto Bonsanto says, I think Depp should get at least $50 million. He lost many contracts. Off topic, his legal mindset in Korea. Yes, he is. He lives and works in Korea. I don't think they're going to do a $50 million. If he wins, I don't think he's going to get a $50 million judgment. It would be record setting. I don't think that they're going to want to do that. I think that's my opinion. I think he deserves it.
That kind of money?
No. I mean, I can't imagine she does. She doesn't have that many roles. And I just,
she's got whatever the 7 million has grown into since she didn't donate it.
Yeah. Did she have to return that 7 million?
No. She's just kept it.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Andrew,
it's inflating away at 8%, just like the rest of it.
We had a couple like 25% years over this time frame, right? 2016 was a good year for the stock market, or no, 2017 was the great year for the stock market.
So their divorce settlement, Andrew, she demanded $7 million that she was going to donate to the ACLU and some other
Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
Right. She donated $0 of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course. I mean, she just could have the demand could have been that Johnny has to donate the money, right, in her name.
Well, so Johnny did try to donate the money, and right. she threw a fit.
Of course, she got pissed.
Yes,
no, those dollars have to flow through mine.
On the donating.
Oh, she's so terrible. 860 saying God says what Amber Heard has is called resting bitch face. Jamie Anthony, okay, why can't he talk to his lawyers on break? Because he is testifying, and you can't do that. Because they could give him advice on testimony. We're going to ask you some questions in just a little bit about this and this and this, and we really want you to answer in this way. So you're not allowed to do that. TJ Ventura says, Dr. Husel, not guilty on all 14 counts. Huge verdict. Yes, very huge verdict. And I think the correct one, and also, as I stated earlier, I think if you got some money and you're charged with murder, hire Jose Baez. Dude's a friggin' champion. I mean, G says, will Amber victimize herself more than Jack? Steve, it must be killing Ms. Heard that she can't interrupt and shout Mr. Depp down because this is supposed to be all about her. Winton Dupree, never let someone who hates you administer your detox meds. Nilla Moon, she withheld the meds because she's an evil, abusive woman. She wanted to abuse him in any way possible. And Winston Dupree says, yo ho ho, a pirate's life for me. Jinzo Crash, wish song is Charlie Shillings, no communication. MD says, long crime has a similar poll with the same ratio for Johnny Depp. Unexpected. Oh, you got to understand, the people watching Johnny Depp on Law and Crime are not Law and Crime watchers. They're Johnny Depp watchers. They're, Law and Crime covering trials normally is getting, maybe a couple thousand people watching. They're getting 150,000 because they got pushed to the top of the algorithm on this one. I have no idea how they would manage that, but I have And it definitely doesn't have to do with the multi-channel network manager for Abrams Media negotiating that out with YouTube. I swear that didn't happen.
No, some of these trials, I get more viewers than Law and Crime, and I'm nobody.
It's completely organic that they're at the top of literally every search result that has Johnny Depp and Amber Heard in it. And usually it's 2 to 3 videos deep of just them. G says, will the courtroom be participating in 420? They should have. And he also said, did Joe establish driving rules in his prenup? Michael Turchin, legal mindset, Rekieta law, is a prenup always void if you commit adultery, or does it depend on the wording of the document? It depends on the wording of the document. Prenups are not, I guess you could put in a provision that would void it or, for adultery, but I can't see why adultery would void a prenup by its own.
You wouldn't do that. You would do it the other way. You would make it so that like the adultery makes it more enforceable or something.
Yeah. Cynthia says, one Wild Winona, 4 years with him, or Vanessa, 15 years, would Winona or Vanessa be able to testify? Both had statements not admitted in the British trial defending him. Any chance either side has mock juries giving feedback? I think there's a big chance they have mock juries giving feedback. They have, both sides have a decent amount of money.
Crazy not to. They got the money to do it.
But as for the, would Winona or Vanessa be able to testify? I don't know that they're listed on their witness lists.
I don't believe they did get listed. No, they did leave an open-ended, category for rebuttal witnesses, which I think is fairly normal. So I don't know that the door is entirely closed. The problem is just that all they can give is pure character evidence. And, they're having to be selective at this point about what they put forward. I just don't know that's going to make the cut as a priority.
Right.
Yeah, it's like negative character evidence, right? I mean, instead of being negative, it's positive character evidence, but it's not really relevant to whether he abused Amber.
Yes,
exactly. Technically,
in a lot of people's minds, it will be. That's the thing. That's the part that's hard.
Yeah. Jay the Gamma Ray says, Nick, maybe get a psychologist on your panel. People often recreated a family in place of dysfunctional family of origin, etc. Quite normal. For him filling up his penthouses with all of Amber's family. Jim McCobb says, Johnny Depp looked up from his severed hand and said, no, not the vodka. Senzu Bean says, it's just a tip, Johnny. Just use some of my Amica cream. William Board, Depp doped up with anti-anxiety meds and speech slowed. I think they would be encouraging him to not be on any substances for his testimony. You wouldn't want that to pop up, that he's on some sort of medication that might impair his ability to answer truthfully or clearly or understand questions. So testify sober, y'all. Jasonian says, do orphanages engage in human trafficking? Some do, probably. But there aren't really many orphanages around the United States anymore, so who knows? Alberto Bonsanto says pure evil. Catherine H says misheard is crazy. STFU says JD described AH during detox reminds me of the drama triangle of codependency, where the codependent fluctuates from rescuer to predator to victim in their own mind as they torture the target. The dude says, amazing Johnny Depp didn't secret window her in a cornfield.
Oh my God, that was kind of, that's the beauty of these audio tapes, honestly. And I think, and then the whole finger incident, the great drama moments today is that you have to wonder if it's going to leave the jury with the effect of, so fucking what if he did smack her? Like, could she have done more to ask for it? Like, this is a woman, who potentially needed it.
I was talking about that, I think yesterday, and because people are like, well, if he slapped her once, then it's over. And I'm like, I don't know though. Because the question isn't whether he struck her. The question is whether or not he abused her. And if the jury determines that the relationship was just mutually tumultuous and involved some conflict, then that's not necessarily abuse. And it'd be hard for her to say that one slap to her face is abusive while she's punched him several times right in the face.
Put out a cigarette on his cheek.
Yeah.
Is there a definition here of abuse, or is it just rather subjective and arbitrary?
Since this is defamation, it's technically subjective, right? Because it's
up to the jury. It's what the jury thinks abuse is.
Yeah.
Well, one
So-
of the ironies here is if you made a movie out of this, you'd want Johnny Depp to play Johnny Depp, but you'd want somebody else to play Amber Heard.
Get Margot Robbie into play Amber Heard. Let's see. Says the Pirates of the Caribbean video editor should sue Amber for causing them to have to spend 100,000 hours CGIing his finger on for emotional distress. Yeah, no kidding. Georgia at the Lake. Lizzie Borden is believed to have been under bad PMS. Will this be Amber's claim? Her rages may have a rhythm that could be proven. I don't know if they're going to try that angle. I don't think so. Chatmort says it's how dysfunctional families become a tragic cycle. People have no idea they're doing it. Conass says if he wanted to get rid of her, he should have just gotten advice from Christopher Walken and Robert Wagner on how they got rid of Natalie Wood. Or he could have asked Kevin Spacey, right? Like, oh, Kevin, I got these accusers. I'll live my life as a gay man. How does she disappear?
Spacey buried an entire career in the desert.
Along with a couple bodies. Casey Moody says, go to Law and Crime, chicken. I don't want to go to Law and Crime. Thank you. Chatmort says, just wear Falcon gloves and you'll be fine. Peter de Armas says, how come defense didn't object as to narrative? They didn't cut off Depp when they totally could have. Everyone was enthralled by his story. I think they were worried about objecting early, especially during his personal life, his abuse as a child. Because why are you? What, you're going to object to that? You're gonna cut this guy off from talking about how horrific his childhood was? I don't know.
I have to say, in my opinion, not objecting to the narrative may be one of the biggest strategic misfires of this entire trial, and possibly that I have maybe even ever seen. By allowing him to get in his rhythm, get in the flow, and get into that authentic, relating of his story his way, it's just captivating. It's riveting. You can't take your eyes off of that. And all they could have so easily broken that up, forced him to follow this script of, specific response to the specific question, and prevented him from being able to have those moments. I'm sorry, but of the many skills that Johnny Depp has, focus is not one of them. That wasn't going to be his strong suit, to have to come up with, exactly the right answer that he wanted on impulse. So to me, that is just a major ball dropped by their team. I'm honestly shocked that they did it.
Yeah, that's a compelling point that you bring up. I hadn't really thought of it that way. I was more thinking of it as not wanting to attack the sympathetic witness at the time when he's just starting out. But yeah, that could be a big problem for him.
You have to get him off his rhythm. When he is in the zone like that, you cannot have that. You have to regain control, and they just never did.
Yeah. Matt H says, the cycle of abuse erodes your sense of reality and self-worth. With each turn of the wheel, you get wrapped up in a web of lies and entrap yourself. Twilight Dragon 3 says, my buddy's ex was like Amber, controlling and manipulative. Funny enough, her name was Amber. He also had another ex named Amber. I see a pattern that he should break. Caleb McNevin says, I got out of an abusive marriage about 1.5 years ago. Crazy how you convince yourself everything is normal. I still deal with self-worth daily. Shroom Dukem says, Crybaby was okay.
John Waters. How do you not love John Waters? I'm sorry.
Evie Warner says, she looked like she might cry. Will cry on stand without a doubt. Just so painful. I'm so traumatized for life. C. Neal says, hey, let's start a movement. Use all the proof of all the watchers on YouTube to get state and U.S. reps to pass the Open Courts Act. Cameras in all courts all the time. Public should mean public. Happy says, Andrea is the female version of Nick. Infinite fun. 200 Watt Studio says, Quint, ? You know the thing about a shark. He's got lifeless eyes, black eyes like a doll's eyes. When he comes at you, it doesn't seem to be living until he bites you and the black eyes roll over white. There you go. Rooster Cogburn says, hi, Nick. Balls or no balls? The chat must know. You know my answer. It's balls. Let's see. Tor Theo, if when my dog dies, I'm going to cry. If any girl thinks she's going to judge me for that, that's a straight road to Singlesville for her. Well, the point was it's also a straight road to Singlesville for you. Tor Theo says, Synapse says, Heard can't smile at those fond times because to her, they never were that. Socratic Method, were degens and proud? Ask her the question, please. Tiger Stripes says, have you noted how prior to today and yesterday, Amber's been dressed exactly like Johnny's previous courtroom outfits? Deeply crazy. I mean, look, I think the internet might have been making something more out of that than it was, but you know, I'm just me. I'm just me. David Bowser. Yesterday, it looked to me that Amber Heard was trying to hold back tears when Johnny Depp was talking about how they met. I almost saw a look of regret on her face. See, I disagree. I didn't see that at all. Personally. Yashimi's Corner. Now I'm starting to think that Amber is making that face to appear like she's about to cry and appear sorrowful for the jury. What do you think? I don't know. I think maybe one of her cheek fills just sagged down to lower in her face. And
I think the Xanax is really what's running this trial.
Deborah Breeden says, in Florida, every cognizant adult is mandated to report known events of abuse of vulnerable people. Glad for men living like this being validated. F this me too BS. I have to imagine that's unenforceable. David Bowser says, Johnny Depp's description of withdrawal is all too real and made me remember my own horror stories of my own detox off of opiates. There is no faking his story. Alberto Bonsanto, the audio is amazing. It makes her look insane. Yeah, that was the audio clips. They were great. Ryan Bibbs says, currently sitting in a medical center getting an IV infusion of antibodies for the coof. I'll be here for 90 minutes. Great opportunity to listen to my favorite LawTube channel. Thank you. Socratic Method, I think the biggest takeaway from this trial is that celebrities are effed up. That is all. They certainly have a different life than the rest of us. Cloned Steve Dream Killer says, what the fuck are mineral spirits? It's effectively paint thinner. For probably, I think for oil-based paints, use mineral spirits.
Yes.
Yeah, use paint thinner on acrylics. Orange Red says Johnny Depp is legally blind in one eye. What a cunt Amber is. Jin Korea says, love your show, Nick. I have to be honest. If I'm the judge, I've heard enough. Amber Heard, you're guilty. Case over. Pay the man. Nick Afifi says, questions aren't hearsay. Honest AF, if her testimony here is just as bad of an acting job as it was at her deposition, they'll need to reinstate masks to cover up everyone laughing. Maxine of Arc, I had my nose broken while delivering pizza in North Minneapolis. Well, you're lucky you lived. And it bled into my jacket, work shirt, undershirt, and bra. It took 2 hours and a big bottle of peroxide to get it out. Yeah. Andrew, the testimony was that Johnny Depp headbutted her and broke her nose. And she had like no blood. And she had a tissue up in her nose, and she pulls it out, and there's like a little spot of red on it. And then when he asked to see it, it was nail polish.
Oh no! When who asked to see it?
Johnny Depp.
Oh.
Britton got it out of the trash can, and it was nail polish.
Oh yeah. He asked to see it, and she's like, no. Why do you need to see this? And then he went and found it later. But yeah, she's no blood from her broken nose. Robin Kellum says, tell Andrea that I've been watching her cross the internet on YouTube discussing various cases that I've been interested in, and I have enjoyed her commentary for the last 2 afternoons on this, my favorite vlogger. Thank you.
Hey, Andrea, I guess that's your Twitter handle there, at Burkhart.
That's my Twitter handle. Yep, that's where I live.
I'll follow you there if I don't already.
Oh, awesome.
Cheryl Drake says, I'm so glad he's got to tell his side after 6 years. He needed this to heal. He's already won, whether in court or not. He can have peace now. He just wanted everyone to hear the truth. He cannot say that, though, because there is a counterclaim out there. He has to maintain that this was for the purposes of winning the lawsuit for damages. Sarah Marie says, I really wish they would sort out the popping and clipping on Johnny's mic. Dude, his court microphones, they're just all, they're terrible. Honest AF says, I think we know now why he's so slow about speaking. Between his mother and turd, he's not used to getting a word in edgewise. Russell Hall says he told her not to move off the bed and she had to go. Yeah, that's right. That's the good defense for shitting in bed. He told me not to move. Shao's in the house says his recollection of people present decimates the notion he was always blitzed. Senzubin, just sent a turd. Thank you. Torgo the White says red wine turd. Andrea fits in perfectly here. Slingblade says turd lives matter. Oh yeah, Andrew, are you familiar with that part of this thing? She was mad that Johnny Depp was late to her birthday party.
Well,
Yes.
naturally. Okay.
So she shit in his bed.
Yes.
And there's a picture of it.
I mean, listen, I know,
Made blamed it on the dogs.
I get it. I mean, it sounds to me, frankly, like he's a victim of emotional abuse at her hands, if not physical abuse at her hands. And I know it's tough for abuse victims, especially with his history, to just get up and walk away. But oh my God, there's a part of me, maybe it's just a guy part, but I'm like, when you stay, you're kind of asking for it. I mean, it's not like there was one red flag. It's like the whole apartment was on fire.
Well, I would have left after my finger got chopped off. I mean, frankly, like that's definitely my out, if not earlier. But that one seals the deal. I didn't need to wait for the shitting in the bed, personally. Oh yeah, Andrea said she had to blame it on the dog, or she tried to blame it on the dogs. They're
The
teacup
10-pound
Yorkies.
dog.
No, even smaller, little 4-pound dogs.
Well, apparently they're full of shit.
They shit
How
out.
do you fit 8 pounds of shit into a 4-pound dog?
Old Sport Coffee says, damn, Amber Heard's birthday is the same as mine. Can I legally change my birthday? Let's celebrate. Use code Amica Cream for 15% off all orders. So there you go. At Old Sport Coffee, you can get Amica Cream as your promo code if you want. Repzilla, hey Rep, how you doing, man? It's been a long time. Says, I'm still in shock at learning the real reason they call her Amber Turd. John Diaz, at this point, Amber's team would need to present an immaculate case to save her reputation. There's no way the jury isn't on Johnny's side right now. Again, the question is going to be if they get technical on defamation or if they go with their sort of emotive feelings. Emotive feelings, Johnny should win this hands down. Technical on defamation, I'm surprised this thing got past anti-slap, to be honest. I don't know how that happened.
Well, Virginia's anti-slap doesn't have a pretrial litigation process. It's just a fee shifting. It's just a fee shifting statute.
Oh, that's how then.
That's how it got passed. But it did actually survive. Virginia has these archaic processes like the demurrer and the plea and bar and stuff like that were kind of Greek for me to learn at first. But anyway, it has survived those. And they concluded that, yes, the defamatory implication is allowed because Virginia does allow defamation by implication. So he doesn't have to be named. They do get to hear all of this context. And so, yeah, I mean, it has cleared those hurdles.
That's, again, if you're a high profile person in a defamation case, you couldn't ask for anything more than that. Just please let me get in front of a jury so I can tell my story and let someone sort it out. But so often,
well, that's why I got so interested in this case in the first place, because it was right before it was gearing up to go to trial in the UK that I started to pay attention and become a little bit more aware of what the facts were. And so this was the first time I had heard that Amber Heard is the abuser and some of the details of this hoax that sound so incredible and so conspiratorial when you just hear that it's a hoax. It's one of the advantages she's really had from day one is people just can't believe that somebody would actually do that.
Right.
But so all this information starts coming out and I began to realize, oh my gosh, this really is about Amber Heard deliberately and maliciously lying about being an abuse victim. It isn't they both did it and they're yammering at each other. And so that's where I realized at that point, oh my gosh, in Virginia, this is going to clear the actual malice bar. Like this is the only time we're going to see a high profile defamation case like this involving a public figure because he's able to get her on. It's her. It's not the person that's reporting it. She is the one who told the lie, so he can get past that hurdle.
Yeah. And that's critical because I think the whole difficulty in being a public figure is that actual malice standard. But I don't think there's any way where if the jury determines these are defamatory statements that they don't get to actual malice in this one. And it's great because there's not, a bunch of lawyers on Twitter and stuff will say that you have to have like specific proof that they knew, which is basically a statement that they knew they were lying. It's like, I don't think,
No, of course you don't. There, you can
I know
always
you don't.
circumstantially prove things.
I know you don't, but this is how a bunch of people talk about defamation law. And so it'll be great to see that actually come through, because jury's going to go, of course she meant it. Of course she did this for this reason. This was the result. This is a continuation of abuse, and it all makes sense. So that'll be great. Cats with Guns says, from the Kyle Rittenhouse trial to Unbreaded and now Johnny Depp Amber Turd, it's been an adventure. Thanks for all the laughs. Tommy TK, what do you think Depp's chances are if he can get Amber to explode on the witness stand or in court? Also, those recordings are beyond damaging. Oh yeah, they're going to they should be trying to rattle her in court. Get her to be unhinged. That'd be great. Joel Reese says, let's make it trend. Hashtag me poo. The Iceman, we did. We did. It was great. Welcome back, Runkle.
Thanks for having me.
Just wrapping up some super chats here. The Iceman 101418 says, hey, about an hour behind, Nick, but this is just incredible. Thank you for having such a great panel and analysis. Glad Viva shouted you out during Rittenhouse, one of the best places to watch trials. Hey, thank you. Sentinel Rex says, don't you know you got to drop the grumpy? Penultima says, touchdown on bed sheets, unfibered. Gross. Jackson Kai, you just don't understand, Nick. The tiny dogs have been drinking red wine for weeks, then repeatedly pooped in the same place because they were drunk. Frankie Sherratt says, hashtag Amber Turd. Rory says, the poo heard around the world. Hashtag me poo. Toby Garton, hashtag me poo movement for Amber Turd. Get it trending. Ponton 21, can't fairly discuss via chat. Nick, Adam, let's talk offline. It'll be valuable. You'll get deeper insight in the case, plus the impact this trial is having on the victims watching. A helpful point of view to consider. Daniel Chapman, welcome to Paralegal Status. Haley's comment, hashtag me poo went to number 9. Twitter stopped the trend. Chonky Honky says, hashtag Amber Turd. Me Flowers 66. She reminds me of Jody Arias. He's lucky to be alive. Tom Beemore says, Amber Heard will have an OnlyFans and no other new income within a year if there's any justice. Mr. Dude says, no, Nick. Jason Momoa is going to make Amber Turd a fortune in Aquaman 2. Bogey 34. I know Legal Mindset has spoken about not consenting to abuse and battery. Forget defamation. How's Turd not in prison? Not a joke. Shouldn't she be in jail? Well, you gotta report it, have police come out and investigate it. So Johnny doesn't seem like the kind of guy to do that.
No, it was clear that he was covering it up and that he was instructing the people around him to cover it up. He was trying to protect her.
Yeah, I agree. Next, Catherine Rux. We are watching this trial on the smart TV. My daughter walks in and asks, why does Amber, look like she's crying? To which I respond, do you believe her? My daughter says, no, those aren't real tears. She's only 8. There you go. Megan K says, Andrea is amazing. I love her vibe. Look forward to seeing her on your stream more often. And welcome back, Branka. You are looking super fit.
Thank you. Yeah, lost some weight over the last month.
I was going to say, you do look kind of trim.
Yeah, I've been working hard at it.
Oh, man, I should try that.
It's I don't know if it's worth it. But it's working.
It is. It shows.
By the way, I see in the comments lots of people saying, asking me to come on the show tomorrow. Folks, Nick shares the link with me every day to come on the show. I've just been very busy and I'm flying tomorrow, so I won't be here tomorrow. But it's not because I'm not invited or don't want to be here. I've just been tied up.
Also racism. Irish Major Tom says, hey, Legal Mindset and Andrea, glad to see you on the stream again, Legal. Ohio74 says, Shibi me gusta. I don't know what that means, but it probably is profane. James Gentry says, will you have any interest in the Lori Daybell case? She just pled not guilty. Kind of. That's a wild case, though. It needs a lot of catch up for me. And I think it's like a 6-week trial, too. Agrilith says, Dick Masterson is pro-false flagging and abusing DMCA now. What the fuck is going on with him, Nick? Again, I haven't read all of his texts, but I'll take a look, or his tweets. I'll take a look and see. The Realistic Mystic says, if you ever invite a body language expert on your channel, please look up Body Language Ghost. Love you guys. P.S. Hi, Nick's nose. Yeah, I like Body Language Ghost. Melkor Borger says, Scott Ritter reported Gonzalo Lira was murdered. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know. Is it actually reported yet? I think I might have the only copy of his book that exists. Might be my duty to read it to the internet or something. in honor of Coach Red Pill. JB says Edward Scissorhands kind of sucked, but I understand why you liked it. Women have poor taste in movies. Damn, shots fired. Fat Steven Seagal says, thanks, Nick. Now red wine is stuck in my head. He says, and then he says, red wine. Please don't poop on me. Yeah. Mr. Insanity. Johnny got more backbone against Turd's legal team than all of his lawyers combined. Yeah, I was kind of noticing that. Malachi Gaming and Talk says, F judge being unfair to Depp. Drex is right again. Again, you need to lay the blame on that stuff on Depp's lawyers.
Yeah.
Judge can't do anything if they don't stand up.
They're not arguing their objections. And it's amazing. Rottenborn overcame a hearsay objection that were he in the same position an hour prior, he would have made that hearsay objection, but he would have won it before, not because the judge is biased, but because he properly articulated the hearsay exception. And Depp's team has not done it. Kendra JS, thank you for the donation. Brittany Foster says, why can't Johnny discuss with his attorneys? Because he's still under oath and he's still on the stand. He can talk to them after his testimony is over. Here we go. CL Hunter says, hey, everyone, I added at the Daily Wire to offer Depp an acting gig after his trial, retweeted into oblivion. Lancelot says Johnny's limp wrist team is going to cost him the case. I don't know about that. We make a lot of big deals out of objections, but the key things is getting the key the key evidence into the case and getting the testimony from the right people is going to outweigh losing objections every day. You just want to see some better performance.
And I think they've rolled over on the objections, but they've still been able to get to the point that they were trying to make. So that might just be their style.
And they've had some really good witnesses. I mean, Johnny included, but also his security guard, who they just steamrolled the objections and answered for the jury before the objection came through. But did you hear Rottenborn steamroll the other team on their objections? And he was reading that article. Objection. He reads like a paragraph. Popo number 123 says, in your opinion, what should Amber Heard wear to court? I said the Emperor's new clothes. She should just pick that costume, wear that to court. I think she'll do just fine. Cars in
You're
depth.
10 years too late, Nick.
No, I think she shouldn't wear yellow. I think yellow is a bad color.
Or brown.
And yeah, shouldn't wear brown. And she shouldn't wear the suits that she was wearing either. Like that suit like stern lesbian look was not. I just don't think the jury's gonna identify with her that way. I think she should wear like a tasteful, nice dress, and maybe even a suit coat over a dress, something like that, like over a power skirt or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. Not what she's been wearing though. But I'm not a woman's fashioner. Cars in Depth says nothing less than everything was a powerful and dramatic description of what he has lost. Do you think it was scripted or rehearsed? No, I just think he has a flair for the dramatic and in a good way. Zachary Jarvie says she's typically a lesbian, right? How many other men than Johnny has she been in a relationship with? Well, just the one guy she could find that was a lot richer. Elon Musk. Does her article use gender neutral pronouns? If not, how can she say in the article isn't about Jay? Oh, there's no illusions. It's about him. Jacob Labby says it is not Amber's fault. She suffers from IBS, irritable bitch syndrome. Ultra Death 1, Nick likes grumpies on his chest. Melkor Borgier, Rip Gonzalo Lira Lopez, murdered by Zelensky Nazi goons for speaking the truth. STFU FFS says, if Ukraine killed Coach Red Pill, can Daily Beast be charged with accessory to homicide? Seems reckless the way they assisted in his assassination. No, I don't think so. First of all, it was outside the jurisdiction of the United States, so that's not going to work. It was within the jurisdiction of Ukraine, and Ukraine allegedly killed him. So I don't think you're going to get an accessory charge on that one. Eric from Wisconsin says, fun fact, Binger's name is Claire. Binger's middle name is Claire. That's true. Vegas Barbie, I'm celebrating my birthday today by sending you money. That's how much I enjoy your work. Thanks for keeping me entertained. Jesus Davila, welcome to Lawyer Status. Hashtag Me Poo says, I want Ozzy Osbourne to play Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean 6. Techno Geek says, for fuck's sake, how do I strongly encourage you to hire a PA? Maybe your new hire will be excellent or marginally better than you at chasing off offered sponsorships. I messaged that guy and called him, and he never got back to me. Lieutenant Hughes says Jack Sparrow should have been summoned on the stand. Carol Clark says, I think, remember he says he applies miscellaneous characters to his characters. By the way, I've not said in the past, so very glad I found you, Nick. Love your trial coverage. Thank you, Carol. Lieutenant Hughes, Heard is only worth $8 million. $50 million puts her in the grave. Matthew Self says, no Ty Branca. Rory says, love when Johnny keeps saying Mr. Rottenborn, subtly emphasizes the whole thing is rotten. Execution says, Isaac B. deleted a lot of his pictures on Instagram following the day of his testimony. Does this mean he will be stricken as it proves he was on social media the day of his court appearance? First of all, no. He can't watch the trial on social media. Nothing says you can't manage your own social media, and he can't comment about the trial on his own social media. Next, we actually don't know if those pictures were deleted by him, because many of those pictures had controversial images. It was controversial image art with nudity and stuff like that. They may have simply been flagged down. This trial has a lot of attention. A lot of people could have reported those images. But no, in any case. Hashtag Me Poo says, Nick, corn or no corn? The chat wants to know. Gross. Corn. Leslie Squad says, why wasn't Johnny Depp allowed to relay what his lawyers told him about issuing the joint statement with Amber Heard if he was relaying an actual conversation he has? Well, it is still hearsay. The question is, was there a valid exception? I think Andrea and I agree that there should have been a valid exception, that it wasn't offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. But it doesn't matter if you had the actual conversation. If you need the other person's words, you subpoena the other person to appear. That's typically how it works. That's why hearsay is not allowed. Because if he makes a statement for someone else, they can't cross-examine the person who made the statement to determine whether the statement was true, what they meant by it, if it was misunderstood or anything like that. So, or
credibility, yeah, it's not allowed because it's intrinsically unreliable.
Right. But
and that's why, the hearsay exceptions are generally certain circumstances that obviate the inherent unreliability of the testimony otherwise.
Yeah. Right. And if this case, it was just if it's Johnny's understanding and is being used to show his state of mind, then it should be admitted. Yes. And he was directly testifying about why he did something. Well, they told me this.
Right.
So if only his lawyers would have properly articulated that, might have helped. Shut Up, I Can Cook says, Branca, you losing weight? Hi, Nick. Yes, we talked about that earlier. I says, does jury have to be unanimous for this? Andrea enlightened us that yes, they do. So that's fun. Black Bull 77 says, Johnny Depp makes Keith Richards look clean. How the hell is he still alive? I think that's a stretch, personally. Johnny Depp had a pill addiction. Keith Richards can't have it. Keith Richards has had so many substances, he's immune to addiction. Like, I mean, whew. Claire Flavin Jones says, which one would you want as your client? Depp. Because he could definitely pay me. I'm not so sure Heard could.
Good advance.
Yeah. Seal Hunter says, I hope she wears brown tomorrow. Cure says, hashtag me grumpy. Jane's Blonde, Nick, I hate it's over, but I'm crazy about the song. Oh, the ending song coming up in a minute here. Techno Geek says, screw me running. I'll go chase him down now. Man, don't worry about it. We'll work it out at some point. Acacia Campbell. Acacia, I think that's the name. Can they use the articles published following days of her op-ed that stated Amber spoke out about what happened after domestic violence against Depp in her Washington Post op-ed as evidence that people knew it referred to him? Yeah, I would try and do that. I hope they have some plan for that. And then you ask people on the stand, well, who is this article about? Why did you think it was about Johnny Depp? Tortheo, wouldn't Jennifer testifying Ari Whitney equal hearsay? No, we talked about why that was an exception. It's because if it might be an exception, if Whitney testifies about something, then they can bring in contradictory or prior inconsistent statements. So they can bring in that actually prior to her testimony here, she said the opposite to this person. So that's a hearsay exception, but it is hearsay. SDFU says substances are addicted to Keith Richards. There you go. And that's the super chats. Oh my goodness. Thank you all to the chat. Thank you to the panel. Is there anything anyone wants to say before we head out? I appreciate all of you being here, of course, but any final observations or thoughts or comments?
No, I had nothing of value to add. I
That's
just was
not true.
between a couple things, and so I thought I'd drop in while I was uploading a bunch of files. But always glad to be present. Glad you guys are following this case. It seems to be a lot of fun.
It's got good moments, that's for sure, and less boring moments than I expected with such a long case. But
I mean, so far my sense is that Depp is coming across quite favorably, but of course it's always hazardous to base things hearing only one side of the argument, right? So, in fairness,
yeah.
Well, I think you and I.
This may be a case where, once Amber Heard gets on the stand, it's only going to tilt things more in Johnny's.
it could be. It wouldn't surprise me.
I really hope they're going to needle her and see if they can get her to snap, because I bet she can't keep it. I bet she can't keep it together.
I still say they should have someone in the front row on Johnny Depp's side stand up and leave the courtroom and then come back to the courtroom every 3 to 4 minutes while she's testifying. I think that'll drive her nuts with that interview where the door was opening and was driving her crazy. I would plan that personally. But Andrew, I think you and I both said covering one of the other trials at the end of the case in chief of the plaintiff in this case, but the prosecution, the other, you should feel like they're winning.
Yeah,
like
absolutely. They should have it locked up. I mean, in theory, right? You've only really heard one side. That's their strongest case. It's never going to be higher, right? In theory, that's their high watermark.
That is in theory, but I have to say this case is unique in that way because so much of this case, the juice of it is the impeachment of Amber Heard that will come in the rebuttal case. There's just, that will be an epic part of this case.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Well, let's hope the Depp attorneys can be decisive there. I mean, they seem to be waffling a little bit on a lot of stuff here, presenting their case in chief. You really want someone who can, politely but definitely go for the throat when you got to impeach another witness. I mean, that's the whole game.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll be able to do that. Gonzo 1000. Oh yes, I let's see. Oh yes, sorry, I missed your chat. It came in. He says, "Just be honest, Andrew. You hate us. It's okay. We get Andrea as eye candy."
I love all of you except for the jerks among you, but everyone else is fine.
Let's see. They can't starve you. Says, I thought they were just making fun of him. Nope. Heard's lawyer's last name is Rottenborn. I thought my mother-in-law's last name was bad with Outhouse. Oh my goodness. And I think we're good there. So yeah, I guess we'll wrap up the show again. Everybody who's appeared on the show today, their links are in the description, including my lovely panelists who are all still with me. And make sure you check out their channels, check out their content with Andrea until we can convince her to turn on a YouTube page. You can follow her on Twitter. That is also linked in the description. And I encourage you guys to do so. To my guests, thank you so much.
Thanks,
All right,
Nick.
I'll be tied up for the next few days, Nick, but maybe I'll join you guys on Monday. We'll see what happens.
Sounds good. I'll
Take care.
I'll
Nice
keep
meeting you,
sending you
Andrea.
links
Take care,
anyway.
Uncle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll try
please.
to sneak in when I can. Also going to be sharing time with Alita's stream, but
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, guys, take care.
See you later.
Take care. Great to meet you, Andrew.
And Andrea, thank you so much for coming on as well. And if I will keep sending you links and you can pop in as you are available and as you desire. So
Awesome. Thanks so much.
yeah, absolutely. All right. I'm going to play the outro. Catch you guys later tonight at 11 p.m. I don't know what the show's going to be. I'll figure it out. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what